of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the morning 50th, where courage remains. With lustrums gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal, for morning's honor, for morning's honor. They raise their cry against the dark fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all. The morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line, their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. Come on, you if you wanna live forever! For more the Helens attack, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The light shining brighter than the sun. For Mordians on the murderers that cry, they raise the towers fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let that story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream. You know what? It's not an ugly stream. It's actually... What is this feeling? It's kind of unfamiliar. I don't think I felt this in years. Is it a crumb, a flicker, a single morsel of hype for Warhammer? My God. Must be a glitch in the Matrix. Where's the black cat? Why are my windows all bricked up? What's going on here? So, there was a balance patch today for Warhammer 40k. And it seems okay. Not great. Not terrible. And it seems specifically okay for the guard overall. But there's a lot of people complaining about it outside of the guard. So,
Good for you.
it's not completely bad. It's not completely bad. It's not enough. You're absolutely right, Waldmeister. It's not enough. But there's some little crumbs of hype. But I'm being skeptical about it. So what we want to do today, guys, it's a Mordian Glory just chatting stream. So we could talk about anything and everything. We could talk about Warhammer 40k, we could talk about Bolt Action, we could talk about Conflict 47, we could talk about Old World and Old Hammer, New Hammer, Mid Hammer, we could talk about army lists, we could talk about competitive play, casual play, all that kind of good stuff. We can contemplate the follies of mankind, of which there are many. But one thing that I do want to talk about at some point in the stream, whether it's near the beginning, middle, or end, or however it just sort of naturally farts about, we want to talk about the balance patch. Specifically, I want to talk about, obviously, it from a guard perspective. But I also want to talk about
Forward, you dogs,
the big picture as well, and why this balance. Why am I selfishly happy about this for guard, but why am I perfectly in agreement with everybody else who's looking at this balance patch and going, "This is a giant sack of shit. What's going on?" Okay. All right. So it's a bit of an interesting one because, you know, for the guard, it's like a crumb of hope. But for the general sentiment, I mean, I've genuinely seen the general sentiment that a lot of people think this is one of the worst balance patches that GW's ever done, which is crazy. But you could, when you sort of start going through it, you understand why people have kind of got those sentiments. So there's going to be a little bit of hype, a little bit of beef. And then basically talk about anything you fucking want. Yeah. There you are. But that's basically the general idea with today's stream. So let me put my fan on. It's a bit warm. All right. So with that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And of course, that means beginning with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? Oh my god, it's popping off. We've got Waldmeister, Inferno, James Morris, Gordon, Cool German Dude, Small Hornet, Someone That Looks Like a Man, Undead Pank, Martin, Liam, Agis, Finland, Sir Newbie, Roshi, Sam I Am, Pastor Blaster, Cavasius, ProCook Survive, So Jamie, The Not Person, Mark Coyle, Sindarius, Freedox, Firestorm, Bob, Cybertoes, Clashcat, Mostly Harmless, Trentrak, Corporal C, Sindarius, Dan Steen, The Game Maker, Macom. 1 minute. Top Roof Station, Commissar Patch, Vazari, Slow King, The Canorian, Zello, Russell W, Thomas Plexus, Irish Relief, Bo, John, Crashmaster, Freeform, Castellan, Dexion, Navy Kess, Commissar Patch, Polish Wolf, Go Foreman, Inferno, Mayo Nation, Cruiser Team Camp, Agis, Donovan, Kevin, Squark, Noble Beams, Robert, Clanchcat, Benjamin, Simple Azura, Saban Wilson, The Whispering Monk, Matthew Tucker, Nostalgia Cosmic, Hexing, Emperor, Drifter, Thor, Garrett, Tom. 1 minute. Trenchrat, Little One, Elson, Bjorn, Slow King, RL, Camilio, Front of the Blade, Obelisk, Devil Lord, Sidewinder, Butt Mounted, Sabian, Arrow, Emerson, RG, Dragonetti, Lazy Goose, Donovan, Edskar, Cam, Rizzelheimer, Gordon, Squidfist, KT, Aldeus, Joe Quilla, Sergeant Ollie. Hey! There we are. And now I'm going to ban Spriggs because Spriggs, you know not to spam. And do you know what happened when you did your spam? Everyone started copying you, which is why it made the roll call much harder. So you're going back in the timeout now. We got Jersey Mike, Chaos Creek, Mike, Sir Jamie. There we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to go ahead and smash the like button and subscribe and all that kind of good stuff. Hey, I told you guys, if you want to send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. What did I say yesterday? I said, if you like the stream, that's sticking it to GW. And I've always said, if enough of us stick it to GW, we can make them do what we want. And look at that. We got more likes in yesterday's stream than we've had in a long time. And we got a buff today. Like the stream if you want the buffs to continue. This is definitely not correlation. It's definitely causation. There you are. There you go. If you like and subscribe, there you go. Can we make them give back our first readings? If enough people like the stream, there is a non-zero chance that will lead to them bringing back Firstborn. All right? I mean, never say never. You know, a butterfly flaps its wings, it causes an earthquake. A man likes a stream, it causes Firstborn to come back. These things can happen. Right? I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with super chats and member flex and gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our appreciation, say our thank yous to those people that have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty and got the stream started off right. First up, we've got the Whispering Monk. Yes! Thank you for the Whispering Monk. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for doing your part, for being our spiritual liege, for keeping our souls pure in these tumultuous times, and our ears clean. 4 years, still going. All right. Russell W, I also want to say a big thank you to you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the extra fire team to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Oh, thank you for doing your part, sir. I also want to say a huge thank you to Noble Memes. Thank you for the super chat. I don't care if they give us a buff. I'm not playing. The thing is, right? It's a small buff for the guard. But it's not really. Because they actually nerfed our best. They actually nerfed our top performing lists. But they gave it. They threw us a fucking bone. So it doesn't feel like a nerf. But actually overall it is a nerf. But it's a vibes buff. So that's cool. Right? But the thing, do you know what's funny? So loads of people are really fucked off about this balance patch. Not particularly in the guard community. We're kind of, I think, ambivalent at this point. But loads of people are really fucked off this balance patch. The funny thing is, though, memes, there's going to be a lot of people who are in the same boat as you. Yeah. All right. Next, we've got Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic, thank you so much for the super chat, man. The buffs don't matter. Let's just do Warlord Wednesday. You know, if this buff hadn't come out today, I'd be painting some Bolt Action right now for your viewing pleasure. Not Bolt Action, Conflict 47 right now for your viewing pleasure. So, you know, if you're missing the conflict content on Warlord Wednesday, then it's GW's fault. Another reason to blame them. There you are. We've got Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support, sir. Thank you for doing your part, man. Amazing. Good old Marold. He always joins every stream. He always supports every stream. He's an absolute fucking hero. He's an absolute Giga Chad. There you are. Always raise my glass to him. There you go. Always raise my glass to him. All right, what do we got after that? We've got Donovan. Donovan, thank you so much for the big super chat, man. Thank you for the 10, bro. In the name of all I hold awesome, skip the GW hype. Let's talk the badassery that is Warlord Conflict and how awesome nachos are as a food delivery system.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Look, right. Look. We got a lot of people here who are like, fuck Warhammer, fuck GW. And I'm there with you, boys. I'm there with you. But it's like Bob Ross said. You've got to have the darkness and the light. You've got to have the darkness to know when the good times are happening. Okay? So we've got to cover the 40k so that then we can, that we know, so that we can cover the good times of K47. All right? Nah, fuck that. Just K47. I tell you what, if you want some K47 news, did my after playing with the Onryo for a few games, I did my unit review of it today. So it'll be going out next Wednesday, Onryo unit review. So or maybe sooner than that as well. So there is still lots of K47 hype to enjoy. There you are. Do you get the mammoth yet? No, when I get paid by YouTube, I'll get the mammoth. All right, don't worry, I've not forgotten it. What we got next? Irish Relief, thank you for all the super chat, man. Thank you for your support. It's bad our current screening unit got nerfed. What even is our current screening unit? I thought our current screening unit was Bulgrin. Bulgrin didn't get touched, did they? I'm pretty certain Bulgrin didn't get touched. Overall, I can't even think of what if anything did get nerfed. Yeah. Yeah. Use heavy weapon teams, the best screening unit. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. For a brief moment there, Games Workshop made standalone heavy weapon teams viable. And then they were like, can't be having that. It's crazy. GW has actually invalidated like the only time heavy weapon teams have ever been viable in all of Warhammer 40k has been when you could spam mortars. And now indirect fire's fucked. So not even those are viable. Yeah. Before, heavy weapon teams used to be good because you could put them inside infantry squads. So you'd build your ones with autocannons, las cannons, heavy bolters, missile launchers, and all that kind of stuff, and they'd go in your infantry squads. And then anything that you actually wanted to the standalone heavy weapon teams, you'd put into mortar teams. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, I guess you're right, Irish Relief. The best scouting unit probably was the heavy weapon teams, and they've copped the nerf today. But now we've got cheaper battle line, except for Cadians, which the balanced AI missed. All right. I guess thank you for the 7 months, man. Sir, I request 2 weeks leave from the turnip mines. No. Request denied. My turnips are not going to mine themselves. Get back in there, you fucking pleb, and mine my fucking turnips for me. My lord, the peasants are revolting. They are, but what else is new? All right, what do we got next? Clarence Cat, thank you for the 12 months. X-Force, baby. The big question, did we get Fun Jacob? No. That slippery eel is still slippering. Slippering? Is that a word? He's still slippery. He's still the Crease of Death guy running around. Wait, Cannon Shots got cheaper. I mean, they got cheaper for 10. They didn't get cheaper for 20, though. You know. All right. I only run my infantry in big blobs. And then if I can't... So I only look at the big blob points cost. I don't care about the little blob points cost. Yeah. All right. What do we got here? Pete Butchins, thank you for the 33 months. X-Force, baby. I like the step took with War Gear. See stream discussion. Let's have a look.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Continue to remember flex. What I mean by that is I like the War Gear is free, but that the clearly better / more powerful versions cost extra. So yeah, what they do with the rest of the data set is quite interesting. Is that a trend though? Guard the guinea pigs. The best bit about the balanced data slate is that more granular war gear has come back. More like I don't know why they don't just fucking, just bring it. Well, actually, I do know why they just bring it back. I actually know why they're bringing it back piecemeal. It's because of the app. Remember how I told you guys that GW apps can never add up properly? And the moment they start introducing granular war gear, it starts bugging out. Have you guys noticed how buggy the Warhammer app has been ever since they started adding in granular war gear again. Do you see the Tactical Tortoise video? There you go. That's it. So that's why they're adding it in a bit at a time. So that they can try and add it in, fix any bugs that happen. Add it in, fix any bugs that can happen. Add it in, fix any bugs that can happen. Yeah. There you are. Total mid-hammer victory. Total new recruit victory. Exactly. But no, Peter Butchins. Moving to one side, I totally agree with you. The biggest bit of hype in the whole balance update is the fact that we got more granular war gear. And let me tell you something. Oh, I got an itchy nose. So, let me tell you something, right? I've been struggling for motivation for months with doing like unit reviews. I used to be able to like bang out like 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 6 in a day once I really got into the flow. I've been struggling with the motivation because the unit review, I really like deep diving and getting into all the old possible loadouts, going through the pros and cons of them all, and then explaining what is my favorite version and all that kind of, what my favorite ultimate loadout is. Today I did 4 unit reviews. And it's been a long time since I had the motivation to do that. That's the difference like granular war gear makes to my interest in the game. Because the unit reviews were actually interesting for me to do. And as you guys know, this channel, the reason why this channel sometimes seems so scatterbrained is because I wake up in the morning and I go, what am I interested in talking about today? I have no schedule, no plan or anything. It's just, what am I interested in talking about today? And so I woke up today, saw the balance patch had come out, and went, I'm interested in doing unit reviews today. And I blasted out fucking 4 of them. So this is the thing, right? I might not like a lot of the business practices that GW does. But I am not a Warhammer 40k hater. I am not one of these channels that even if they do something really good, I still find some way of shitting all over it. I treat them very fairly. When something good happens in Warhammer 40k, I talk about the good. And when something bad happens, I talk about the bad. And I prefer making positive content over negative content. I like, too much beef can cause heart problems, right? So the thing is, over the last few years, this channel has gained the perception and the reputation of being just like a rage channel, a drama channel. But it's not. It's just for the last 2 years, GW has given me so many reasons to get fucked off with them. Right? It's that simple. But I still, to this day, maintain my very, very fair-minded stance of if they do something good, I will praise them. If they improve Warhammer 40k in a way, I will praise them. All right? But if they do something bad, I will criticize it. And I will criticize 40k. Now, what I'm saying with this is I am really, really fucking positive and really, really fucking happy about granular war gear. And I have been very consistent with what I think needs to be brought back into the game to improve the game and to make the game a more fun experience, a more satisfying experience, and a more immersive experience. And one of those things is granular war gear. Now, we're not anywhere near where I would like us to be. A few sponsons here and there is not enough. But for the first time in a very long time, the direction of travel has actually changed. from a rules point of view. Now, from a GW business point of view, we're still going in one fucking direction, and that direction is into the fucking ground. But from a rules point of view, they're bringing. They've taken a step on a. This step hasn't been down the same path that we've been going down. This step has actually been back onto the right path. So I'm very happy about Granular Wargear coming back. I don't even really care. A lot of people are saying like, oh, it doesn't really matter. It's only 5 points overall. No, you're completely missing the woods for the trees. There's a fundamental shift in the core game design of 40k, and it needs to come back, and they need to do more of it. More of this. The more of this, the better. The more of this we get, the more discussions we can have, the more back and forth we can have, the more choices that we have as players. It was so good doing the unit reviews today and just being like, hey, actually, no, it's not just always take multi-melters and plasma cannons. Actually, there's multiple reasons why you wouldn't take those things. Like, you're taking a Lehman Russ Punisher. You want to keep this thing as cheap as possible. Don't be fucking wasting your points on, like, melters for it and shit. Or flamers and shit. Like, actually, take it with the fucking heavy bolters. Because, A, that's a vibes choice. And that vibes choice... I actually said this. It's the vibes choice going maximum bullet chucking out of a Punisher. And that vibes choice is actually rewarded. The reward is you save 15 points. Incredible. That's been missing. What have I been saying for years at this point? What have I been saying for years? It's literally just, I don't mind. Not every choice has to be balanced against each other, but some choice, as long as you get something out of making a choice, that's fine. Like, some people always used to swear by bare bones infantry squads, and some people used to swear by putting autocannon grenade launcher in the infantry squads. But it was a choice. There was actually a fucking choice to be made. And players could discuss the merits of either choice. And they could present their arguments, and obviously it's the internet, so it devolved in an absolute shit show, and people getting banned and shit. But they could debate, and they could discuss, and they could present why they thought one was better than the other. And best case scenario, they would agree to disagree, or someone would get persuaded in some way, right? But the problem we've had for the last fucking God knows how long is there has been no choice. There has been no choice. There has been a discussion. It's been fucking boring. And now we're getting a little crumb of choice again, and it's completely reinvigorating the game in my mind. Completely. For the guard, anyway. Yeah. So, yeah. The war gear, it's not if it makes the guard better or worse. It's about whether it makes the game... It's about whether it makes the game better or worse. And the other big thing is, how many times have you got to the end of a list and you're 5 points over, 10 points over? And you've had to go, okay, I've got to like take this whole unit out and then try and squeeze something else in. Oh, now I'm 20 points under. Okay, so now I've got to take that unit out because my OCD won't allow that. Now you can just go, oh, I'm 5 points under. I'm 5 points over. I'll just drop that Lascan down to heavy bolter. Oh, I'm 5 points under. I guess I can upgrade that Lehman Russ from a whole heavy bolter to a las cannon. Like, so much nicer for list buildings. My Grey Knights are now 10 points over, and I literally don't have another unit to swap out. Exactly. But if you imagine if you did, it'd be so fucking good, wouldn't it? Yeah. That modularity is seemingly so small, but it's so huge for this building freedom. Exactly, right? Exactly. So yeah, look. It's only a little thing, but it's a thing in the right direction, and that's what we're all right with. Yeah. More of this, please. It's not enough. It's not enough, GW, but it's a start. Yeah. There you go. Ed Scar, 20 points under. Sergeants are all getting swords in Conflict 47. Yeah, all of the conflict people are like, why are they making a big deal out of granular wargame? We've had this for fucking, for ages. All right. The conflict people are like, look at what they must do to mimic even a fraction of our power. All right, what have we got here? Macon, thank you, super chat. Newhammer, boo. More warlord. Dance monkey. Hey, we can get some more warlord going on, man. But like I said, well, hey, we get this balance patch shit done early. Maybe we do a hobby stream. I'm itching for a bit of the old hobby in, I'm itching. So yeah, maybe, let's fucking blast through this bullshit fucking update and then boom, let's paint some battle frame armor. Am I right, boys? Or maybe, I still have to fucking finish those fucking Votan, man. I really regret saying as penance I'd build those 10 Votan and paint them. Really regret it. I wish I hadn't. I wish I just said, chat, will you let me off? Yeah, gotta do my penance though. Yeah, there you go. That's a good punishment. That's true. Yeah. You finished the Votan. You wanted to play GW, now finish the dwarves. Oh man. What do we got next? Akashareka! Hey! Thank you for the 41 months, man. X-Force, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much for the 3 and a bit years, man. Incredible. Pump this weekend, sir. 07. Dude, I'm looking forward to it as well. Should be a really good weekend. Should be fun on the it's pretty much, it's very straightforward at this point. Put the tables together, chuck the terrain out, get the players on the boards, play some fucking games. There we go. Pretty straightforward. Looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. Yeah. What do we got next? Silvara, thank you for the super chat. Poor Paul got kicked while down. Poor Centurions. I am convinced that Games Workshop has been using AI for things. That update is one of them. My theory at this point is that GW told the balance AI that Centurions are legends. And the AI interpreted that as they are legendary, as in they're really good. So then when it came to the balance patch, it gave them an extra 15 points. That's my theory. Yeah. No, man, it's so cold to do that points nerf. Yeah. Paul is in shambles. I think the guy's genuinely... his entire army's basically been nerfed, right? Because the whole thing with his Screaming Eagles was the Centurions and the Storm Raven, right? Like, I actually don't know what else he's got in it. I mean, I'm sure he must have other stuff. But I actually don't know what else he's got in his collection. Like, I've only ever seen... I know he did the Salamanders thing recently, but that was on TTS. It wasn't even... yeah. It wasn't even on in real life. He has Dark Elder? Really? I've literally never, ever seen him on his Dark Elder. And frankly, pivoting over to Dark Elder right now is not very good. Yeah. He was planning to do a big send-off, but now it's not really going to work. I mean, he can still do the big send-off because of the... they're not gone yet, right? He's got 6 weeks. Yeah, let's go from gigafuck to mega gigafucked. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he might... I mean, I'm sure he's got other... I'm sure he has got other things. But it is a real shame. Because he was the Centurion guy. I bet, do you know what? I bet not only is it really annoying on a personal level because he loved his Centurions, right? But I bet also it's really annoying on a professional level, for lack of a better term, from like a content creator point of view. Because like he was the Centurion guy. Like he got 100,000 subscribers from taking just fucking Centurions. You know, obviously he got them having very, very well edited videos. He does really good content. But also from being like the guy that took 36 Centurions. We went on that journey with him where we built up to like 18, and then he went to 36. Like, and that whole journey basically is what got him up to 100k subscribers, right? And now he like literally can't do that. So he's got to try and find some other thing that defines, that kind of defines his sort of Warhammer journey, as it were. Yeah. Yeah. So he has the stuff, but he is sad about it. He's been open about the professional implications. Though he's been clear he did want to try new things. GW said, hurry up, bucko. Yeah. Paul should see some style treatment. I mean, we do have, style treatment are pretty good as Centurion counts as, Yeah. A lot of people are saying he might get into chaos because he can proxy the assault ones as mutilators and the shooty ones as obliterators. But I don't think you can get anywhere near as many, can you? I think obliterators it's just 2 per squad or something. I'm not sure. Someone will have to correct me on that. But he won't be able to do the full 36 Centurion equivalent, will he? 6 oblits, 9 mutilators maximum? Yeah, it's not the same, is it? Really, really not the same. Not even close to being the same. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, well, Paul is good friends with, or at the very least, well, they are, as far as I'm aware, they've collaborated a few times, but Paul is friends with Christian von Carmian. Christian von Carmian is big into K47. And so maybe we'll see the vampire dude whisper into the bald dude's ear, and maybe we'll see something happen. I can only hope. I can honestly only hope. Yeah. Because you know what would be funny? Like, if he went from spamming Centurions in Warhammer 40k, and he went to spamming them in Conflict 47, just turns up with like just maxed out Italian Centurion squads in an assault platoon. Because they're terrible. They're not terrible. They're definitely more of a vibes choice. They've got their place, but they're more of a vibes choice. But yeah, that would be so cool. Yeah, that would be peak. We can only hope that would happen. I know Polish Wolf left a comment. I left a comment as well. So we can only hope that between that and other people, in being friends when we play Conflict, that it has an effect. But yeah, but we'll see. I reckon he'll probably stick to 40k for the time being, but he might switch. He can always switch to something. I'm sure there's some other mad thing he could do in 40k, right? With Marines. Maybe he becomes the Terminator guy. He just like, can you get 60 Terminators in a standard Marine list? Maybe. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. I do hope that I do hope that more people give Conflict a go because it's such a great game. But I don't know. I don't know where Paul is in his villain arc just yet. All right, what do we got next? Fun Jacob, thank you for super chat. Message in stream discussion. Yeah, I saw this. What the fuck, man? Wait, weren't you having your surgery yesterday? Let's have a look. Wait, can I show this on screen, or are you going to be high off anesthesia saying all sorts of inappropriate things? Let me listen. I'm going to pre-watch it just in case he just goes mental off the off the drugs. It seems okay. The video's fine. All right, I'll trust you guys. If it's bad, I'm going to get really annoyed. Let's have a look. So Fun Jacob had surgery today. It's spinal surgery, I believe. So let's have a look.
And members of my drunk penal legion, I assure you, your drunk penal legion commissar lives.
You're definitely a bit high on the anesthesia.
The resilience of our people, I shall return to the battlefield. Damn be the data slate. Damn be the slugs and the yellow energy scum. This is our guard. This is our game. Soldiers of Morty and Glory community, make ready as we prepare to throw off the shackles of these mismanaging yellow cunts. Surgery went well. I'm 1.25 inches taller, baby. Let's go.
It was a very quiet video. That's brilliant. Yeah, my dude, he just had his Bible. Give a break if he aren't shouting. Yeah, exactly. There we are. That was awesome, man. Well, surgery went well, which is awesome. I'm glad that you that it all went in the right direction and everything. Well done on being 1 inch taller and everything and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there we go. Amazing. They have height increase surgery out, Master Pev, only if your spine is utterly fucked. And then really all it's doing is correcting the mistake, not enhancing your natural physique, as it were. So there you are. All right, time to play in traffic. Fuck's sake. Nah, that's awesome fun, Jake. I'm glad the surgery went well, man. That's incredible. Nice. Snow Beast T, thank you for the super chat. I'm reading Festung Europa. Awesome book. It is a good book. It is a good book. Like just learning about the world of conflict, reading all the cool stories and the operations that have been happening. Yeah, it's nice. It's good. It's good for a bit of world building. Very good. Let's have a look. Donovan Ursus, thank you for super chat. Am I the lunatic? I want an Oops All Rough Rider army. No, you're not the lunatic. The appeal of mass cavalry has the siren song of mass cavalry has called to us all at one point or another. The thing is, very few people actually ever do it because generally speaking, cavalry take a lot longer to paint than people expect. And specifically, Games Workshop Rough Riders are an absolute pain in the blown out sphincter to build and paint. So yeah, most people who do it end up using third-party miniatures, and even then it's a bit of a fucking slog. But yeah, you can do it. 6 of cavalry, baby. Here we go. What do we got next? Lando, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Not gonna lie, it was a little disheartening learning all of this after buying my first sets, Liam Ross Heavy Weapon Squads, only a month ago. I am feeling like I got into the hobby too late. Nah, I know what you mean. So you're not wrong to feel the way that you're feeling. It's just GW is fucking up a lot at the moment. They're fucking up a lot at the moment. And, they're sort of making some good maneuvers, but there's a lot of stuff that it's just like, what the hell are they doing? But I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily that you've got into the hobby too late. I don't think that's necessarily true. I just think that you've come into the hobby in a point of turmoil. Would be a way I would put it. I mean, the only thing that I would say, in terms of coming into the hobby too late, the only part I would say is accurate of that is the pricing thing. Warhammer is so much more expensive now than it used to be. Yeah. But the models, yeah, but you've not got into it too late. It's just a tumultuous time at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. But no, you can never go. Look, at the end of the day, Lando, here's the thing. Basically, the guard community is like a massive cult. So even if the game sucks, we're like, I like the suck. So the best bit about Warhammer these days is the community, and the best community out there is the guard community. Yeah. So and the best bit about playing the guard is that they're your dudes, so you can really customize. No matter how much Games Workshop fucks up, no matter how much turmoil the game itself is in. I was just looking at my guard models earlier today, and I was like, God, the guard is such a cool army. So yeah, there you are. So it depends on how much you want to sort of really immerse yourself in the faction and everything. But I don't think you've got into the hobby too late. I just think there's a lot of turmoil at the moment, which is really, it's definitely overshadowing things, and it's definitely a problem. But hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll get better. I can't promise you it will, but hopefully it will do. And the other thing I would say is this, Lando. Absolute worst case scenario, my man. Absolute worst case scenario. There's a lot more war games out there than Warhammer 40k. Warhammer is just the biggest and well known, but it's not the only one. And so it's very important to sort of keep that in your mind. It's not the Warhammer hobby anymore. We've never been more spoiled for choice for different war games, right? It's not the Warhammer hobby anymore. It's the war gaming hobby. And so even if you end up bouncing off Warhammer 40k, that doesn't mean you go, well, I can't play any war games ever again. There's loads of other ones that you can try out. Everything from things like Gaslands, which is like Mad Max style car battles, to full-blown epic scale ancient Romans, through to things like Bolt Action, which is basically World War II Warhammer, and K47, which is like really weird World War II Warhammer. Yeah, so it really is like you may, and I'm not even saying that's what's definitely going to happen. I'd say 40k will probably be fine in the long run. It's just a bit of turmoil right now, but even if it did all go to shit, you wouldn't get to miss out on wargaming any way, shape, or form. Yeah. All right. Mayo Nation, thank you for super chat. Why not take war gear cost heavy weapon teams? Nobody's taking heavy bolters. It's a great question, Mayo Nation, and all I can hope is that as 11th edition slowly but surely marches on, Games Workshop does decide to include some different war gear costs for things like heavy weapon teams. Yeah, that's my hope. Well, I mean, every single unit should have granular war gear. Every single one. I didn't see that Vintorius, but I'll check it out. Roshi, thank you for super chat. Latest hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh my god, look at this. Latest haul for Warlord has arrived in the mail, including a free German infantry sprue. Wow, holy shit, man. We've got Slammer Samuels, we got the T2 prototype heavy armor. I recognize a light walker platoon when I see it. 2 pond skaters, a guardian, and a jackal. Very nice. Got a linebacker here. Got an eyeball turret. Can't quite see what that one is. Got some kind of Puma. It's a grav Puma. Nice. And got some zombies and stuff. And got some German infantry as well. Looking very tasty, my dude. Looks like a really decent set of American mechs. And very clearly a good start or an enhancement to your Germans with the Puma and the zombies and the German infantry. Excellent stuff, my dude. Excellent stuff indeed. I love it, man. Yeah. And the horsies as well. Amazing. So yeah, Roshi, I love that, bro. I love it. That's a proper hobby haul right there. That's a proper hobby haul. That's the kind of thing that's a treat yourself moment, and a good one at that. Yeah. So we're saying, Morning, do you think the Hydra will go to Legends? I've no idea. I'm not expressing frustration at you. I'm expressing frustration at the whole situation. One of the most annoying things about this whole Legends bollocks is just how much uncertainty it's thrown into the game. I mean, it's been building up for a little while now, but it really seems to have reached boiling point. Nobody can buy any fucking models because they don't know how long they're going to last. It's really, really fucking annoying. Like, never in my worst nightmares would I think that, where, there's a world where they legends the Lehman Russ. And yet, people are terrified of it happening. And do you want to know the most common, genuinely, no word of a lie, do you want to know the most common sentiment that I have seen? Not the only sentiment, but the one that I've seen the most from multiple different people today about the balance update for the Russ? Well, this is clearly GW making them good so they can sell as many as they can before they legend them out the codex. The fact that that's where we're at. The fact that people now, that because Legends become so pervasive and so fucking rife in 40k, that now anytime GW gives like a big points break, the general sentiment is, well, they're probably doing this because they're clearing stock before they Legends the model. It's mad. That's bad. Yeah, everyone in chat, that's what I thought. That's my first thought. Yeah. Customer faith is shaken. That's real damage. It's real damage. Yeah. I mean, think about it. The Vindicator, wasn't it insanely good in 10th and now it's out? It was. Everyone and their mum had 2 to 3 Vindicators because they were fucking great. And the models looked cool. Yeah. The Vindicator was so good. They sold out of 40k ones and then sold out of Horus Heresy ones, even when Horus Heresy crashed and burned. Yeah. So it's, I mean, that's really, but that's really sad. That's really sad because we as wargamers should just be confident in the purchases that we make and the models that we're going to enjoy. And now everyone is second guess anyone who has any experience in this hobby. We're not just talking like hardened veterans. We're not, if you're brand new, to use a bolt action term, the people that are brand new to the game, they're like inexperienced shirkers kind of thing, right? They're the lowest form of veterancy. Anyone who is now basically inexperienced with green, they know what they're in the hobby. They might not be the best player, but they've been around for at least 3 to 6 months. Anyone at that point now is like,
Infantry, sir. Good for you.
I don't know if I should buy anything in case they fuck with it. Yeah. Maybe that's a bit harsh. Maybe regulars. Anyone who's got at least 1 year under their belt is now like worried about any model possibly going to Legends. It's fucking crazy, man. For me, the real damage is legending recent plastic kits like 2 Orc buggies, suppressors, and bunkers, because those are not getting re-released until those classic Marines refreshes. Yeah, exactly. But, the buggies aren't that old. They're a relatively nice looking model. The Hammerfall bunker is only 6 years old. And I said this before, everyone who goes, oh, well, it didn't have very good rules. At any point, GW could have written that good rules. At any point, they could have gone, okay, we need to sell some Hammerfalls. Let's fucking give them some good rules then. Yeah. Mordian, your Tawny guy, do you think Thousand Suns needed a nerf? It seems weird. Any info? I do think Thousand Suns needed a nerf. That's probably not the answer you wanted to hear. But I do think they needed a nerf. But I think it's not their fault that they needed a nerf. I think GW wrote a terrible cover system for 11th and then gave an entire army a way of ignoring. When I say terrible, I mean like it was too powerful and too impactful. And then they gave an entire army sidekick to ignore that. And then the inevitable consequence was going to be, well, now we need to nerf the shit out of them. Yeah. Yeah. So I do think you needed a nerf, but I don't think it's your fault that you guys ended up copping a nerf. Yeah. Those old buggies were younger than the Hammerfall bunker. Were they really? When did the... What was the one that went? The Shock Jump Dragster, wasn't it? Nah, it's 2018, man. Hammerfall Bunker was 2020. So the model was 8 years old. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, it's nothing, man. I mean, it's not even... I mean, I'm telling you guys, kits don't last... GW doesn't want kits lasting longer than 10 years anymore. 6 to 8 years 6 to 10 years is your lifespan of a model now. Do you want to know what's crazy? So what was it? What's the Megatrack Scrapjet, right? Some people won't have been around for the time. One minute. What's it called? Is it the Scrapjet? I've got to find it. Megatrack. Have GW, have they fucking... No. It had a great trailer. And I can't believe I can't find it anymore. I mean, it's not that good that I'm going to spend fucking 6 years on fucking finding it, but... 1 minute. I think I might have found it. Here you go. So GW actually, so this goes to they unlisted it. Holy shit, GW, they unlisted it. That's why I couldn't find it by searching. They're so bad, aren't they? Anyway, people think that GW has always been kind of shitty, and they're not wrong. But they always were equal parts shitty to actually kind of good and creative. And this is one of those times when I thought this was a really, really good trailer. This was a model release trailer that they did 8 years ago.
We've had some hard times. Watching others take the spotlight. Waiting years for our moment. We know what it's like to fly too close to the sun. And we know what it's like to lose our wings. It's time to dust ourselves off and get back behind the wheel. It's time to fall in love again.
Such a good trailer. Such a good trailer. It's such a piss take.
Others won't understand, but we know. When you're an orc, you don't need wings to fly.
Flight reimagined. It's such a good trailer because it just loads of just stock footage. It's completely, it's very self-aware. It's just completely taking the piss out of, you know, bullshit like corpo trailers and everything. And look, and now this is what GW was like 8 years ago. And now look, they've become the very thing that they've taken the piss out of. That's the thing. And I love how everyone in chat was like, what the fuck is this? What are we watching? It's so good. Yeah. It's so good. Like, there's all the stuff. I mean, fuck it, I'm watching it again, man. I don't care. It's only 1 minute long. Now that you know what it is, you can kind of enjoy it a bit more.
We've had some hard times. Watching others take the spotlight. Waiting years for our moment.
It's an official GW trailer,
We
Tom.
know what it's like to fly too close to the sun. And we know what it's like to lose our wings. It's time to dust ourselves off and get back behind the wheel. It's time to fall in love again.
Time to fall in love again. Just the most corpo shit ever. But they knew it was. They were aware. They were self-aware.
Others won't understand, but we know. When you're an orc, you don't need wings to fly.
I just love Flight Reimagined. And now I'll put the link. People say they want the link. I'm surprised they still let this stay out. Dude, they unlisted it. Like, no word of lie. They actually unlisted it. So no, it's not even, and they turned comments off on it. So yeah, like no, I actually had to sort of deep dive to find it. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I'll send you a link to that. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
This is what I mean, like... This is what I'm talking about, boys, right? This is... For all of you that have only been around, and this is not your fault, obviously. I don't think I'm, like, lording it over you or anything. But for those of you that have only been around the last 3 years, you think the way that GW acts now is normal. You think the way that you think the direction of travel they've been going in for the last 3 years is normal. You know, the unrelenting FOMO, the ever increasing and shitification of every product that they ever do. Every box set becoming a worse deal. Every model becoming a worse deal. Every unit being fucking box locked. All this kind of shit. It never, ever, ever used to be like this. We never used to, GW prices were always a moment of grumbling and all that kind of stuff. But they always did stuff that offset it. Right? And there was always, you know, whilst GW were always, you know, a little greedy and, you know, a little price increasey here and there. And whilst the balance of the game was always, you know, because 40k's never been fucking balanced. This is why I say I never get upset about a game being imbalanced. I give a shit about I give a shit about the game being shit, as in the core of the game being shit, like a bad rule set, you know. But I never worry about balance or anything like that, because the game's always been imbalanced. I never worry about prices. You know, I mean, they are taking the piss completely with prices, but I never used to worry about prices, even when they did do increases. Like, it's the last few years have been really, really, really fucking bad. And this is why people like me and other grognards were like, this ain't fucking normal. This isn't just, they're a bit, they're thinking of the one. This is really fucking weird how they're behaving. They've never behaved like this before. They've never been like this before. They've never been so unrelentingly shit and just mean and just bad like before. Like, they've always fucked up. There's always been drama, but it's never just been an unending tide of just fuckiness. And then, and you know, back in the day, like GW, they do things like that, and that wasn't even that uncommon. That's just a cool trailer, but there were other things that they did as well. Yeah, yeah. So they've always been bastards, but at least they had a bit of soul and a bit of something about them. Now they're just bastards. Yeah, yeah. Dash with the Orc Christmas song, "Dashing Through the Snow." Yeah, exactly. It's the middle of ninth. They started acting like this. I mean, it was the last 6 months of ninth, when all the free war games have started. It was Arcs of Omen. It was Arcs of Omen was when the mask first started coming off, and it's just been coming off quicker and quicker until now. The point the mask isn't even in the same room at this point. Vigilance Defiant was the start, but Arcs of Omen was the start of the current era. Yeah. Yeah, Votan, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. But the point is, like, that's the difference. So now you can see it, right? That's the difference. Yeah. All right. Psychic Awakening was the last time I remember consistently enjoying most of what GW did. Totally agree. Venturas, totally agree. Totally agree. Psychic Awakening was great. Wasn't balanced. Fuck no, it wasn't balanced. But it was great. Yeah. Like, do you want to know the moment when it wasn't the only moment, but the moment that I can most clearly remember? And this might surprise some people. Who remembers Warzone Octarius? Remember when they finally did a book resolving the Cryptman Gambit? And everyone was like, oh shit, we're about to find out if this like story thread, which they've been building up since like 3rd edition with like the Battle of Macragge, or 4th edition with like the Battle of Macragge, right? The Cryptman Gambit, we're finally going to see, like they've been saying, they've been saying edition after edition, oh, well, the orcs are turning into, the war is escalating, but whoever emerges will finally be like the big, will finally be like a big threat, like the Imperium would have created a problem that they won't be able to handle. And then they went, okay, the orcs ate all the Tyranids, and yeah, GG. Okay, well, is there a really big threat to the Imperium? Don't worry about it. But what about that gubbin that you made? You had a whole book about the Death Watch going and finding like this anti-Tyranid gubbin, and then what happened with that? Oh, nothing. Yeah, it was such a nothing burger that no one could even really remember who won. Yeah. 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 So it's just one of those where it's like, that was the first time when I got like a proper like Games Workshop like supplement that I've been looking forward to, and then it just had absolutely zero payoff, and I was like, yeah, not buying these. I don't think I bought one since Octarius, you know. Now that I think about it. Yeah. What do we got next? Obelisk, thank you for the super chat. K47 noob law speculation and stream discussion. Let's have a look. So I'm still new to K47 law. From my understanding, the Green Vault has been operating behind the scenes and pulling strings since before even the 20th century. IRL, the Nazis came out of an occultist society, kind of. Maybe the Green Vault in K47 orchestrated the creation of the NSDAP to have them cause a global conflict to bring about the material conditions for the rapid development of technology that would give access to the Rift. That makes sense to me. I mean, I have no idea if it's true, but even if they didn't lead to its creation, when it did come about, once they saw that it was going to be, even if they weren't directly involved in its creation, they might have been part of helping the rise to power them once they served their purpose, discarding them, kind of thing. So yeah, definitely possible for sure. Yeah. Chancellor Prussia, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. I don't see a message attached to the super chat, sir, but thank you for the support. And if there was meant to be a message, then let me know down in regular chat, and we can I can take a look at it. Hexy Gaming, thank you for the 23 months. X-Force, baby. Will I have to rewrite points to Tantalus? No, there's no points limit at Tantalus. There's no you don't submit an army list for Tantalus. It's just turn up on the day, and break your list down into if you're having multiple waves, break the list down roughly into 1,500 points. But yeah, don't worry about it too much. Yeah. Like it's I thought for reforms, yeah, I mean, do it as best as you can. Eyeball it and err on the side of caution. But yeah, like it's fine. It's I mean, I'm not that bothered. I mean, how much realistically has it gone up by, like 100 to 200 points across your army? Like it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. As long as you're obeying the golden rule, don't be a dickhead, don't game the system, it's fine. I'm not that worried. It's not a tournament. You know what I mean? It's okay. So yeah, there you go. If you think you need to take a unit or two out, do so. But don't worry if you don't bother. There you are. I guess thank you for the super chat, man. When does the next wave of K47 pre-orders go up for order? I'm not sure I'm allowed to tell you. What day are we on today? What's the date today? What will the date be in 2 days' time? The 28th? Okay. I was asking those questions for absolutely no reason whatsoever. I've no idea about that, but I think that it might be, but don't hold me to it. I mean, I might have heard something in passing, but I've no idea. Yeah. All right. But I think I think it might be this Friday, but I don't know for sure, to be honest. Macon, thank you for the super chat. I've heard enough. Cut the Lemurs points, then legends it. You were saying before this super chat, aged like fine wine. Yeah. I mean, it's so bad, but people are so paranoid about their minis now. GW has done so much harm with legends. If there's one thing that I would point, if GW ever had a downfall in the next few years, if they ever had a downfall, the number one thing that I would point to more than anything else would be legends. more than the price increase. That would be a huge factor as well. It would be Legends. It's not the fact that they charged too much for the minis, it's that they created too much uncertainty for people to want to buy the minis. Yeah. Yeah. Pika Folk, thank you for the super chat. Are crews on back or need more points drops? They're certainly in a better place. They're certainly, they're certainly in a better place. I don't know if they're back, but they're certainly in a better place. There you are. Aldeus, thank you for super chat. The 28th slog in Brussels continues. Let's have a look. We weren't the only one taking casualties, though. The Axes were putting up a hell of a fight. The new guys in the rifle squads were finding themselves in firefights with all the stuff we did back in December, and they suffered some pretty nasty casualty rates because of it. The nastiest occurred near dusk on the third day of the operation. Those freaky flying giant human bat things swooped down right in our rear off the rooftops into the middle of the rifle squad trailing us. We were told of these Nachtjägers that they were sharper than most of the horrors we'd faced, and it was clear they were. They waited until we were past and dropped right on top of the inexperienced troops in such a way that we couldn't take them out without hitting our own guys. It was a horrific trial by fire to watch, but of the squad that was hit, more than a few of the guys showed that their training wasn't just for show. They only took 6 casualties with 3 dead and drove the Nachtjägers into the air where we could use machine guns to shred them. The sergeant had to pull one of the rookies off of one after he just kept stabbing it repeatedly with his bayonet like a man possessed, after waking up from a nightmare screaming, fighting for his life. I still remember when I was little, my old man would jump a little bit from time to time whenever a loud noise like a car backfiring happened. The worst was when the radiator let out a hiss when it sprung a leak. He scrambled to try to cover his face, his eyes filled with dread. I never seen my father look so afraid in his life. It wasn't until I went to war that I understood truly why. He had to train to fight against poison gas, and so far the Axis hadn't used it, but we weren't confident that would last if the war drug on. Almost all their infantry had gas masks on hand. Also, it was in the back of our minds that it would happen sooner or later, and Sergeant Collins made sure to remind us. Nah. Well, I don't think we've had any... We haven't had any gas in K-47 yet, but could we see rift gas? What if they made a long-range totem core conversion vehicle, like a deviator in June 2000, then about for June, where it launches a canister of the totem core serum, but it's aerosolized, and if it breaks and covers a squad, they become incapacitated, and some of them might become totem core. That would be cool. That would be a cool unit. Warlord, write that one down. And if you're grounded first and possible second, why would they make that? They would make that so that they could to make the totem core harvesting process easier, because the gas would be designed to like incapacitate people, but some, if they got an overdose of the gas, could become totem core because they die and then they basically come back up straight away. There you go. It's all about improving the long-range harvesting process and incapacitating the enemy to make it easier to harvest them. There you are. All right. Kelshin, thank you for the super chat. Don't need no balance patch for hype. In-stream discussion. It's been a good week. Oh my god. Look at that for a hobby haul, people. Woo, baby. We've got a full StarCraft haul. Marines, Terran, Zerg, Protoss. And then we've got a hell of a conflict hobby haul as well. We've got a full American army and a full Axis army. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's a good looking haul, baby. That is a good looking haul. Oh, my God. Incredible. You see, I've been saying this for years, boys. I've been saying this for a while. Wargamers have no issue with spending lots of money. This is why GW has always been able to increase the prices and milk us for more. The problem that Wargamers have is when they feel like they're not getting a fair deal. Why do you think we're so obsessed with balance? Because we want it to be fair. We want the game to be fair. We like the idea of fairness. And when something feels unfair, we don't like it. It was never about the money. It was always about being treated with respect and the idea that when we spent our money, we got a fair deal for what we bought. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. All right. I love that, Kelshin. Donovan Ursus, thanks for super chat. A happy hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. The latest update on my K47 stuff. Hey! So you've been working on your Marines, and now you've been working on your Axis. Hey, there we go. I love the Diakumi method. That's it. Well, I know him as Tom. He's Diakumi online, obviously, but Tom's basing priming method. It's actually really good. I actually might start using this technique. It's such a good technique, isn't it? Yeah. So you got your Totem Corps on there. Got some Grenadiers on there. Got the Panzer IV done. Got the Spinner. Little Spinner. Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool. It's great. The old Axis starter set. Such a good deal. Absolutely banging. All right. What do we got next? I'm looking forward to how you're painting them, man, because I liked what you do with your Marines. Wolfen back. Thank you for the super chat. Got my Invasion America book today. I can't wait to start reading it. I am also here to give you more psychic damage. Well, my brain is so smooth that your psychic attacks will slide right off it. But for Invasion America, dude, it's such a good book. I mean, so I read it. I read the whole thing through, and then I reread it basically the day after. Yeah, I found it so Moorish. I had to read it twice in quick succession. So good. Because I sort of read it the first time and didn't really absorb it all, because I was just like, what next? And then the next time I went through and I took my time with it, and I was like, oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, I noticed a lot more the second time. I enjoyed it a lot the first time, but I noticed a lot more the second time. Yeah. All right. Sammy and the Motorcycle Man, thank you for 29 months. X-Force, baby. Playing Eldar on Saturday using my guard. Hope I win. Well, if there's any one army which is in a worse state than guard, it is the Eldar. So, there you are. Eldar actually got nerfed today. You know, the faction which has been utterly relegated to button pressing and just having the most boring playstyle, they actually got a really heavy nerf. The Eldar players had been actually using their brains, improvising, adapting, and overcoming. And they've been using a bunch of like seer councils and stuff to try and, you know, find some new ways of leveraging their army. And GW went, yeah, you can't do that anymore. And they didn't even points nerf them. They fundamentally changed the core rules about how they work. So you can't even, it's not even a case of, oh, I can just grit my teeth and, you know, points my way through it. Nope, can't. They took it away completely. Eldar got wrecked. I mean, I think you're going to see a lot of people just give up on Eldar for a bit. They're just going to be like, yeah, just even because there's nothing more demoralizing than than the challenge of because the challenge could be quite enjoyable of finding something that works. But if every time you find something that works, it just gets shat on, that's not challenging. That's just infuriating. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit, mate. 1 second, boys. There we go. Oh. There we go. So hopefully, Sammy and the Motorcycle Man, what this means for you is that you'll fucking smash him. Chris K, thank you for the chat. UK 47 goodies and proof of Warlord Wednesday in Discord. I love, guys, can I just say, everyone's showing off their fucking K47 hauls. We've had a lot of people popping off on K47. It's awesome to see it. I'm so fucking happy. I'm so fucking excited about it. Like, I think in the last week or so, it feels like nearly every hobby update has been K47. And we've been talking about 40K. We've been talking about we've been talking about all sorts of other games. But it just feels like there's something in the air. Something's changed, and people are like, you know what? I'm going to give this K47 thing a go. And I'm not just talking it's existing players picking up new models. I'm talking we have had literally dozens of people go, you know what? I'm going to give it a go. It's crazy, yeah. I think it's Tom. This has turned into a K47 community. It hasn't. It's not turned into a K47 community. It's just we cover a lot of different war games now, and K47 is just it's in the ascendancy at the moment. You know, it's in the ascendancy. People just can't get enough of it. Yeah, I think what it is, honestly, people are just looking for something that they're just looking for a hype train to get on. You know, and K47 is one hell of a fucking hype train. Yeah. People are finally leaving their abusive relationship because options are just in their face now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, we definitely have a very, very strong K47 contingent. Don't get me wrong. And we have a lot of people who are very passionate about the game. And I am really passionate about the game as well, right? So I would say the conflict community is definitely the second largest community in the MG channel right now. With obviously we still all have our heart on the guard, right? But I would say conflict has probably taken over Old World now. It was guard and Old World, and now it goes guard, conflict, Old World. But that's mostly just because I haven't been doing as much Old World stuff recently, so that's just natural. But I'm doing more Old World stuff again, so I think we'll see some Old World shit. We'll see the Old World guys resurging as well. Yeah. But it's just awesome. Yeah, and I just want to say I love it. I love to see it. I love seeing all of you jumping on the conflict. I love seeing all of you. Do you know what it is? I just like seeing you guys happy. You guys opening your boxes, showing you models off, getting to grips with, you know, kits you've never interacted with before. I'm not just mean like individual kits, I mean like the way Warlord does that kits. People being like, holy shit, like this bit just goes with this. It's so easy to build. I just love seeing wargamers happy. I know it sounds wanky. I know. Like, I just want to see you guys happy, but it's true. I just like seeing people happy. I've always said I'm not actually a negative person. I don't actually like doing the beef content as much. You know, the beef content is fun, but my favorite kind of content is just tactics content and positivity. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So yeah, it's just great to see so many people jumping on it, and the main reason it's great to see people jumping on it is because it's bringing them happiness. But, you know, it's the same with, like, when I see people jump on, like, StarCraft or something. Right? It's just people getting into any kind of game that brings them happiness. And here's the other thing. If I see someone jump into 40K for the first time, and they're like, I absolutely love this. Have you ever seen... Ask yourself this. Have you ever seen some new guy go, hey, look, boy, I just built my first guard models. Really enjoying it. What do you think? Have you ever seen me go, 40K shit at the moment. What are you doing? Never do it, never will. And that's not because I'm a GW war washer. It's because I just like seeing wargamers happy. And if that's bringing joy to someone, I ain't going to yuck their yum. A, I have no inclination to. I don't want to. And B, it wouldn't be the right thing to do anyway. Yeah. Right. Anyway, apparently this is proof that Wednesday is a ritual. What the fuck is this?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Jump. I'm not suggesting anymore. Jump. Do you know what that actually reminds me of? When was this? That was 8 years ago. Fucking hell. This is the best one. This is the best one. 1 minute. I love this video so much. I actually like that frog video. I was only taking the piss. Just not 1 minute. That's it. Right. This is the best one. This kind of like this is one of my favorite videos on the internet. I just think it's so fucking good. And that I don't know why, but that I guess because it said because Wednesday's a cult, right? Warlord Wednesday is a cult. You want to see a cult? I'll show you the best cult video on the internet. I love it. The K47, the K47 MG community, when they're trying to make Mordian talk about K47 on a 40k balance patch day. There you are. All right. What do we got next? Yeah, there you go. There we go. All right, what do we got next? Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support as well. Johnny Johnson, thank you for the super chat. I really think this balance update is garbage. Yes, but there are some crumbs of hype in there. That's why the title says the balance update is here and it's never been done. The guard got a buff, kinda. Right. So yeah, no, it is, and there's a lot of people really phenomenally fucked off about it, and yeah, and this balance patch solved very little in terms of problems with the meta, and it's going to be weeks of just the same shit, different day. Yeah, it's a bad one, but there's a couple of crumbs of hype for the guard specifically, which I want to talk about. So yeah, there we are. There we go. Now, give me a second here. Okay, cool. So, what have we got next? We've got a few more super chats. We're nearly done though on the super chats, not on the stream. What do we got next? Tonk, thank you for the 32 months. X-Force, baby. Right, Outro Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. What you been working on? What you been working on? Here we are. It's taken a bit, but I finally got a table set up. Now I need to find some friends to play at mine and the bikes to move out the way. Hey, you can put the bikes somewhere else. Yes. Yes. Banzai. 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 Look at that, boys. Now that's a proper fucking Japanese army right there. Holy shit, man. It's a cool looking board as well. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. You've got all the infantry, power armor, mechs. You got sharp knives, you got sticks, you got electronic ball breakers. Very cool. Very, very cool, man. I love it. Wait, we've got a couple more pictures here. Nice. I didn't even see all the tanks before. Wait, the tanks new? I don't think the tanks were on there before. Oh, beautiful. Got little tankettes. Got some ho-ros and shit. And then loads of fucking... loads of Chihas. Cool. Nice. Very nice. I love to see it. I love to see it. All right, what do we got next? We got Kazakin. Thank you for the super chat. Late to the party. Highlights on the update for the guard. Russes got cheaper if you take the shitty weapons. Guard infantry got slightly cheaper. And that's basically it. But overall, we got a little points buff. Like, one of my guard armies tend to have gone... My more balanced guard armies have gone down by about 80 to 100 points, which is nice. Is nice. To be sure. But it's probably not enough, but it's a step in the direction of making the guard, not the Astra Millie Wankdom. There you are. Oh, heavy weapons went up and recon went up, but I mean, that shit was nerfed before it even came out, right? So yeah. Yeah, so we got some points cuts that make the guard feel like the guard, but all of our best shit got nerfed essentially. But no one was running the best shit anyway because no one could be bothered building 18 heavy weapon teams. All right. Apart from Nemo, obviously. Zadron, thank you for the super chat. My squats list went down 100 points, but the order die still calls to me. Yes. See, do you know why? Because Bolt Action and Conflict 47 are just really fun fucking games. That's why. Points changes and stuff aren't going to change the fact that, Conflict and Bolt Action are just good games. And this is what I've been saying, boys. I keep saying this, right? And I want to hammer it into every one of you motherfuckers that gives a shit about this. Conflict 47, Bolt Action are not fuck you GW games. They're not fuck you Warhammer games. You might discover them because you're annoyed at some GW chicanery, but they're not good because GW's fucking up. They're just really strong, fun games, which have been around, especially Bolt Action, for a long time, which are well established, which are well supported by a company, which is fucking doing really, really well and is having a great time. Like, they're just really good games. So this is what I've been saying for literal years. All the grognards, for how long have I been saying you need to have your palette cleansers? When you get fucked off with 40k, don't crash out. Just go and play a bit of Bolt Action and then come back. I've been saying that probably for 6 or 7 years at this point. I've been doing it for a long time on this channel, right? It's really important to have your palette cleansers. When people say, how can you still deal with GW shit? It's like, because if I find myself getting aggravated by them, I just go and enjoy a little Bolt Action palette cleanser, little Old World palette cleanser, little K47 palette cleanser, and I go, you know what? These are just fun games. And then I go back to playing 40k again. Yeah. But they're just good games. They're not good because 40k is bad or GW is bad. They're good because they're good. They stand on their own 2 feet. Yeah. So that's why, Zadron, even though, you know, you might get a buff in 40k, which is great. Hooray! You know, that's positive, right? That's why you still will find yourself getting drawn back to these other games because they're fun. It's not like you didn't enjoy them. You really enjoyed them. Yeah. Southern Bear, thank you for the super chat. I love how they up Centurions, but only for Space Marines, not the rest of the unique chapter factions. This feels targeted literally at Paul. I mean, if I was, maybe it is targeted, but maybe not on purpose. If I was an AI that had been trained on 40k content and read it, the only time that I would ever hear about anybody using Centurions would be Paul spamming the shit out of them in specifically normal Space Marines. So then I would conclude, if I was an AI, that that means that they must be really good, so they need to go up by 15 points. If I was an AI. But GW doesn't use AI for their models. Yeah. Yeah. I don't actually know, by the way. But it's my latest tinfoil hat theory is that GW is using the shit out of AI. Or people, if not, I'm not saying that it's a thing that's endorsed by Games Workshop, but there are employees at that company that are maybe using it to phone their jobs in. Yeah. Lavon, thank you for the super chat. GW went public company in the 90s. Once they did so, they became profit orientated, and that sounds like when they started crapping on the players. Not immediately, but that's definitely, yeah. So the moment they went public is when the fuckiness began. But the fuckiness has reached hitherto unseen heights in the last 3 years. But what I've said is Games Workshop, they tried to speed run the Corpo shit back in 6th and 7th edition. And they went too fast. And what we're seeing again in 11th edition, 10th, 11th edition, is them again going too fast with this. Like, they can probably boil the frog, but they keep occasions blasting the heat up to max. And that's what's fucking them. Yeah. All right. Mr. Dr. Bacon Strips. I love that username. Thank you for the super chat, man. In celebration of the new guard points, I just bought my first box of K-47 in the new Ghost of Solitude. Any recommendations on what to pick up next? Ask me again on Friday. Because there might be, I don't know, but there might be something coming. All right. If there's not, let me give you some, let me point you in the direction of a couple of things. All right. Because there very well may not be, but there might be. All right. But if there's nothing new on Friday, then a couple of things I can recommend. Okay, so all right. Pardon me. Okay, so one of the things that I would recommend potentially getting is an Inigo Medium Walker. The reason why I recommend it is because one of the if you want to run the Ghost Platoon, which is like the special platoon for the Ghost Warriors, you need an Onryo. I know this is an Inigo, two very similarly sounding mechs, I know. But the Onryo isn't out yet. The rules are out, but the production of the model has unfortunately been delayed. It won't be on pre-order till November, and it won't be out till the end of the year. So what Warlord Games have said is, if you want to like basically proxy or counts as another mech as an Onryo until it comes out, that's totally fine. Now, the one I would recommend for that is the Inigo, is because A, it's a very, very good mech on its own merits. So even when you inevitably get an Onryo 2 when the proper model comes out, you'll still want this one in your army because it's actually very capable and very good. The only issue with the Indigo is it is a resin and metal model, so you might not be that interested in it, but it's very good. I mean, to give you an idea of what this would probably get you close to a 1,500 point army, because my 1,500 point army it's 20 of the rifle Ghost Warriors, 10 of the melee Ghost Warriors, a Ghost Warrior commander with a friend, so that's 32 Ghost Warrior models in total. The special character, Kamuru Tadaki, and an Inigo. On an Onryo, sorry. Now, you've already got the Ghost platoon with all of, you've got 25 guys there and you've got the special character. So the only thing you would need if you wanted to build up to that army, which you'll be able to see in action in a battle report this weekend, by the way, is one box of Ghost Warriors and this. Okay? So that's like one way you could do it. And that's a good army, by the way. It's been doing very well. So that's one step. Now, if you're looking for a good deal, a little bit of a bundle, we do have this one. Now, I know it's a bit of a jump up. Now we're looking at about 120 quid, just over the price of a combat patrol. This one comes with an Inigo. It also comes with another mech. And then it comes with 10 of the power armored guys, an officer, and a power armored rocket team. Okay. Now, this would definitely get you well above 1,500 points for your first full army. So that's excellent. Again, though, be aware that all of the models in here are metal and resin. So that might not be something that you're interested in, which is, again, very understandable. Very, very normal. A lot of people just want to work with plastic models, and that's all right. This bundle basically means you're getting this mech free, and you're getting everything else. Now, if you don't like the sound of any of this so far, then, and because of it being in metal and resin, then I would probably recommend, if the budget allows, the For the Emperor Japanese starter armies. This is £104. And this is a full 1,250 point army for bolt action. And everything in this army can be ported over into K47. So in it, how like in 40k you can't use Horus Heresy stuff. Well, in K47 you can use everything for bot action. So this would get you a full army for bot action, and it would get you a massive injection of forces for K47 as well. So that's another area you could go. But remember, these are all things that I am suggesting pending what might be some pretty tasty pre-orders that will be coming on Friday. But bear in mind that the pre-order window for Warlord is 3 months. So it'll be potentially up for pre-order on Friday, but it wouldn't arrive for 3 months. So bearing that in mind, you might want to work on your Ghost Platoon now. And if you like, and I bet it'll probably go together pretty quickly. It'll probably paint up pretty nicely. And you might have still a bit of time left over before your whatever pre-order you get might come in. So you might want to get one of those bundles in the meantime. Yeah. So I've thrown a lot at you. If all of this seems like a bit much, like it's like 100 quid bundles and stuff like that, I can recommend some other bits. Like, so for example, just even if you just went for like the even if you just went for like just another box of Ghost Warriors, that wouldn't be a bad shout, right? Or you went for like just a box of basic Japanese infantry from Bolt Action. You've got loads of direction you could go in. I've thrown some things at you, but it really comes down to what are you interested in? What direction are you interested in taking the army? Yeah. But I hope that helps. I hope that gives you some things to think about, Mr. Bacon Strips.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Meticulous Chaos, thank you for the super chat, man. Starting Oldhammer, trying to build Imperial Guard, Blood Angels, and Chaos Space Marines. Found a great deal on out of production Cadians on eBay and an exact copy STL of OG Cadians. What is an ideal amount of Russ and Chimeras for 4th edition? Well, you can only take 3 Russes in a standard army because you only have 3 heavy support slots. So you've got a choice of obviously battle tank or demolishers. I think you can use pretty much any of the Lehman Russes that we have today, apart from the plasma one. That's the only one that's missing. As for chimeras, you can take a regimental doctrine in 4th edition, like a special rule that allows you to take a chimera for everyone. Otherwise, you can't do that. But it's like chimera, dedicated transports are kind of limited to like specialized squads unless you go mechanized as one of your regiment traits. So, but not getting bogged down in the details, I think. 3 Lehman Russes and I think 3 Lehman Russes and 5 Chimeras is a good shout. Yeah, I can show you something actually. Let me show you something.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal, every paycheck a fortune, every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
There we go. Here you go. So here is Simon's army list from our 4th edition game. He had a company command squad in a Chimera, a platoon command squad in a Chimera, 2 squads of guardsmen in Chimeras, and 1 armored fist squad in a Chimera. So that was his HQ and 2 troop choices. And then he took a squad of 20 conscripts. And then he took a Hellhound, a Basilisk, and 2 Lehman Russes. There you go. And I'll link that battle report down if you want to see the detail of what was in his list. All right. There you are. What in, my boy? Thank you for the super chat. Tempus advenit. Deus vult. Deus vult. I'm guessing the martyrdom is going well. Thank you very much for the generous support with him, and I'm really looking forward to a bit of martyrdom. Dak is here as well. Hey, look at me. I am the Valrak now. There you are. I love it, boys. I'm looking forward to seeing some martyrdom updates, and I'm very much looking forward to getting into the game, boys. So yeah, can't wait. All right. We've got James W. Thank you for the super chat. Mordian, my K47 update and stream discussion. You, sir, are legend. Let's have a look. All because of you, Morning Glory. I started K47 by myself, recruiting a friend. We then did a demo game, which I showed you our local tournament with the Stirriser. Due to your encouragement, I have been doing demo days at my local club, with more people joining or becoming conflict curious. Due to my work, my club invited me to join the committee. Then they asked me to do a full tournament this year, making it the most southern K47 tournament on Earth. Probably. I managed to get Warlord Games to sponsor with a haul of free models provided. Taking your advice, I'm keeping the game simple this year. I'm only 3 years into War Games and loving it. I will keep you updated. The Rift rises. Wow! Bro, that's amazing, man! Holy shit! See? Just need games. If you have some good ambassadors for the game, if you have some, this is not saying that C to you, James, obviously you know this, but if you have some good ambassador for the game, all it takes is someone to just take the plunge and for them to be enthusiastic, and that just comes across and everybody loves it and it's great. Yeah. It's great, man. I love it. I really hope that you have tons of fun. I hope it goes really fucking well, and I hope loads of people enjoy the conflict, man. That's awesome. You have absolutely stepped up. You've gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, and you've been an absolute fucking hero. There we are. All right. Oh my god, there's more super chats coming in. I realised there's a trailer by Woodimp here for Martyrdom, so I think that's probably what he was showing off before as well. So let's have a look. Let me have a look here. Okay, boys, I'm ready for the hype.
The Crusaders march on the great city of Antioch. To take such a fortress city will exact a fearsome toll in blood and lives. But this is a price the Crusaders are only too willing to pay. For only by such martyrdom is the road to the kingdom of heaven revealed. The very best and worst of mankind's nature is revealed in this bloody conflict.
They look great!
A thirst for war that has echoed down through the centuries and likely always will.
Cool. So cool, man. So, look at the box, man. Look at the box. Looks great, man. Holy shit, boys. Deus Vult. Deus Vult. An army that fights under the banner of Jesus' cross cannot be beaten in battle. To say otherwise is blasphemy. There must be war. Deus Vult. God wills it. There you are. Oh my god. So cool, man. So fucking cool. I take it we collect the Celtics head. Bro, I'll be collecting all of them, man. I'm probably going to be... See, because the thing is, obviously there's that, like, you know, Deus Vult being the Crusaders and everything. But if you collect the Seljuks, even if... Okay, technically it's this isn't correct because this is the, like, second Crusade. But, fuck it. I'm channeling Saladin. My Lord Saladin comes. And, you know... If you win a game, you can be like, what is Jerusalem worth? Nothing. Everything. I don't care if it's the wrong crusade. I will go full Saladin if I get the Seljuks. But I'm probably Byzantines first. You know? Just because I think the Byzantines get overlooked a lot, and I think they're really cool. So, yeah. There you are. There you are. All right. Yeah. There you go. Spaghettos, I don't care. I'm just having a bit of fun with it. I'm not going to get bogged down in the details in any way, shape, or form, you know? So, I'm not even going to worry about it even slightly. All right. Rome never fell. Rome never fell. Rome is eternal. There you are. There you are. There you go. So there you go. That's it. I probably would go. I'll probably end up with a bit of everyone, but I definitely am looking forward to the Crusaders, and I'm looking forward to the Byzantines, and I'm looking forward to the People's Crusade. Peter the Hermit. There you are. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, if there's a Horde army, I'm in. I am in. There you go. So I'm very much looking forward to it, one way or another. Very excited. We got some close-ups of the models here. Wow, they look really good. I mean, they look proper. Not that I ever had any doubt, boys, but. For your first ever war game, holy shit. Like, a lot of people produce a lot less good quality models than that on their first go. Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at the deets, boys. Holy shit, man. Those crossbows are actually sick. Yeah. I love the infantry, though. Fucking kite shields and fucking helmets, man. God. That is pretty Gucci. That is pretty fucking cool. Yeah, look at the banner. Holy shit, man. Is that an embossed banner? Does it come like that? If so, actually perfect. Peter the Hermit, my boy. There he is. That's my boy. There you go. There he is. Oh, so cool, man. Yeah, the Crusader infantry look great. See, I know that the Crusaders were more famous for their cavalry, but you obviously I'm an infantry guy, and you've given me the ability to take fucking kite shields, so obviously I'm going to be taking that, right? Like it's not. What are we even talking about here? It's not up for debate. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
You heard me. I said Cree.
I love all the designs on the shields, man. So good. Yes, big fucking mustache, man. That's what it's all about. Yeah. Cool. Crusader Levy Spearmen. Are these different? No, they're Crusader Sergeants. And you can tell because they've got armor. Yes. Cool. Looks great, man. Looks great. I was thinking, oh yeah, Crusader Forces. Crusader Forces. Crusader Forces. Crusader Sergeants. Yeah, yeah. I was just looking to see if there's any. I'm trying to I'm excited. I want all the detail. I'm teasing all the detail out. Yeah. Cool, man. Looks good. It looks very good, boys. It looks very, very good. Every day in the People's Crusade, like a day on the farm. There you go. Exactly. Exactly, John Doe. Exactly. As of Ninja, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, birthday poetry discussion with some old world. Let's have a look. There you go. Hey, Mordian, it's my birthday. Hey! Happy birthday, man. Getting back into wargaming as a hobby. Been getting set up on a couple of K-47 bot action forces, but figured I'd share my dad's old Empire troops from back before I was born. Feel old? I mean, these are even before my time, I think. So, yeah. Please feel free to share images, lol. Been working with some guys at my LGS to get a battle march and ideally an old world league set up and running. Then hopefully I can try and get a group somewhat consistent for bot action K47 going. Most players in the 40k sphere, but I'm hoping to make some converts to the first Rift War. Thanks for keeping me company while I'm at work and across the pond. I hope everyone has a fabulous week. Dude, these models are so cool. And no, they're not before my time. I'm old enough to have seen these models when they first came out. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? These are the best old world models. These aren't old, right? I mean, that one is before my time. That's very cool. I've never fucking seen that model before, man. Yeah, I've got a few of those. Oh my god, he's got the best spearman in the world. I'm actually so jealous. I'm actually so goddamn jealous. I fucking love those spearmen. The lion shields, they're so good. Oh my god, he's got the old handgunners and everything. Oh my god. Actually peak. Happy birthday, I fucking hate you. No, they're great, man. I need to get myself some of those spears at some point. I think I've got an STL for them so I can 3D print some. But it's nothing like having the old plastics, you know. Yeah. But no, that's awesome, Airsoft Ninja. I love it. Right, Master! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Chaos! Thank you for the super chat. K47 is slowly appealing to me. Yes, one of us. One of us. The brainwashing is working, guys. Keep it up. It'll convert without even realizing it. But I haven't finished my first 40k army, especially the German power armor / X projectors. What can they be compared to? I mean, power armor is obviously power armor. So the Schwertruppen, which are the smaller ones, they are like tactical marines. Too soon. And the Stahltruppen, the bigger ones, they're like Terminators. They get basically twin assault rifles, definitely not Stormbolters, and they get underarm machine guns, definitely not assault cannons, and they get like light anti-tank guns. There is an equivalent of a light anti-tank gun, I suppose. So yeah. As for the projector guns, the Schwervel projectors, I kind of compare them to plasma. It's not that it's like, to be honest, it's kind of like grav cannons in 40k, but in terms of the way I sort of translate it, my brain is like a guard player. Autocannons, I like autocannons. Anti-tank guns, I like Vanquisher cannons and stuff like that. It's like a plasma cannon. Yeah, in terms of getting your head around it, it's like a you know, it's got really good pen, and it's really it's like overcharged plasma, and you can overcharge it and stuff. So yeah, it's best way of thinking about it is like an executioner plasma Russ kind of thing. Really, you know, got really good damage output, but it might rattle itself apart a little bit. So yeah, there you go, Chaos. It's not a great. I'm more comparing its sort of vibe, from, you know, translating the vibe of, you know, from 40k to K47 as it were. In terms of how it works in game, it basically creates a bubble of ultra dense gravity and then pulls everything together. So if you've got like a squad of infantry moving forward and you get hit by an X projector, basically you all get crushed into a big meat cube. So it's not like plasma in terms of like it's how it works in game, but in terms of it being a bit high tech, the fact you can overcharge it and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of like the equivalent of like a Lehman Russ executioner. Do they vary between different tanks? Yeah, basically you've got a heavy version and a light version. So the heavy version, you find it on the Panther, you find it on the Panzer IV, and you find it on the Puma. And the light version you find on the Vogel Spinner, which is the little spider mech. But they don't vary. But if you use one on a Panther, it's the same gun on the Panzer and the same gun on the Puma. So once you've learned how to use it once, it's just about working out which platform you like it on. So the Puma is lightly armored, but it's fast. So it's a bit more nippy. You can get it, you know, it's like a Hellhound kind of thing. Imagine a Hellhound having a plasma cannon kind of thing, right? That's kind of cool. Well, imagine a Hippogriff having a plasma cannon is probably a better way of looking at it. And then the Panzer's obviously the middle ground, right? That's your medium tank. You know, it's reasonably fast. It's reasonably, you know, it's somewhat durable. You know, it's right in the middle, Goldilocks zone kind of shit. And then the Panther is obviously a heavier tank, so it's more expensive, but it's tougher to kill. So it's the same gun. You just kind of decide what platform you want it on. Do you want it on a expensive hard as nails Panther, or do you want it on a cheap and nippy Puma? Yeah, there you go. But it's the same gun, so you don't have to learn. It's not like in 40k where, you know, that autocannon is different to that autocannon, which is different to that autocannon, which is that, which, you know, it's just like, fucking, I've got to learn 4 different fucking autocannons. It's not like that. It's like, I know it's the same gun, it's just being put on a different vehicle. Yeah, so it makes it easier to learn. Yeah. And they do feel, even though it's the same gun and it's easy to learn, because each platform works very differently in terms of what it's bringing to your army, it makes a massive difference which platform you put it on. Like, people love putting it on the Puma, but the Pumas aren't that hard to kill. Yeah. So yeah, it does make it's more deep than you think. This is why I keep saying about K47. It's easy to learn, but it's a pleasure to master. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Someone exploded. I fixed them. What did I miss? We've mostly just been wanking off K47 pretty aggressively, whilst the community does everything they can to delay me talking about the balance update. That's basically mostly it, Cosmic. So nothing major so far. All right, Ride Master, thank you for the super chat. I haven't played one game of 11th or what anything from Armageddon or 11th. I have just been enjoying building and modeling. GW can't take my sizable backlog, pile of shame from me. Too much 7th. I agree, man. You know what? You know what, bro? I think that's a very, very healthy attitude.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
I think it's a very healthy attitude. I think if the game doesn't appeal to you, then you don't need to crash out about it. You don't need to get upset about it. You can just go, you know what? GW has no power over me. I really fucking love building and modeling and hobbying and all that great shit. So you know what? That's what I'm going to focus on. That's what I'm going to do. And you know what? I'll check in on the game every so often. If it still looks like a bag of shit, then I'll keep enjoying what I'm doing. And if it starts looking good again, then guess what? I'll be in a better position than I ever have been because I have all of these great models done. Amazing. So yeah, very healthy attitude, Ridemaster, and I fully support it. I think it's a good idea. I, on the other hand, have a very unhealthy attitude, and I'm like, let me get down into the mud. Let me get down into the beef and wallow in our filth. Have a good old fucking wallow. Old Scratch Johnson, thank you for super chat. Hey, if your YouTube account is old enough, pre-Google era, would have been changed to an account type eligible for gifts. Matt explained Jacob last night. No, Old Scratch Johnson, he's got gifts. He's got them on. It's just the channel has grown. And that is thanks to all of you guys that joined. That's thanks to all of you guys that watch the videos. Join the live streams, watch all the videos. Thanks to all you guys that support. The channel's been really growing, and we've been going from strength to strength. And the fact that we have regularly like 300 or 400 people in the stream is amazing. And basically, every single person that joins the stream is eligible to get a gifted membership, even if they only join once. So when we've had like people, earlier this week, we had 1,000 people join one of the streams because it was a big, it's the whole fucking firstborn getting blown up, wasn't it? So it's just a case of the fact that, you know what, we've grown. It's a bittersweet moment that we haven't had a successful manhunt last night, but because we obviously always want that payoff, don't we? And we do our best to try and make sure everyone does walk away somewhat satisfied. But it's a sweet moment because it just goes to show like how far the channel's come and how awesome all you guys are. So yeah. Honestly, it's a good problem to have. But yeah, thank you to you, and thank you to everyone who's genuinely, thank you to every single one of you guys. I often have to find myself pinching myself because 4.5 years ago I was streaming to 20 people. And now I'm streaming to 350, and it's just like, whoa, that's a pretty big increase. Yeah. But it's only an increase because people keep joining and they keep supporting, right? I've only had the opportunity to grow the channel this much because people have, helped a lot with things like the mad manhunts and stuff like that. Yeah. So no, I'm very, very fucking grateful to this community. Very fucking grateful. Karl, thank you for the super chat. What do you think about GW's tournament conducting 3 matches of 100 players in one day would be normalized? I entered GW's Japan one as guard, lost, and the final match fought guard, winner was orcs. Doing one day, so it's basically a 1 day RTT. It's 1 day 3 rounds. That's relatively normal. Doing it with 100 players, normally RTTs tend to be smaller affairs. They tend to be, 20 players, 24 players, and typical size of a local RTT. But there's nothing stopping them from being bigger than that. Most people would say, though, that once you get to a certain size event, you should go to a GT, a 2-day event. And the reason being is once you have enough players, 3 rounds isn't enough to really get to the bottom or get to the top of who has actually won the event. Because you might have 3 people who are you might have 3 people who have all won all 3 of their games, and none of them pair into each other for the final. Right? So yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's fine. It's cool having a big fuck off RTT, but if to really get to the bottom of who's the best at the tournament, who's the winner, it should have probably been 5 rounds. But it's fuck it. People coming together, having games and having fun. That's the main thing. Yeah. And hey, you entered as guard, so you may not have won the event, but really you did, because guard is the best. Hex and Violence, thank you for the super chat. Replacement 3rd and 4th in rule books, and new to me 3rd and 4th Orc codexes, plus Assault on Black Reach on the way. Hey! Midhammer all the way, Imperial Guard codexes already in transit. Yes! I love it, man. You will not regret it. Midhammer is amazing. It's so much fun. If you can get some guys to play it and you can get like a little Midhammer group together, it's peak. It's absolutely fucking peak. Yeah, it's great. I love it, man. I think 11th edition we will see a big resurgence in Midhammer. I think we will do. I don't think it'll become the main way to play, but I think you'll see lots of little individual Midhammer tribes and groups sort of like pop up, and that's cool. I think the global community will be the live game, but I think you'll see enough people where it's not uncommon to see Midhammer talked about on a semi-regular basis. Yeah, we're almost there already, frankly. Evan Rogers, thank you for super chat. Mordian, I think Tactical Squad is the hardest blow, setting support. I mean, I can't believe they got rid of it. They didn't even give it Legends rules. I mean, why wouldn't you just make a Primaris Tactical Squad? I just don't get it. Why wouldn't you just make a squad that allows you to take 10 start off with 10 intercessors and allow them to take, and what you got, Hellblasters and Desolators? Allow them to take a Hellblaster and allow them to take a Hellblaster or an Infernus Marine and a Desolator. Right? And you don't even need to sell it as a box, because that would encourage people, to buy literally like 4 boxes of Marines. Get an Intercessor box, get a Desolator box, get an Infernus box, and get a Hellblaster box. You're not even asking them to do any more tooling or anything. Just here's the data sheet. Here's how this is how we recommend you build it. Go nuts. And then you could literally, you're making people buy 4 fucking boxes. At least. You can even make it little 5-man squads if you want. Oh, and have give the sergeant the ability to take, you make them buy 5 boxes. Give the sergeant the ability to take the sergeant gear or a heavy bolt pistol and a chainsword. Right? So you can sell them a bunch of intercessors as well, assault intercessors as well. They don't even just release a data sheet and encourage people to buy 4 or 5 fucking boxes, mix and match their units. And here's the thing: it's not even like an OP unit, is it? It's not even overpowered. It's just not fucking with people. It's just something. Give us something, Games Workshop. Give us a reason to not be angry. Do something to show that you care about our opinions. Even if you don't, the least you can do is fucking pretend. It's crazy, man. Yeah. It's crazy. I don't get it. Nostalgic saying marketing vetoed that. When we mean marketing, do we mean our mutual acquaintance? Because if he is responsible, then I don't know if I've got enough piss jugs. God, he really is. He really is single-handedly ruining that company. He's the reason for the gym going away. It's not Phil Kelly. You guys don't know him. He's single. He's single. Look, we like to take the piss out of Phil Kelly, but I'm not gonna lay blame down at the feet of a man who it's not his fault. Yeah. Single-handedly causing so much damage. Yeah. I can't tell you guys. I like my channel. I like this job. I'm sorry. It'll come out. The truth will out. The day that we get, if we ever get to the point where I can, the day that I'm able to retire is the day that I'll tell you, if it hasn't already come out by then. All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those where, look, the truth will out, boys, one day. The truth will out. It'll come out one day. Every single day, more people. Every single day, more people learn the truth, and eventually, it'll boil out. Yeah, eventually, it'll boil out. Anyway, what do we got next? Evan Rogers, thank you for the super chat, man. I do have a question. Do you think GW will pull the trigger on Fem Marines? That's bait. The Custodes blowback has them hiding head options on the new Custodes models. See, at the risk of Nalup going absolutely bonkers again and making a video about me, I don't know is the answer. I think the answer is no. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it'll happen. I think female custodians was as far as they'll take it. Yeah. I don't think it'll happen. I think there was probably definitely plans or discussions happening about it at some point with certain factions within Side Games Workshop, but I think they overplayed their hand with female custodians, and now they're somewhat having to they don't have the power they once did, I don't think. I don't think they have the power they once did. So yeah, no, I don't think so. I think all of that stuff, I think so much of it I reckon there's going to be a significant portion of modern Warhammer history that we will look back on and just go, wow, that was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Yeah, so I don't think it'll happen. No. I think I think the wind has changed direction. Yeah. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Check stream discussion for something cool and K47. Let's have a look. Day one of building the starter set. 3 Style Troopers and 6 Fireflies, a Spinner, some terrain, and 4-shot wolf and done. First time working with metal. Not great, not terrible, perfectly workable. It's not that bad, is it? People really, really worry about metal and resin, but it's really not that bad. It's just got a bad reputation because of Games Workshop. And that's true. Because of Forge World, basically. I'll probably build the second drop of models tomorrow. I know you saw me talk about it a lot, but I'm just happy with my decision to say fuck you to GW. I have to say, it's interesting how different it feels from Games Workshop due to some lack of quality of life stuff, but I can power through it because I'd rather stuff a full box of Nat Jaegers up my ass than deal with the shitheads in the place of 2 in despair. I think my next pickup will probably be either a Wesp, a SD KFZ 7/1 with flak veering, or Panzer IV on legs, because it isn't a single place in Poland that sells the Funny Panther with the boomstick. And while I love our new Overlords, it's a bit expensive to get one from Warlord. I mean, that's the thing, right? You can get models from Warlord, or you can find them from other retailers. I mean, there's loads of people that sell fucking World War II miniatures at the end of the day. So yeah, look, it's one of those things. You know, you support the company as much as you can, but at the end of the day, you don't have blind obedience. You got to look after number one first. That's the way I've always done it. You know, I buy a lot of Warlord stuff, but, you know, I don't buy a lot of it from Warlord directly. I get a lot of it from secondhand. I get a lot of it from... To be fair, I used to be able to get really good deals on eBay. When Conflict 47 was first coming up, there was loads of shit sat on eBay that you could just pick up for next to nothing. And that, like, I got a fucking grizzly for like 15 quid. Amazing. Now, no, it's none of that shit. It all gets fucking hoovered up in a everyone's fighting over it now, which is, again, a good sign, a good problem to have. But now I get a lot of my stuff from, what I do is I get a lot of my stuff from like third-party retailers, and if I can't get it from a third-party retailer, what I'll do is I get it from like a Warlord tournament day, because either HQ or the Wigan store, when they run a tournament day, they do 10% off. So that's where I get some of the more niche stuff that like Wayland and shit don't stock. And that's me being a savvy consumer. That is me being a savvy consumer. And this is why I fully support people who use like the 3D printed torsos to get more Style Trooper out of a box. So for every sprue of Style Trooper, you could build 3 officially, but if you 3D print 2 torsos, you can get 5. You can get another 2 out of the box, right? And that's just called making your kit go further. Right? It's literally just, you're just being a savvy consumer. It's just like kit bashing. It's just bits. You've still supported the company. You've still put your money where your mouth is. You're still supporting the game. You're not wildly 3D printing absolutely everything. At that point, at that point you are actually the problem, because, a good game comes along and you don't give it the support it deserves. That's not good, right? But there's nothing wrong with, supporting the company, but also supporting yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. Also, check this shit out. The original Space Wolf Lord still on 25mm base. Picked them from a second-hand mini-store before all the bullshit with GW. Be happy that I am apathetic and that you would not understand the word I used to describe them in my tongue. Here's how a proper Wolfie cat should look like. I hope you all like it. First ever created me with the Wolf Head, such a peak model. This model is older than me by a large margin. From the Road Trader era, specifically released in 1991. This model is responsible for the collapse of the Soviet Union. That model is actually older than me. And I don't see a lot of those around these days. Amazing, man. Yeah, that's true. Look at that. That's great. It's cool. I've never been against the Wolf Head helmets on Space Wolves, by the way. I know some people think they're a bit silly and a bit cringe, but I don't. I think using them sparingly for like squad leaders and characters and stuff, yeah, it's just the equivalent of it's the Space Wolf equivalent of using a beaky helmet, right? Yeah. It's great. But yeah, I mean, I just don't get how people can look at those models and go, oh, it's so shit. It's like, it's not. Like, it's just from a different era. It's not bad. It doesn't lack detail. It doesn't lack things for you to paint. It doesn't lack things for you to do with it. It's a great model. It might not be as slick and as tactical as some of the newer ones, but it's not there's no metric by which you can say it's a bad model. It's just from a different era. Yeah. I think it's great. Yeah, I love that shit, man. These models look better on the table because there's less to mess up. That's a great point. Yeah, that is a very, very good point. All right, what do we got next? Evan Rogers, thank you for the super chat. I know I shouldn't care, but I think it's cool, bros, to have a thing that makes special in this day and age, and given the climate, even if that's a tiny thing. What's a tiny thing, man? Oh, 1 minute. I know I shouldn't care, but I think it's cool bros have a thing that makes them special in this day and age, given the climate, even if it's a tiny thing. Yeah, I think it's coming back though, boys. I have a bit of a joke with Mrs. Mordian, and she finds it hilarious. She absolutely loves it. She now uses the joke with me all the time now, and it's like that's 2025. That's 2025. That we don't care about that anymore. It's 2026 now. It's okay. It's all, we're going back to normal again. Yeah. And it's just, and yeah, I think it's what I mean by, like, I don't think the Femmarine thing is going to happen. I think, Femmarines, that's 2025. That was 2025. We're in 2026 now. It's not, it's different. We're back to normal again. There you are. It's only a silly thing. And I you guys know me. I don't get involved in any of the culture war shit or anything like that. Like, I just don't, right? It's more of a tongue-in-cheek joke than anything else, right? But yeah, like, I agree. I think it's cool that there are I think it's cool for there to be all sorts of communities and to have all sorts of, like, places which are defined by the people in those communities and everything. Yeah, I think it's cool, man. So I know what you mean, and I agree with you 100%. All right. What have we got next? Courtgen! Courtgen, thank you so much for the Riftbuster chat, baby! That's like it implies it's like a Death Strike chat. I don't mean it like that, but it's the 1947 chat, baby! There you go. It has arrived, Rift busted, and I guess I'm starting a Roman army in 28 mil and Prime 9591. I don't know what 9591 is. Oh yeah, there you go. It's your username in thing. I thought you were saying it's like some sort of. I thought you were saying like robots or something for the British. Yes. Empire of Japan Starter Army, Ghost Infiltration Platoon, US Army Heavy Weapons, Slammer Samuels. Yes. Oh, look at all this shit. 1 minute, let me my face. Look at all this shit down here, man. I'm seeing Totem Core, American Infantry. I'm seeing goddamn Battle Frame. Bro. There's a fucking pond skater down here. Dude, are you on like your third or fourth conflict army? Amazing. Absolutely fucking sick, man. So good. 5? Yes! Yes! Incredible, man. Absolutely fucking incredible. Yeah, I love that. I've got all of them now. You gotta catch them all. You gotta catch them all. Yeah. There's something so nice about having every conflict army. Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it, bro. Amazing hobby haul. Amazing hobby haul, man. Cool. And Romans are cool as well, you know. Romans are really fucking cool as well. Nice. Do you know what you could do with the Romans? You could turn them into something for your Axis with. You could probably with a bit of snip and a bit of creative, maybe a bit of green stuff and whatnot. You could probably turn those 3 Romans into some Legio Aquila. I mean, all you have to do is fit some rifle or SMG arms or assault rifle arms on them, right? And then if you get any more free Roman sprues, you can just add to them bit by bit. Do the same thing over and over again. Yeah. Yeah. That's one thing you could do. Don't tempt me, I'm weak, sir. Well, technically, the Italians are the unofficial 6th faction of the game, so technically you've still got them to get. Helen Jedi, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Oh, thank you for doing your part, sir. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat. I would like to play Andalusians. You can kit bash them with Normans. They were Spanish Muslims, but they fought against the radical Muslims. I mean, that's cool, man. I don't know anything about that part of history, you know. See, the only bit I really know about Normans is obviously 1066, Battle of Hastings, all that shit. But I also know that they at one point like took over Italy or something mental. So I don't know much about that, and I've heard of the Andalusians, but I don't know anything about that part of history. But I'm learning lots. Every week I learn more history. I listen to lots of podcasts and stuff in my spare time. So yeah, it's cool. So George Shepard, sounds like a good idea to me, man. Sounds like it could be a fun hobby project. Yeah. When we talk about dates late, I'm getting there, Yankee. I'm getting there. All right. Lost Lieutenant, thank you for the double Beyblade chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Lost Lieutenant, thank you for the very generous super chat, sir. Super chat, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for out smashing. Can we get some 07s down in the chat for Lost Lieutenant? Biggest super chat of the night so far, man. Absolutely awesome, bro. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you very much for the $50 super chat, bro. That is awesome. Very kind. Very, very generous, sir. All the changes from GW, including prices, make me salty. I haven't even finished my first army. I started the Blood Angels right before they ripped our wings off. Now my Battle Predator I worked so hard on is in the bin. I just don't know how to feel, boss. I'm thinking. All right. I'm going to give it to you straight. This is the new normal for Warhammer. They are going to be cycling models. And hey, it depends on how long you're in this game for, man. If you're in this game for, if you're in here for the long haul, like 10 years, 10 years, then this is not the first time. This might be the first time you're going to feel it, but it isn't going to be the only time you're going to feel it. One of the reasons you might ask, well, why the fuck do you keep playing this game then? Well, I'm very fortunate that I have a very deep collection. It gets shallower every day, but I have a very deep collection. So I'm able to pivot. I'm able to adapt to the bullshit of GW. But this is what people call the treadmill, man. This is what they call the treadmill. I'm sorry, I can't offer you hollow words of comfort. But this is what 40k is like. And it's kind of the new normal. It's the way it's been for the last few years. A lot of us were hoping it was going to be, we called 10th edition the edition of loss. A lot of us were hoping it was going to be just GW cleaning house in 10th so they could start reinvigorating things in 11th. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. This is the new normal. So the question you have to ask yourself is, do you want to stay on the treadmill? That's the question. Do you do the, and for a lot of people, the answer is yes. There's no right or wrong answer. For a lot of people, the answer is yes. They like the opportunity to take advantage of Games Workshop releasing loads of new products, loads of new units. They like the idea that even if stuff that they worked on is going to go away, there's always something new that they can look forward to, or something new and exciting. And for a lot of people, the game of Warhammer 40k isn't the main part of it. It doesn't really matter what GW does to the game side of things. They love just building and painting and hobbying, and the playing of the game is something they may not even engage with. And so for them, legends, balance updates, doesn't matter. It doesn't affect them. They're just there to, paint the models and put them on the shelf and look at them and appreciate the art project that they've done. These are all the things. But the reality of the situation is that if you are going to stick around with Warhammer, and I obviously hope you do because I like Warhammer, but if you are going to stick around with Warhammer, you're going to have to get used to GW's bullshit. You're going to have to get used to GW's bullshit because it's not a bug. It's a feature. Last time, for sure, on the treadmill for the long haul, I only got to play 2 games of 4th edition back when I was a kid. Now I have adult money, I was able to collect my own plastic war dollies. Well, there you go. But if you're on it for the long haul, then the answer is get used to the feeling, man. And I'm not being a dickhead. I'm just not sugarcoating it for you. Because there's no point in me whispering sweet nothings in your ear and saying, no, this never normally happens. We'll be fine. The prices always go up. They always release broken shit. They constantly remove models from the game and replace them with new models that are just that little bit different, so you can't use your old models as counts as. So, as long as you are able to go, well, it sounds like a bag of shit, but I guess I can deal with it, then that's fine. So, yeah. The one thing I will say, but I'm not going to give you the hard sell because you just might not be interested. But there's a lot of other war games outside of Warhammer 40k. 40k is the biggest, and 40k is typically the easiest to find games for. There's a lot of other games out there. So if one day you ever do decide, fuck this, GW's gone a step too far, that doesn't mean you have to stop wargaming. It means that you might want to try something else out. Even if it's just for 6 months to a year. And then I have a system that I call palette cleansers, where 40k is my main game, But GW probably every 6 months just does, not even that long, like 3 to 6 months, does something that just really fucks me off. And I just have to go and play something else for a few weeks before I come back to it. Yeah. And it's not, and you might think, oh, but it's too expensive to have to have multiple game systems. Most of the game systems don't cost that much to play. Like, for example, Bolt Action, you can get a full army for £100, give or take a fiver. Old World, it's like 200 quid. So it's only 40k, which demands like $1,000 off you, you know. Yeah. So there you go. So I would say, hey, if you're on the treadmill for now and you just want to recreate that nostalgia, you want to you want to enjoy that nostalgia and you want to create you want to get those new war dollies and everything. Awesome, man. Have fun. This is what I'm talking about. Like, that's why I said at the beginning, maybe there's things outside of the game which are motivational factors for you. Like, when you were a kid, you always wanted, like that bow. When you were a kid, you always wanted that bow predator. Now you've got it. And even if you can't use it in game, it's not going to go off. It's not like milk. It'll still be there and you'll still be able to look at it and reminisce about hey, that was a childhood goal and I fucking nailed it. Hey, I really enjoyed painting that model and I'm proud of the work that I did on it. So there's loads of factors outside of current models, current edition, and current prices, which can make 40k very, very enjoyable. There you go. So there you go. I've given you a very fair, a very balanced, but a very undiluted answer. And I hope in some small way it's helped. Long story short, you're probably feeling pissed off. And what you're probably feeling is, you're probably feeling pissed off. And what you're probably feeling is the honeymoon period kind of coming to an end. And it's making you feel a bit uncertain. And what you now have to decide is whether you're comfortable with that feeling. Yeah. All right. Icon Hands, thank you for 2 months. I have that t-shirt. I mean, I think it's quite a common t-shirt, but I do really like it. Yeah. Evan Rogers, thank you for super chat. If it happens, I blame you. Much love, man. I mean, you could always blame me, Evan. If in doubt, blame Mordian. That's the way. Rebel Sun, thank you for the super chat. K47 has the only female leader you need. Roberta Wells, lead the American Fireflies to victory. I love Roberta Wells, and the reason I like Roberta Wells is not because I'm a simp. I mean, maybe I am a little bit, but that's not really the main reason. The main reason I like Roberta Wells is because I'm a big Stargate fan, and she very much reminds me of Samantha Carter. Yeah, I also like her because she actually has character flaws, which is nice. But if I was to have one criticism of Roberta Wells, she basically is the Marnius Calgar of K47. Because the game's not even 1 year old and we've got 3 fucking models of her. We do need to start creating the meme. Anytime a new character comes out, we do need to be like Roberta Wells with Tesla Gauntlet. I'm putting Roberta Wells' head over Slammer Samuel's body. Roberta Wells with Quagmire arm, her head over Leo Bianchi. Arthur Roberta over Beaver Bertie's, put her head on Beaver Bertie's body. Yeah, Roberta Wells in Calgar armor. Yeah. But I think, it's okay for that to be, it's good to build up that meme. We want to have I think the best bits about 40k, some people disagree with me on this, but I like the 40k memes. Like, I don't get, some people go, oh, it's cringe when people say happy gas mask noises. No, it's not. It's just a joke. It's a bit of fun. Stop taking stuff so seriously. Even if you've heard it 1,000 times, it doesn't matter. It's just part of that culture. That would be like that's like part of that wargaming culture. It'd be like telling, Black Templars players to not be fucking fan wanking over Grimaldus, right? Like, it'd be like telling Black Templars to, Hell's Reach is just a book. Why do you make such a big deal out of it? No, it's part of the culture of getting involved in that community, and you sort of, you bring on the memes yourself and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So we want to have memes, and I love the fact that, you know, B for Bertie is probably one of those memes that we're starting to get in K47. And I love that, you know, I love the fact that Roberta Wells is Marnia's Roberta Wells in Marnia's cowgirl armor. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Shard of Roberta Wells when exactly, right? So yeah, I love that. Yeah, there you go. But I really like it. I've been next game I get a chance. I want to use Roberta Wells. So I've not used her yet. I've got all 3 versions of a model. I've never used her. I know. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. What is your mini storage situation besides shelves? I mean, I have a bunch of old Warhammer carry cases, and then I have the storage boxes, and that's it. I really should get like a magnetic carry case at some point. I should do. I want to basically, at some point, I'm going to have to drop a fucking shitload of money on those little like magnetic things you stick to the bottom of bases. But until then, it's boxes and bubble wrap, baby. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? The Last Guardsman, thank you for the 8 months. Building Warriors of Chaos Battle March box. Epic. Yes! The new Warriors of Chaos are really cool. You don't get as many in the box, which is sad, but the ones you do get are really fucking good. So there you go. I love it. I love it, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Project Paragon soon? Very soon. Very, very soon. I'm literally going to... Cosmic, I'm going to do probably 2 Project Paragon battle reports. I want to do Ghost Warriors versus Paragons, and I want to do Muscle Mummies versus Paragons. There you go. All right. There you are. All right. Now, gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but it's only taken 3 hours, but we are fully caught up on the super chats. It's never been done. Hooray! Apologies, it's taken a little while, but this is the Morning Glory stream. You guys know it always takes it takes a few hours to get to the bloody point, doesn't it? There we are. Now, it is time to talk about the Minotaur Field Manual and all of that good shit. But before we do, I'm going to have my mid-stream break. So I'll be a few minutes. I'm going to go and have a poo. Just to give you the details. And I'm going to probably grab a drink and a snack. I won't be too long, but talk amongst yourselves, and we'll reconvene back here in about 5 minutes or so. All right.
Jaffa, Cree! Telmakoul, Kritak. You heard me. I said Cree.
Alright, I'm back. I do apologise. I was a bit longer than expected. It's like all the leftovers from Christmas in one go, you know. Oh, man. Hey, I don't want to hear any fucking complaints. You knew exactly what you signed up for when you chose to join this stream to find out what I thought about the Warhammer update, okay? You only have yourself to blame. Oh, there we go.
All guardsmen,
Motivator, you didn't show us. I keep all the good images for myself, man. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not sharing my shit. Alright. Sadly, I can't show all of you degenerates pictures of my fucking turd because I flushed it away, obviously. Alright. Oh, what have we got? 2 super chats. Then hobby update. Then Mutton Field Manual. Deep dive. And we'll get into it. So it'll be worth the wait. So newbie, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update stream discussion. The Battle of Plastic, day 3. Let's have a look. Alright, let's have a look here. Day 3, after my balls being bruised by GW, but I'm still trucking along. I had done my intercessors and hellblasters with Apothecary Holt. I tackled the heavy support squads today with my 6 aggressors, whom is waiting for their captain and Gravis armor to turn up. Captain Cassian Ferrix. We managed to grab a squad of Eradicators with heavy bolters on the cheap to really stick it to another Marine. Oh, right, toughness 5 now. Shit, anyhow. Yes, but I imagine heavy bolters. I think we'll see heavy bolters go to strength 7. What do you think about that? I think you'll see heavy bolters go strength 7, AP -2, damage 3. And they'll get blast. They'll have 2 firing modes, you see. They'll have 2 firing modes. They'll have a focus fire mode. And then what they'll do is they'll have the point blank firing mode, which will allow them to auto hit enemy units close up. Yeah. Then what about autocannons? Autocannons will definitely be going to strength 10 or strength 11. Because the grenade launcher on the intercessor bolt rifle is strength 10, AP -2, flat damage 3. Think about how can the crack grenade launcher be less powerful than an autocannon? It's just not the way it works. Buddy, wow, I think the heavy bolts will get blast. I think it'll get blast and sustained. Yeah, focus will be strength 7 with sustained hits. Point blank will have blast. Yeah, I think there's no way the heavy bolter stays the same profile it is now. There's no way. It's I mean, the thing is, I would have said it was going up to strength 6, but we've seen the focus shot of the bolt rifle, so now I feel it has to go to strength 7, right? I feel it has to go to strength 7. And the crack grenade, yeah. The heavy bolt eradicator already have blast, probably prove what's coming. Exactly, big guy. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Let's have a look here. Last of today's building, the bulwark, the shield against darkness that faces mankind, the unmovable wall to defend the Imperium, our 10 Terminator squad with ancient Krell leading them with the company banners. The enemies of man shall forever remember the Emperor's finest. Halfway through the 2K list for the custom game of 5th on September, I've got 2 Storm Speeders, Landmaker Crusader, Whirlwind, fucking shithead GW pricks. Measure you to censored language. 2 fire strike servo turrets, Hammerfall. You motherfucker. I just want to get edited to censored language. I'm okay. So yeah. I should be mostly done by the end of the week. Apart from Friday, when I've got the job centre and then a job interview, fingers crossed. Also, rip Tim Curry, but he's now in a better place where he can finally escape to the one place that hasn't been cooked by capitalism. Space! Yeah, F in the chat for Tim Curry, boys. It might seem like I'm being... It's very... Let me make something clear. It's very, very sad that Tim Curry has died. Because I've seen him in stuff for years. I mean, it was only... me and Mrs. Mordian watched Scary Movie 2 today because he's in Scary Movie 2. And, you know, just a little bit of tribute. And, but the thing is that if you didn't know, he had, quite a few years ago, he had suffered from a stroke. And he was kind of trapped in his own body. Now, he got a little better, but he was still pretty, it's a pretty bad way. So, as sad as it is that Tim Curry's died, I do think in some ways that it's maybe, yeah, he's probably in a better place. Yeah, so there you go. He didn't die from the stroke, Kondra. He just, it really fucked him up, like, properly. Yeah. Exactly, he's now not suffering. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah. So there you go. It sounds crazy, but I think Dolly Parton dying in many ways is actually a bit sadder because, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there was anything particularly. I mean, maybe I think someone said she'd been suffering from a bit of an illness, so maybe it was coming down the pipeline, but she just hadn't been very public about it. But Tim Curry had definitely been suffering. Dolly Parton was a little bit more, you know, a little bit more of a sadness rather than a relief. If that makes sense. Yeah, Dolly just went out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly, right. Did she have cancer? Did she? Ah, fair enough. The big C gets us all in the end. Yeah, fair enough. So maybe, as sad as it is, the suffering for both of them ended, and that's in some small way, something good. I know it's not. There's no nice way of putting it. There's no good way of putting it. You guys know I'm not meaning this in a horrible way in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, both of them are true loss. I mean, especially Dolly Parton. I thought she would go forever, but yeah. I remember hearing her on the news, on the radio. 25 years ago, I was in the car with my dad, and she was doing an interview, and she said the interview was like, sometimes, you know. She was really, I don't really remember it that much, but the interviewer was like, obviously you're very talented and you're very smart, but do you not worry? But I know that some people say that you're a dumb blonde. What do you say about that? And she said, well, I'm certainly not dumb. But she went, well, I'm not dumb. I'm certainly not blonde. I might be misremembering because I think I was about 8 years old at the time. But yeah, I thought that was... I remember hearing that all those years ago with my dad on the radio. Yeah, in some capacity. There you go. But yeah, it's a terrible shame for the both of them. Anyway, let's get back to the models here. Cool. It's funny, man, because Gravis Armor, right, I'm not insane for thinking this, am I? Gravis Armor was definitely meant to replace Terminators when they first came out with it, wasn't it? Like, it so obviously was, wasn't it? And then they just completely pivoted, and then they just brought Terminators back. So weird. Yeah. Terminators look so much... I'm just going to say it, like, Terminators just look so much better than Gravis. And hey, I'm not shitting on any work that Sir Newbie's done here. Just Terminators just don't look... Terminators just look better. Gravis just doesn't look anywhere near as good. Yeah, Terminator is a proper armor that you can put your... That's something that you can put your faith in. Yeah, look at that. Look at that for a fucking model, man. Cool. Cool. So I know you're doing this for 5th edition, man. So I know it's going to be, you're going to have fun with all these models. But don't you find it really, really annoying that you can't just use fucking cool models in the game without feeling like you're wasting your fucking time? Like, it would be so great to just have, like, a full Terminator army. But you're just like, oh, well, what's the point in spending all that money if it's all just going to be a waste? It's all just going to get blown off the table in like 5 seconds. Yeah. The game is on the 5th. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Or maybe, am I just getting in my own head about these things? Maybe I'm getting in my own head with these things. I always think it'd be so cool to have X army. It'd be so cool to have Y army. It'd be so cool to have Z army. And then I just sort of go, oh, I start putting the list together. Then I go, oh, well, it wouldn't be any good, would it? And then it sort of falls apart. But maybe that's a me problem. They were meant to be replacement termies in the game that never was, but it was abandoned before they released it. What game that never was? So, maybe, oh, don't worry, I'm still pissed off from Jubilee Axe my warrant. Yeah, I mean, I'm pissed off from maxing Tactical Marines, man. I don't care what people say. I'm still pissed off about it. All right. We've got Anthony Williams. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Hello again, sir. The community has done well in stream discussion. A lot more K47. Good. I had some personal business. Sorry I was gone so long. I finished the Old World Battalion Army. I wanted it is in timeless stone finish. Check stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Good to have you back, bro. Let's have a look. It looks cool. It does look cool. I wasn't sure if you were going for like what do you call it? Like a slap chop kind of like prime, as it were. Because I mean, if this is the look you want for the army, then great. You don't like that's awesome, obviously. I'm just saying, like, if you literally you've almost created the perfect slap chop primer. Yeah. You get some speed paints on those bad boys. They are gonna look incredible. Yeah. Cool, man. Very, very, very cool. Yeah. So the ghost time from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, exactly, right? I was thinking of the stone warriors from Harry Potter, you know, in the last movie or something. Yeah. Andy Williams, it's great to have you back, man. I'm glad that you've been enjoying some K47. I'm glad that you've been enjoying some Old World. And good to be back in the stream, man. Amazing. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Full Metal Owl, thank you for super chat. If one were to turn to Oldhammer, what edition is the best? 4th edition. Hex and Violence, thank you for the super chat. I found stuff on reorganizing my pile of shame. See stream discussion. Bro, I'm not your wife. You don't have to tell me that you found it. I know that you just bought all of this stuff. Right? Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. I just found all that stuff. Quickly shreds receipts, puts the shavings on the fire. Definitely didn't just buy myself a full fucking 2 Hail Caesar armies. I definitely didn't. I found it online in my basket. I found it in the store. But no, honey, I just found it. I just found it. No, don't check the joint account. No, so it's actually storage for a year or two. I'm only busting your balls, man. But dude, get on it. Get on the full fucking Roman, full fucking Gaelic army, man. Let's do it. I suppose these would be like Celts, wouldn't they? Or Britons. Yeah. Cool. Dude, it'll look great. Historicals always look good. No more memes. Thank you for the super chat. Got Command & Conquer. Which did I play? I made something in stream discussion. Okay, if you are brain rotted, you should play the third one because it's got the prettiest colors. If you are a man of culture, you will start with the first one and you will play them through until in order without question. Okay? Like, you don't really have a choice on this. But the first one is very rough. I think the perfect point between old nostalgia and new, but new enough that it won't upset you, is going to be Tiberian Sun. Yeah. They're all very good, though. Apart from number 4. Number 4, Command & Conquer 4 is bad. All the Red Alert games are good. I mean, have you got Red Alert 2? Red Alert 2, you don't need to play Red Alert 1 to know what the hell's going on in Red Alert 2. So Red Alert 2 is probably the one I'd start with, actually. Whereas you kind of need to have played Command & Conquer 1 to have a better idea about what's going on in Command & Conquer 2. Yeah, in Tiberian Sun. So yeah, Red Alert 2 would be the one I'd go for. George Shepard, thanks for the chat. I put the Magnet Shop eBay stream discussion. Cheaper. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. I'll check it out. Mark Coyle, thank you for super chat. Just bought the Bot Action Rulebook, Armies of Germany, and a Panzer IV. Yes! Amazing, man. I love it. I love it. You will not regret it. Bot Action, it's a great game. And the Panzer IV. Classic, iconic tank. Love it, man. John Henry Eden, thank you for the super chat. The last survivor of the Kokoda Trail past age 102. Is that what, recently? Let's have a look. Yeah, that was a few days ago, wasn't it? Reg Chad. Yeah. Well, 102. That's a good innings. Sad, obviously, but that's a good innings. There you go. All right. All right. We are caught up. We are family. We're caught up. I don't know why I got the overwhelming urge to do that. I do apologise. Lambast me. Cosmic, time me out. Sir Newbie, thank you for super chat. Doing to deprime space marine vehicles in stream discussion. Let's have a look. When I get some more simple money income, I shall. I'm assuming this is what you said. You're not making sense, Sir Newbie. You're not making sense. Junior acts as our firstborn marine vehicles. Fine, I'm going to convert their Primaris vehicles back into firstborn ones. Will it cost more than submitting to the grav plates and sleek designs? Yes, but even in Delt, they shall serve. I swear to God, you meant to say I'm going to Primaris firstborn vehicles. You meant to say I shall do this, and I swear it's meant to say death. Use your words, man. Use your words. It's like reading a Cosmic super chat out. Memeing and being mean to one side. These look great, man. Nah, fuck off. I'm dyslexic. I was like, fuck off. You've spelt everything perfectly up until this point. Don't be a knobhead. Fucking own it, man. Also, autocorrect, man. Jesus Christ. Come on. There's no excuse anymore. God, I told you, we're not in 2025 anymore where you can just get away with your fucking badge collecting. All right, it's 2026. Ain't none of that anymore, bro. Ain't none of that anymore. I'm gonna get told off now, aren't I? All right. What do we got here? I actually really like that. You see? Why did they have to give them grab plates? Why? That actually looks really good. Like, why couldn't they have just made it the Land Raider Repulsor? Not even Repulsor, because that wouldn't make sense. What? The Land Raider Executioner. Like, it so obviously looks great, right? It's so obvious that that looks like an Imperial tank. Okay, maybe a little smooth. I'd maybe slap a bunch more, Imperial Eagles on it and, have purity seals and like flags and shit all over it. But, there's still a way to go, right? There's still a way to go. But it's a lot better. It's 10 times better. Oh my God. Look, it's so... How can one company tank so many L's and still be going? Obviously superior. Do you know what I mean? Obviously superior. Do you know what that looks like to me? That looks like a combination of the Predator and is it the Sikaran in Horus Heresy? The one that's got the two triangle bits. It's kind of like this, but it doesn't go all the way to the front, right? Yeah, it looks like the love child of that. You could even have the lore. You could even have made the lore that they recovered a partial STC fragment of the Sakaran, but they didn't have all of it. So an enterprising like tech priest used parts of the Predator to fill in the gaps, kind of thing. And it created a new vehicle, which they called the Gladiator. But you could say the tech priest did this without the permission of the cult of Mars. So he ended up getting like turned into like a fucking servitor, and his fate was to be the targeting computer in the first of his own design. But the Adeptus Mechanicus recognized it was a great design, it was really good, but they just can't have that kind of tech heresy going on, kind of thing, right? Easy peasy, law-y squeezy, right? Yeah, man. Look at that. It just looks so much better. I'm actually... You know what, man? I'm totally on board with this. This is what it should look like. That actually looks so sick, man, doesn't it? These are just so much better than the official GW ones. Oh my God. Look. Each picture is actually more aggravating than the last one because each picture shows what should have been. Yeah. They're simply better versions of the official designs. Yeah, exactly. Turns out what we just wanted was updated models. Exactly.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Exactly. God fucking damn it. I'm really, really fucking tempted to start a Space Marine army with these now. And then get all of the Firstborn heads and put them on the Primaris bodies. Yeah. Cool. Dude, put a link in your discussion so people can check it out. Yeah. There you go. The only problem isn't there you say, so shipping costs? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Quality, that's a premium product. That's worth a price tag. They don't sideswipe. You only get two of the firstborn heads in the intercessor box. You don't get enough to you don't get enough, unfortunately. Yeah. Treads of Boltage is the Emperor intended. Exactly. They act like they need to invalidate our old models to make us buy new ones. They don't, man. And we talked about this on stream the other day, so I don't want to go through it again. But for 30 years, people bought Tactical Marines. It's a complete myth that GW has ever had to get rid of the old models to sell us the new ones. They don't. That's some marketing. That's some yellow energy, MBA wielding marketing bullshit. For 30 years, Tactical Marines sold like fucking hotcakes to every motherfucker in the room. Yeah. It's a complete myth that they had to get rid of them. Yeah, they did it. It just wasn't necessary. All they ever have needed to do is just continue to make improved versions. Make it just always be up in the game, improving the quality, just doing the right thing. Yeah. So John, thank you for the super chat. Mini rant and stream discussion. Every time I hear well, I can't quite. Every time I hear the tired, I think you've misspelled something there. It's fine. Every time I hear about Femstodies and Femmarines, all I can do is look back at the 1980s and think, cowards. If they just kept working on making the most butch muscle Marines, we wouldn't be in this dumb fucking arguments. Battle technique, for fuck's sake. It's hard to change things 20 years later than just running on through from the start. Yeah, I get it, right? Because, and also, I think it kind of goes both ways, because for me personally, I'm just tired of the arguments, right? I'm kind of glad that in many ways it feels, as we said earlier, it feels like it's not even a thing anymore, you know? Yeah. So I know what you're saying. And also, I totally agree. Like, if they were going to commit to it, they should have committed to it 20 years ago. It's too late to do it now. All that happens if they do it now is they just fuck it up. Yeah. I think it's way too late. Yeah, I think it's way too late. I think if it, and I find it frustrating when people point back to like the 80s and say, "See, this has always been a thing." It's like, bro, that's literally 40 years ago. Okay, it was a thing for like, you can't say this thing that happened like. This thing that happened at the very beginning, like 40 years ago, and that hasn't been referenced again for the next 4 years, is good justification. It's not, all right? If they wanted that direction, they should have stuck with that direction. It's that fucking simple, all right? Clearly, they didn't go in that direction, so fucking going mental and going back to it now 40 years later, it just obviously doesn't pass the vibe check, right? Yeah. Yeah. So it just doesn't even matter. Like, this is what, and you know what, I'll be honest, guys. I'll be honest. I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck about female custodies because whenever I say that, I can already hear Nellup making his new video. What I mean by that is, it's just such. I'm annoyed that it happened. Because all it did is create a bunch of arguing. And I like to come here to get away from the real life bullshit and all the arguing and all that kind of stuff, right? And it brought all of the negative energy in. And it would have just been, you know what? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I just, it's not that I'm like, oh, I don't care. They can do what they want. They're a business. They can make money. That's not what I mean. All right. What I mean is, fucking exhausted. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. So I don't want to talk about it anymore, basically. All right. I'm done. Right. You know what? That's it. That whole thing, that whole drama, I'm legendsing it. I'm legendsing that beef. As the Beef Master General, I am legendsing that beef. There you go. And I have the power to do that. So I'm going to do it. I don't want to hear about it anymore. All right? That was 2025, boys. That was 2025. No one gives a fuck anymore. We're in 2026. Okay? Everyone's sick of talking about it. All right? It's all a bag of bullshit. We all know it's a bag of bullshit. Everyone fucking hates it. Everyone just hates just talking about it anymore. I'm done. I am legendsing that beef. There you go. There you are. They'll be in Legends by 30. They're going to Legends and Custodies anyway. Okay? They're going to Legends and Custodies anyway. So there you are. There you are. I'm sick of it. All right? I'm sick of it. Isn't that something that can't mention? Exactly. I've legended 2 things. I get it now. I know IGW does it. There you are. No, it's been sent to Legends. In fact, you know what? It's not been sent to Legends. I've Thanos snapped it. It's gone. There you go. It's a Legends proxy, which basically means you don't get it. It doesn't exist anymore. There you are. There you are. I'm legendsing it. Right. Lost Lieutenant, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for the support, man. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat. Cadia stands and the Emperor lives and the tanks don't fly. Yes. No. Because Cadia stands implies that we're playing after the fall of Cadia. So no, we're going back to before Cadia stands. Before Cadia stands. Okay. The Emperor protects and tanks don't fly. And Cadia's still there. All right. Fun Commander Giselle, thanks for super chat. Can we all say a little prayer for Fun Jacob? Prayer of the relief from torment to be recited to/by a soldier in severe pain. Although my body is broken. 1 minute. Although my body is broken. Although my blood pours away. Although my... No, I'm not saying this. This one's about someone dying. I'm not doing that one. I thought it was just about... It was a healing prayer. Okay, we're going for a different one. There you go. Go for a different one. 1 minute. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Ritual for strength. That's better. I feel my bones. The strength. You killed him. I noticed everything. I feel my muscles. The strength. I feel my soul. The strength. I feel the Emperor who grants me grace, and by his will, strength. There you are. There you are. There you go. Matt Sinclair, thank you for the 42 months. New Battle March scenarios on Warcom. Picture stream discussion. Yes, I saw this. It looked great. Let me have a look. Tried out the new Battle March scenario that went today. It's very funny. Also finished the Romans in the Hannibal box and started on the 10x6 map for Cannae. Dude, I am getting on the Epic Hail Caesar shit ASAP, man. Well, it might be Epic Wars 3, but I'm getting on Epic. After this last batch of conflict, I'm on Epic in a big way. Nice. Cool, man. Boys, how can you not want to play Epic? Look at it. It is, by definition, epic. It does what it says on the tin. Look at that. Look at that, boys. Incredible. Nice. There you go. I love it, Matthew Sinclair. And yeah, I'll definitely be checking out the battle match scenario. It looks really you get like you get disgruntled occupant. I love that. Me and we're doing a battle march campaign, me and Rat Bastard. So we'll probably end up doing that one as part of the campaign. I think we're going to try and do all of them, play through them all kind of thing. Or at least play through like 3 of them and then save some of the other ones for other campaigns. But the point is, we're playing Battle March, so we'll definitely be checking them out at some point. And then we've got Sonubi. Thank you for Super Chat. I correct my spelling. Still dyslexic. Interesting discussion. Where's your... Okay, link to their Godford minis and Etsy Icarus pattern. Nice. Dude. I still don't accept your defense. I still don't. I'm dyslexic. Fuck off. Body and Glory 2026. Look, right, guys. I don't think before I say things. I don't think, baby. I know. All right. There you go. So it was like, I am dyslexic. Nah. Just made up, innit? It's not. I know it's not, by the way. I'm only taking the piss because I'm only taking the piss because Sonubi's been part of the channel for a little while, so I feel comfortable taking the piss out of him a little bit. All right. Right, boys. Fuck me. Can we do this update now? For 4 hours, you guys have successfully delayed me from talking about Warhammer 40k. There's going to be like hundreds of people who have filtered into the stream waiting for me to cover the update and then for it to go. We're covering it. Okay? In and out. Okay? No. Look, right. Look, just half an hour. 30 minutes. I got to get the stream highlight done for tomorrow. Okay? Come on. 30 minutes. Give me 30 minutes. Okay? It won't take too long. All right? Is that what you guys tell the missus? What, that'll be 30 minutes? Who do you think I am? What, do you expect me to have sex like 100 times? Jesus, man. God. If I told her it was going to be 30 minutes, she'd probably fucking enjoy it for once. There you are. All right. In and out. I mean, that, you know what, boys? Sex is like a race. You win it if you come first. There you are. Right. Macon, thank you for super chat. Give more K47 or Black Powder impressions and clues. No. All right. No. We're doing the update. All right. We're doing the update, and then you can have as much fucking conflict and Black Powder and everything that you want. But we're doing the goddamn balance update. All right. Jesus. We're doing it live. Fucking thing sucks. Do it live. All right. And then you can have it. You can have all the K47 and all the Black Powder you could possibly want. Okay? But you're getting the bloody balance update whether you like it or not. All right? Russell W., thank you for the super chat. How about no? How about fucking yes? You might say, fuck off, Mordian. I say, how about we fuck on? All right? So, John, thank you for super chat. You see they changed crush rifle rules in the app? No, they didn't. Did they? They better not have done. I've done 2 fucking battle reports with the current rules. I'm not like they didn't. I've not heard any other mention of that. No way. They have Rift Dice now? They always had Rift Dice. What are you on about? Wait, have you been playing your Crush Rifles without Rift Dice? I don't think that's an app thing, bro. I think that's a you thing. Yes, they did. So, John, Shiburu Rifles came with a Rift Dice. How else would you activate their Crush ability? Have you just been running around using them as AP-1 rifles for the last fucking year? I don't believe you. You're just distracting me. John, I can only say this. They definitely had a rift dice from day one. You've just got it wrong. And that's fine. We're all human. But they definitely have always had a rift dice. All right? You've just been fucking yourself for about a year. All right? And hey, it doesn't really matter. Wait. Hey, it doesn't matter either way, right? Because they've got them now. They've got them now. So go nuts. Have fun, right? According to you, they've got... Everyone else has been using them for a year. You've just been playing with the training weights on. Imagine how good they're going to feel now that you're playing them the same way as the rest of us. Yeah. Russell W, thank you for the super chat, man. Don't threaten me with a good time. I'm not going to threaten you with a good time. I'm going to threaten you with a bad time. And do you know why I'm going to threaten you with a bad time? Because it's here. All right? It's here. It's happening. All right. It's happening. All right. No, I think we should check it out before moving forward. No, don't stop it. Right, I'm getting it up. Lol. I love how one of the updates on the faction pack is what's new? Changes to rules updates. No way, GW, you fucking updated the rules, did you? God, this. I fucking hate them, man. They're so shit. What's the summary of the rules? We updated them. Brilliant. All right. Someone says Voxcast has worked inside the Chimeras now. Is that true? I only saw the thing about everything is fixed now. AI, make no mistakes. Let's talk ourselves. We cannot distract Morning as he wants to be distracted. He has on multiple occasions have fallen hours behind super chats. What do you mean multiple occasions? Every day, bro. Every day. It's not a bug, it's a feature. I haven't been on time for a super chat in about 3 years. Oh my God. All right. Okay, right. We've got to do this now. There you go. Gotta be on time for the stream first, exactly. Right. It is time. It is time. Gentlemen, ladies, small for a creature of the Alpha Centauri, there's been a development. And I don't mean to alarm you, but Guard might have got a buff. Kinda. Maybe. Sort of not. It's complicated. Facebook status changed to it's complicated. There's been an update with the Munitor Field Manual, and we got a little update on the faction pack as well. And it's not totally shit. Like, some of it's a bit shit, but it's not all shit. And so, I'll take it. Hey, the last few months have been pretty bad as a Guard player, all right? I'll take the descent into hell just pausing for a moment before the journey continues, all right? So it's looking all right. It's looking all right. So what I want to do today is go through the Minotaur field manual, the points, what's gone up, what's gone down, all that kind of stuff, what it means. And I also want to, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And then I also want to talk a little bit about one of the big changes that happened in the faction packs. I'm going to be mostly, I'm going to keep it focused on the Imperial Guard, because honestly, whenever I do these things and I look outside of the Imperial Guard, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And people go, Mordian, this is not right. You have said this is a good update when it's a bad update for like Space Marine or something. There's one, I will talk briefly about the macro level meta, about what things, some of the highlights that have happened to other factions and stuff. But I'm not going to get down into the weeds of it, as it were. All right. So basically, go through the specifics of the Guard, and then high level overview of what this means for the meta. Okay. Okay, that's the plan. So, starting off, let us fuck. We have got the Minotaur field manual for the Guard, and we're going to go through, and there's only a little bit of red. Most of it is actually orange and green. Orange means it's not totally shit. Green means it's actually good. So, as we are a glutton for punishment, we will start off with the red. We'll start off with the bad. Games Workshop decided that they wanted to just screw over Guard's top competitive play, which is spamming heavy weapon teams, and they raised the points on them. So character heavy weapon teams went up 5 points per model. Not 5 points, 5 points for the unit. So they've gone from 65 points to 70. And Krieg heavy weapon squads have gone from 60 points to 70 points. But then you've also got the Krieg heavy flamers as well. So actually Krieg squads now are more expensive than they were in 10th edition, because they were 75 points in 10th. Now they're 85 points if you go for the flamers. This is essentially in response to Nemo the Fish, who is one of the best Guard players, best Warhammer players in the world, going absolutely fucking ape at WTC and just using his giant wrinkly brain to use I think it was basically pure infantry guard tactics, which involve spamming the shit out of heavy weapon teams to gain victory. So on the one hand, yay, we're a faction with a sub 30% win rate in many weeks, and we're still catching nerfs to like our few top viable builds. Yay! Okay. So, but as you can tell, I'm not really that bummed out by it. And I'll tell you why I'm not that bummed out by it. All right? Because this only affects a niche of a niche of a niche. Very, very few Guard players were going out there spamming all the heavy weapon teams. You know, there were some absolute mad lads like Nemo, and he's a fucking hero of the Guard, right? But by and large, this was essentially an exploit that was being done by a very select group of Guard players. But Nemo's the only one that I really know that was doing it, right? So it's not one that's going to ripple out and affect the entire Guard community. So, and I always like to look at these things from the perspective of the everyman. I know loads of people like to. I know GW likes to balance the game around the top in many ways, and that leads to a lot of collateral damage. My response to this is, it sucks, obviously, because it is a nerf, and it is a nerf to our top. But for the everyman on the street who's still playing Guard, it's probably not an impact that's going to be overly felt, right? And if you're someone that likes to, take a few mortars in a cheeky mortar pit, you've still got the Cajun weapon teams, I believe. Let me have a look. Cajun weapon teams. I mean, I guess they're what they always have been, which is 65 points, right? So, yeah, it's it's not ideal, but I don't think it's going to be affecting a lot of people in a really big way. I'm sure it'll affect some people, of course, and I'm sympathetic to those, but it's not like when they kept putting the points upon the Rogel Dawns, right? Because everybody fucking loves Rogel Dawns, whether they're good or not. Big tank is best tank, right? It's not like when they put the points for the Rogel Dawn, it screwed everyone, the top players and the middle players. It's not like when they put the points on the battle line, which screwed everyone, the top players and the middle players and the bottom players and every Guard player, right? So do you see why I'm not crashing out about this? Because, yes, I recognize the importance and the effect it's going to have on the guard meta, but I also recognize it's fairly limited in the collateral damage, which is good, right? Then we get to the good stuff. It's not fixed, but guard battle line got a points buff. It's only a little one, and the balancing AI definitely missed a couple of things. For example, Cadians were the only ones that didn't get both sides of the points buff for some reason, which is very unusual because Cadians are not our best infantry. But 10-man squads went down by 5 points. 20-man squads for jungle fighters and death corps went down by 10 points. Now we are still above where we were in 10th edition, but not by much. At the beginning of 10th edition, at the beginning of 11th, our battle line went up by 25 points, right? But now it's come down by 10. And the command squads came down by 5 in the last update, if you remember. So actually, essentially, guys, we're kind of back to where we were. And in the case of Death Corps of Krieg, we're actually better off than we were in 10th edition. Because in 10th edition, Krieg were at 145. So a Krieg blob plus a Krieg command squad was up there at 210 points. Now it's down to 195. So we're actually in the when you look at things in isolation, you think, okay, they've undone it a little bit, but they haven't gone all the way. But when you look at it in the guard as a whole, which is how you should always look at things, because we are a combined arms army, our units work together to achieve victory. We're not just individual things running around going mental, unless it's Bulgrins. They are just one-stop shop, holding up the meta with the guard meta with their shoulders. But other than that, right? But when you look at the picture as a whole, the Krieg blobs are actually cheaper than they were in 10th, and a lot of other units are now almost back to where they were. It's not perfect though, because that is true from the perspective of Krieg, but it's and Krieg blobs, right? But it's not true for Cadians, who are still at 145 points. And it's you got to take into account that a lot of people were taking Krieg blobs but supporting those like a Cadian command blob, and that's not really got any cheaper because it's still 145 points, and plus the command blob plus Creed and all that kind of stuff. So that's not got cheaper. And a lot of people were taking 10-man squads for specific roles. Like, for example, Catachans. People would like to take a 10-man Catachan squad for a cheap scouting OC dense brick. That's still 5 points above where it was. And people were also taking like cheap Cadian squads or 10-man Cadian squads to be the glue for Supreme Command blobs. And that's still also 5 points above where it was. So this is why I say, look, it's not perfect, but we are seeing from some angles a redressing of the situation, which is good, which is excellent. Now, you might be wondering, why is Games Workshop making these changes? Why did they make the changes 2 months ago, only to essentially undo those changes 2 months later? Is it out of the goodness of their heart? Is it out of them acknowledging that they messed up? No. These changes are here because of how Games Workshop changed recon detachment. So the problem that the reason why the guard infantry went up is because they were basically collateral damage for the recon detachment being a bit overpowered when abused within that niche, within a niche, right? So it wasn't actually generally very powerful, but there were like 5 people in the world that were dominating with it. And GW just could not have that, right? That was not, you couldn't have 5 people running pure infantry guard in a meaningful way. They had to ruin all battle line for all guard players to compensate. And everyone said, well, that's stupid, GW. Why wouldn't you just update recon detachment? And then obviously Games Workshop realized, oh yeah, we probably should have done that. So all they've done is fix recon and then basically undone some of the changes that they made to guard battle line, but they've not even completely fixed the situation. So you see why I mean, like, it's a step in the right direction. You see how it's like it's a buff, but kind of not really, sort of, it's complicated because we're still in a worse position than we were before all the fuckiness. And now we don't even have recon as the excuse for the fuckiness, right? So it's better. It's better, but you know, now all we have to do is eat the one shit sandwich. We don't have to eat the foot-long shit sub, right? But we're still eating shit at the end of the day. But it's better, and you know, it's a step in the right direction, and hopefully Games Workshop will see the generally positive reception of them going in this direction, and we'll see more battle line buffs in the future. I mean, hopefully, right? And for me, the big thing is this is a step in the direction of making guard feel like guard again, not Astra Militarum. Because I tell you what, I didn't get into the guard to play Astra Militarum. I got into the guard to play the guard. And so did everyone else who plays guard. That's why, despite over a decade of GW propaganda trying us all to get to say Astra Militarum, no one says it. Not even the brand new guys who only joined like a month ago. They call it the guard as well. Right? So GW, I think, is finally admitting, fine, you can have your fucking infantry and tanks. Couldn't fucking shift those fucking Rough Riders even if we fucking tried to. Anyway. Then speaking of infantry, we've talked about the infantry. Time for the tanks. Orange. Lots and lots of orange. Now, orange here implies that this has been a bit of a side grade. The reality of the situation is that this is a lot more cut and dry than the infantry situation. The infantry situation is like, okay, it's technically better, but we're still in a worse place than before. The Leman Russes, our entire Russ fleet, every goddamn variant, our entire Russ fleet got cheaper. Even if you take into account that there's now some granular war gear costs, which we'll get to in a moment, even with that, we got cheaper. So rejoice. Brothers of the Guard, rejoice. The Leman Russ fleet is back. And I've been waiting for this moment for 3 years. Vindication! All of these dickheads going on about Rogol Dawn this, Rogol Dawn that. But Morton, you said it was a cool tank earlier. Fuck off, I don't know what I said. Rogol Dawn this, Rogol Dawn that. I never lost my faith in the Russ. I never used Rogol Dawns. I definitely don't own 6 of them, right? I was a champion of the Liam. Joking aside, I've been a champion of the Liam Russ for all through 10th. I think the Rogol Dawn was a good vehicle, but I kind of think it was good in America where the terrain was very different, but it wasn't as good in the UK. And I kept trying to explain to people. People went, oh, Euro porn, didn't give a shit, right? So the point is, I've been championing the Liam Russ for a little while now. And now the Liam Russ seems to be getting some pretty nice points buffs, which is cool. So this is great. For me, who owns about 30 Liam Russes, this is good times, right? This is good times. All the Liam Russes came down by either 25 points or 20 points. So, for example, the Liam Russ battle tank came down from 185 points to 160. I mean, I actually don't think I've ever seen it that cheap in 6 years. Oh, baby. The Leman Russ Commander, for the first time in the first time in all of Newhammer, is sub 200 points. And I remember this, guys, because they were 235 or 250 points in 8th edition. Ho, baby. Ho, baby. We're at 195, boys. There is now a nearly 100 point difference between a Russ commander and a Dawn commander. That's a tasty fucking treat. It's a damn tasty treat. The Lehman Russ Demolisher, 160 points. If you saw my latest battle report with those things, the demo cannon, I was happy when they took it down by 5 points. Sorry, I was happy when they took it down from 190 to 180. Now they're taking it to 160? Hey, it might be swingy as fuck, but for 160 points, I'll roll that casino cannon. I'll roll them dice. I'll roll them bones for 160. And then we get to the Exterminator, 160. I mean, I've been busting loads over the fucking Exterminator since Element Edition dropped. I've been saying it's the new best tank of the guard. I've been saying it's an absolute mainstay. I've been happy to pay 180 for it. Now I'm paying 160? My God. They took a good unit and made it cheaper. My God. Now, some of you are wondering, when's the other shoe going to drop? And I will explain why these things have gone down. And it's not just for, there's a tinfoil hat theory and then there's a real reason, okay? That covers all of the premium tanks. Then we get to the bargain bucket. And let me tell you, you're going to hear me say some words that I've never said before. But the Lehman Russ Punisher actually looks viable now. Not good, not meta, not broken, not OP. But I think the Punisher is now usable. I haven't said that since 7th edition. No, not even 7th. 6th edition. And even then, I only really ran it in 6th because I thought it was cool. Not because I thought it was good. I think the last time it was actually good was 5th edition. Well, the 5th edition Guard Codex, when you could, it could have rending. Right? But we'll come back to the Punisher in a moment. The Eradicator. 145 points. Now, the Eradicator is a really big deal. Because we're about to enter, in about a month, the mother of all marine metas. I don't think people are ready for it. Not since the days of the Gladius Task Force, and I'm not talking the fucking 10th edition one, I'm talking the 7th edition one, when you got 1,000 free points of transports. Not since the days of the Skyhammer Assault Force with the drop pods and all that kind of stuff. Not since those days have we seen a dominant marine meta like this. And the Eradicator is one of a few, but one of our anti-marine units. Strength 7. Oh, you're toughness 5, are you? I don't care. It makes no difference to me. I'm still wounding you on 3s. And I'm ignoring cover. And I'm AP 1. And I'm flat damage 2. And you didn't get your 3rd wound, did you, Marines? So you actually give a shit about that. So the Eradicator. That Nova Cannon. Very tasty. 145 points. Slap triple fucking heavy bolt on that thing. You got yourself a goddamn reliable anti-MEQ. It's not anti-Ormary, it's not anti-Terminators, but anti-MEQ. I'll take it. But you want the big one for me, personally. Well, not the biggest one. Let me put this bit in a better way. I think this is the biggest deal from a tactical meta point of view. It's not the biggest deal to me personally because I've got some of the vibe reasons that supersede this, okay? But the biggest deal from a tactical point of view, from an objective point of view, the Executioner. 145 points for an Executioner is wild. I don't give a damn if that thing is going to rattle itself to death with hazardous checks. D6 plus 3, strength 8, AP minus 3, flat damage 3 shots. Remember, the Execution turret is more damage than the side plasmas. It's flat damage 3, boys. Intercessors, Terminators, Gravis armor. Doesn't mean a fucking thing. Sure, the Intercessors will be technically, you'll be winning them on 3s now, rather than 2s. Sure, fine, whatever. but it's 145 points. Really, this thing is... If the Eradicator is there to pick up the Intercessors, the Executioner is there to pick up the Terminators and all the other shit. Yeah. Really, really nice. So I actually think being able to get Executioners for 145 points, very, very tasty. Very tasty indeed. But then we get to the two that I'm actually most excited about because they're pure vibes, but also maybe actually good. The Punisher and the Vanquisher, both variants, 130 points. Not 145, not 160, 130. I ain't seen armor so cheap. I ain't fucking seen armor so cheap, baby. Ho, baby. You can get 4 Leman Russes in your army, 2 Punishers, 2 Vanquishers for 520 points. That's just 25% of your list. That's nothing. It's nothing. I bet you can fix 6. I bet you can fit 6 Leman Russes in your army now with order support for 1,000 points. 6 of them. Damn good deal. You take that deal? I'd take that deal. Damn good deal. I mean, some of you might be saying, what about the orders for all these things? Armored infantry and combined arms, bro. Armored infantry and combined arms. How many times do I need to bang on about these bloody detachments before people start paying attention to me? Armored infantry. All of your infantry officers can order tanks. What's that? Lord Marshal Dreer? 3 orders with the speed to keep up? Make a little battle group with him? Sounds like a good idea to me. Sounds like a damn good idea to me. Oh, baby. There you are. If you could basically, Dreer is now free. Dreer is now free. You could get, think about this, 2 Punishers, 2 Vanquishers, 2 Executioners. Tell me that isn't all your bases covered. Punishers, maxed out on them heavy bolters, anti-infantry covered. You encounter orcs, what orcs? Because they went to toughness 5, doesn't matter. I'm strength 6. Get fucked. You encounter enemy vehicles, got me Vanks. Having a great time. You encounter big scary space marines, got me Executioners. I'm having a great time. And you've still got your Hellhounds you can slap in there as well. I mean, most guard armies should be rolling into battle now with 8 vehicles. If, not most, if you go down this route. Now, there is a bit of a caveat here. All of these tanks are these really cheap points costs if you only give them heavy bolters or heavy flamers. So we've got some granular war gear costs in, and we're going to get into this in a moment, right? We're going to get into the big implications of this in a moment, but or maybe I'll do it in a separate video. I might do a separate video on the whole granular war gear thing, actually. You guys know I'm very excited for this. Very, very excited. And long story short, I think it's a great direction that GW is walking in. Granular war gear makes such a big difference because if you're like, let's say you take a Leman Russ battle tank and you give it multi-melters and a las cannon and you get to the end of your list and you're 5 points over, you can just swap that las cannon out for heavy bolter and you're sorted. You don't have to rip a whole unit out to try and make it all work again. So it's very, very good, right? It makes list building super, super easy. That's the cliff notes of it. I've got a whole emotional, wanky reason about why I'm really happy about granular war gear coming back and how it's a step in that direction. I'll save it for another time. Right? I'll save it for another time. But that's the cliff notes, right? So if you go for heavy bolters and heavy flamers on these guys, you can keep them super cheap. But it's only 15 points more to upgrade them to the proper chunky loadout. To be like, okay, I'm going to put multi-melters on my Punishers. I'm going to put plasma cannons on my Vanquishers for the Ambassador's Choice, right? So it's really good, because you now have the choice. You can go as this is the point I'm trying to make with all these Russes. You can go for the high quality ones now, okay? As you always have done. You can go for your battle tanks, your demolishers, and your exterminators. If you're a guy that's like, hey, these are the best ones, and the battle, and I'm going to have separate unit reviews coming out for every single one of these. The battle tank is obviously amazing with its full rerolls against enemies and objectives, right? The exterminator is obviously amazing with its twin links and all that kind of stuff. If you want to go for the premium tanks, guess what? You just got about probably across your army about an 80 points saving. Excellent, right? And even if you go for the premium options, every single one of your Russes just got 5 to 10 points cheaper. Excellent. But it also, and Guard has been getting pushed steadily in that sort of more elite direction. People have been saying, we're not an elite army, we're a horde army. You know, the more elite you make Guard, the more they feel like Astra Militarum, not like the Guard. Because the whole thing about the Guard is we're not meant to have the best shit. We're meant to have lots of shitty shit and some capable specialists. If you want to be the best shit, we'd play Marines, right? What I love about this update is it's made some of the bad tanks so fucking cheap that they are actually viable now. Because it allows us to embrace that old adage of the Soviet Union and the Guard, which is quantity has a quality of its own. If you're someone that likes to play a more capable, more elite Guard force, you can still do that, and you've still caught a little bit of a points break. Excellent. You're happy. Great. But if you're someone that likes to play the Horde, that likes to play the Guard as masses of cheap armor, masses of cheap infantry, what I would describe as the Guard, you just got one hell of a fucking points break. You're not saving 5 points here, 5 points there. You're saving 20 points here, 20 points there. You've gone from looking at your army and going, maybe I can fit in 3, maybe 4 Leman Russes at a squeeze and maybe a couple of Hellhounds. And now you're thinking, I could get 6 Leman Russes in my list with orders, with Hellhound support, and I'm probably barely breaking 1,000 points. Someone in chat said earlier, they did a very quick mock-up of a list. They can get 6 Russes. I think they said, was it 6 Russes, 2 Hellhounds, and 100 Katachans in their list? And it's like 1,800 points. There you go. No, so sideswipe. 6 Leman Russes, 120 Katachans, 1,710 points. That gives you 290 points. So maybe you take 20 Katachans out, but you go for like 100 infantry and 6 vehicles. But that gives you the ability to get enough armor, enough infantry, and enough order support to actually feel like you're playing the Guard again. Actually, let me give you an example. When people talk about they want to play the Guard, this is what they mean. All right. And it'll take me a second to find it. So we're doing it live. We're doing it live. Take me a second. I wasn't planning on bringing this up, but bear with. All right. All right. Here we go. I think this one. Okay, here you go. When people say they want to run Guard, this is what they mean. All right? They mean fucking waves of infantry. And see if I can get a picture of the tanks there as well. And they mean like 6 tanks. All right. When people say, I want to play the guard, this is what comes to mind. For all of 11th edition, for the first 2 months of 11th edition, that vision has not been playable on the board. So wait, it has been just not possible. The points on the infantry has been too high. The capability of the units has been too low. I never mind having a shit unit if it's cheap enough. And I think if you want to build a guard army that has at least 100 infantry in it and half a dozen armored fighting vehicles, you can now do that again. You're back. The guard is back. Now, let me make something abundantly clear. Is this going to improve our win rate? Probably not. When you realize what's been going on in the rest of it, you know how I said I was going to talk high level about it. They didn't touch the Dark Angels, and the Dark Angels were absolutely fucking cracked, right? So we're still going to probably be eating shit, but at least now we can eat shit on our terms. At least now we can, even if we lose our games, we can bring the army that we love to lose those games. We don't have to force ourselves to run 18 Borg and 2 super heavies to have just an abomination of a list, to have a hope of maybe stat checking our way to victory. And this is something I've always said. Guard players, no true guard player gets into the faction because they expect to win. There's always fair weather players for every faction, not just for the guard, but for everyone. But no one gets into the guard because they expect to win. I mean, God, we're not the poster children. We're not the Space Marines, right? We're not the Eldar. I know that I'm having a great time right now, but historically speaking, we're the guard. No one ever got into this faction because they expected to be snapping necks and cashing checks. We got a little lucky being able to do that in 10th edition, but no one historically has ever got into the faction for that reason. They've got into the faction because it's your dudes. And guard players have never had a problem with being weak. We've never had a problem with not being the best. We've never had a problem with if we're on the top of the meta or the bottom of the meta. Why do you think, even when people said guard were ultra OP in 10th edition, our win rate never cracked 42 fucking %? Because the vast majority of guard players will go, oh yeah, that is a great way to run the guard. I could win all my games with that. Yeah, and I'm going to go back to painting all these Death Riders up. Oh, you're right. Cajans are the better infantry choice. But I play Death Corps of Krieg, so I'm going to run Death Corps of Krieg, right? Guard players, we still have that mentality of, I know I could run this army better, but I didn't get into the army for running it better. I got into the army for running it the way, I wanted to see my vision that was in my head enacted on the tabletop, right? I'm not, as much as I love the stories about the Ogryns and Bulgryns, if I wanted to play Ogryns and Bulgryns, I'd be playing Ogre Kingdoms, right? Losing in style is the key guard element, and that's all we've ever wanted. And that's why, even though I fully acknowledge that this update probably isn't going to move the needle much on the guard win rate, especially when the Orc Codex and the Marine Codex comes out, then we're all eating shit. Everyone who's got a 10th edition Codex at that point is going to be down at the bottom, right? The only people that won't be will be Orcs, Marines, and Pseudo-Marines. Those are the Marines that get the update that all the MEQs are getting, right? Everyone else is going to be bottom of the bucket. So, it's just about our army feeling right. And we're not perfect. This hasn't fixed everything. Still think that infantry needs to come down to the lid. Now that you've really fucked Recon Guard, GW, I really think that we could bring the infantry side down just another 10%, put it back to where it was. Just put it back to 120. Okay, on all 120 and 65. I mean, it should probably be even cheaper than that, but especially with guards and still being 1 wound, toughness 3, 5 up save in a world where Marines are going absolutely bonkers with their toughness and movement and everything. But just bring us back to where we were, maybe a little bit cheaper. Give us the tanks, and we'll just be happy. We just want to run infantry and tanks. That's all we've ever wanted to do. Yeah. 10 man, 50 points, 20 man, 110 points. GW do it. Exactly, right? So this is another step on the right direction. And so if the GW spy is here, this is good. Okay, and look, how much have I been talking shit about GW recently? A lot. I've been beefing on them a lot. But I've always maintained I've maintained an incredibly consistent stance on this. If they do something good, I will say that is good. If they do something bad, I will shit on them. If they do something good, I'll ball wash. If they do something bad, I'll beef. And it's not my fault that they've been giving me non-stop reasons to beef on them for about a year and a half. But I never started out as a beef channel. I never started out as a drama channel. And I don't like that most of my content is like that now. I would much rather go back to the days of just being all positive all the time. So much nicer. I get stressed out. The beef's bad for the heart, boys. Right? The beef is bad for the heart. So Games Workshop, I'm not asking you to make us overpowered. I don't care if we sit. I played through Guard through 7th edition and my loyalty never wavered. So I don't care about us being powerful, but you've got to make us feel right. And giving us the ability to throw enough shit at the wall and see what sticks. That is what makes the Guard feel like the Guard. It shouldn't be the only way that we play, because the Guard is a very flexible fighting force. We should be able to accommodate the elite playstyles and the Horde playstyles. But for a little while there, it was only elite. Let's put the Horde, let's put the Guard back in the Imperial Guard, all right? Let's put the Guardsmen back in the Guard. That's what we're saying. Okay? And unfuck the artillery a little bit, okay? You said you were going to make indirect fire cheaper and you didn't do it. Come on. I mean, the artillery, we understand that you don't have to balance indirect fire. We get it. At the very, very least, man, give us the fucking, at the very least, make the mortar pit cheaper. We're not asking for all of it, man. A simple mortar pit. Just, that'll do. Get those Cadian, get those fucking Cadian heavy weapon teams. Drop them down to 50 points, right? And let us have a cheeky mortar pit. And that'll satisfy us, right? That'll satisfy us. That'll tide us over until you can, roll out the rest of fucking 11th edition. We're very reasonable people here in the Guard. We really are. Just give us a few mortars, give us a few platoons, give us a few Rust squadrons, and we're happy. We're bloody happy. That's what we're wanting. Yeah. So, that covers the points. That covers all the points. There is one other update that has happened here, though, and this is a huge mega bunker busting nerf. Recon Element Detachment, Masters of Camouflage Detachment rule. Change to friendly Ashminotaur units, excluding Titanic, have stealth. Now, on the surface, when people first saw this, they thought it was a buff. But then they read it again and they realized that they've just killed Recon Detachment. Let me explain why. Recon used to only affect infantry and walkers, and maybe cavalry. I think it was regiment and walkers, wasn't it? Now it affects everything but Baneblades. You want to have a stealth Rogel Dawn? Cool. You want to have a stealth Lehman Russ? Cool. You want to have stealth Bulgrin? Interesting. The problem is this. That's the entire detachment rule now. Before, you got the benefit of cover. If you already had the benefit of cover, you got +1 to your save. This meant in something like 11th edition, you have a squad of guardsmen that go into that have the benefit of cover from being in a ruin, which would make them -1 to hit. then they'd have +1 save because of being a recon detachment. Then you could order them take cover to give them another +1 to their save so they could be on a 3-up save. This made them pretty durable. They had no damage output whatsoever, but they were somewhat resistant to shooting. The disadvantage, of course, was if you didn't have the benefit of cover, then you didn't get anything, right? Because the moment that it gave you the benefit of cover, and if you already had it, you got a bonus. But if you didn't have the benefit of cover, you basically didn't have an army rule. Didn't have a detached rule, I should say. Now, the issue with this, of course, if you play into armies which have a lot of ignores cover, like Tau, it basically meant you didn't have a detachment rule, which was bad. Which is very, very bad. The issue with 11th edition is that cover is so damn impactful that everybody is speccing their armies to basically rip it out of the game one way or another. So either you're seeing people take incredibly fast-moving assault armies, which obviously you don't get cover in close combat, so no detachment rule against swords. Can't take cover against a power sword, boys. You can try, but it's not going to work. And all the shooting armies, who are good meta shooting armies, are now loading up on either ignores cover or, even better, remove cover from an enemy unit. Think of things like Hellhounds. Think of things like the land speeders that remove cover for the Dark Angels and everything, right? So, unfortunately, what this has basically resulted in is in the recon detachment just not having a detachment. The realistic outcome is you don't get a detachment rule. Oh, you played into a psychic army, no detachment rule. Oh, you played into a melee army, no detachment rule. Oh, you played into a meta shooting army of 11th. Tau, Guard. I would argue Guard with our Hellhounds, right? Space Marines, you don't have a detachment rule, right? The Eradicator recon always being -1 damage is kind of funny though, but it's not, Cavasius. Because if they ignore cover, the Eradicator doesn't get its -1 damage. So it's actually fucked. So you don't even get the Eradicator. I've heard people say, oh, stealth Eradicators, that'd be cool. Again, on paper, yes. The reality when you get to the tabletop is it's either melee, ignoring cover, or stripping cover. So you never get the... When was the last time you played a competitive game of 40k and you actually felt the benefit of cover? Unless it was one of those early experimental games where you were throwing shit at the wall. For the last month, everyone's fucking clocked it. Everyone's worked it out. The new cover rule is amazingly impactful. It's too impactful. It's so impactful that players have to basically rip it out of the game or your army's shit. Right? That's the thing. So, it's a massive nerf to recon detachment. Now, the good news is it went down to 2 detachment points. The bad news is it's not worth 2 DP. Not even slightly. But hey, if you really want stealthy Bulgrins, you can now take Abhuman plus recon and be like, ooh. And hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe having Recon Guard with Abhuman detachment, giving you access to the take and hold disposition, and flooding the board with all of our new cheap infantry and with loads of Bulgrin, maybe you'll actually be able to take and hold through sheer bloody mindedness and wounds. Maybe you will. I don't know. Maybe you'll be taking 13 Lehman Russes and putting them in recon element and just armor spamming to take, recon element and abhumans and just taking abhumans just to get a take and hold position and taking and holding to victory. Maybe, right? Who knows? Maybe something will come from this. But if something does come from it, I kind of expect it'll be exactly what happened before. It'll be a niche within a niche within a niche, and it will be a very, very tippity top of the iceberg level guard player that figures it out. It'll only be run in very, very limited manner, and then GW will come down on it. But I think for the everyman on the street, recon was already not really something people were committing to, and I doubt this is going to change that. But I could be wrong. I've pointed out the flaws of it, but there could be some strengths I'm not seeing. Yeah. So that covers everything for the guard. There were... Now, overall, I'm taking this as a relatively positive update for the guard. I don't think it really moves the needle on us getting more competitive, but at least we'll die in a manner of our choosing now, which is good. And hey, who knows? Maybe Rust spam will be decent. But let's talk about the big picture now. Let's talk about some of the winners and some of the top winners and top losers of the Muatorn Field Manual and the meta in general. So even though Guard got a little bit of a vibes buff, a lot of people are really unhappy with this balanced data slate. A lot of people. In fact, I actually saw a very highly upvoted comment on the competitive subreddit, Warhammer Competitive, which is actually good, by the way. I know we rag on Reddit a lot, but that's genuinely a good subreddit, and I think it's got a lot of good takes in there. It's not perfect, but nowhere is, right? And one of the most upvoted comments on the thread discussing this was, I think this might be the worst balance update they've ever done. So many of these changes just don't make sense. So many of these changes just seem like nonsensical. I'll go through and explain, why some of these changes haven't been well received. So Blood Angels, there's a number of factions which are really struggling, which they didn't get. I mean, like Guard, they didn't get enough out of this to make a difference. And in some cases, they actually got like nerfs. So Black Templars, for example, currently the worst performing Space Marine chapter, they got a 5-point buff. And when I say they're the worst performing Space chapter, I mean, they're not just the worst performing Space Marine chapter, they're in one of the bottom 4-5 factions at the moment. They got like a 5-point buff. Blood Angels got like a 15-point buff across like an entire army. It's just like a meaningless change. Blood Angels are doing a bit better, but not really. And then you've got things like Dark Angels. Dark Angels are probably the best faction in the game right now. They basically got 0 changes. So Games Workshop did absolutely nothing to fix any of the problems that are currently happening. This balanced data, the reason why it's not helping is because this balanced data slate basically doesn't really change anything at all. It's like they phoned it in an afternoon. It's like weirdly the Guard got the most attention in many ways. So Dark Angels have been terrorizing the meta for a few weeks now, and they're going to probably continue to terrorize the meta until the Codex comes out, because this was the last chance to rein them in, and now GW is going to do what they said to the Orcs, which is there's no point in updating the Orcs because the Codex is coming out in 2 weeks. So the two factions which have been dominating the meta are now going to continue to dominate the meta at least for the next 6 weeks. And I mean, when the Orcs come out, Orcs are already doing very well. When the Orcs Codex comes out, they're going to do oppressively. I mean, they're already oppressive. They're going to do unfathomably powerful. I mean, we're seeing Orcs and Dark Angels like 70% win rates, guys, with hundreds of players. So that's taking into account mirror matches, right? And then you've got the other end of the spectrum. I was like Black Templar's not catching a buff, Blood Angel's not really catching a buff, and then Eldar. So look, I know we all hate the knife ears. The only thing I hate more than Tau is elves, But Eldar got a nerf. They are one of the least fun-feeling factions. They are one of the least worst performing factions at the moment. And GW, the one build credit to the Eldar, they actually had been improvising adapt, improvise, overcome. Speed, violence, momentum. They've been taking like minimum strength seer councils. They were like, okay, GW wants to be the button pressing faction. Hey, look, we found a way of pressing the buttons slightly more efficiently. And GW went, can't do that. Nerfed. Not even a points nerf, guys. They fundamentally changed the core rules around them, making them a support unit. Essentially meaning they can't use them as action monkeys now. So the one thing that Eldar had going for them, GW just went, no. So Eldar got a huge nerf. Huge nerf. And then you've got, there were some changes that were probably warranted, like Necron's got a bit of a nerf. But the thing is, like, Necron's got a nerf, but probably not enough to really move the needle meaningful on them. Are Necrons still going to be a top 8 faction? Sure. Or maybe they're like 7th or 8th now? Yeah, but they're still a top 8 faction. Probably. Dark Elder, whose entire win rate relies upon whether Skari decided to play or not. No changes. What is this, Imperial Agents? Like, Death Guard. They can combine a few more detachments now, but by and large, I mean, I saw, shout out to the Disgusting Resilient podcast with Aiden and Will and a few of the others. I mean, Aiden actually had a little crash out today about how bad the Death Guard update was. Like, and he actually did he did a live stream and then he did like a comment saying, "I'm sorry that I was a bit emotional on this one. It was just very frustrating." And I was like, "Don't apologize, man." I echo the sentiment. Don't apologize, man. Like, yeah, it's it's not, we want to see your real thoughts, right? Yeah. So, the Death Guard change, Death Guard are a faction which is really struggling at the moment. Did they get a few little changes? Yeah. Is it anywhere near enough to move the needle on the faction? No, not even slightly. So, the thing is that even if the new codexes weren't coming out, this balance update wouldn't have really changed all that much. The factions that are still struggling are going to continue to struggle. The factions that are still dominating are probably going to continue to still dominate, by and large. And then when you take into account the codexes that are coming down the pipeline, and it just looks pretty fucking grim. So that's why, even though I'm fairly happy, the thing is, I'm happy with the Guard update because I've already accepted my fate. I'm like, yep. Back in 7th edition. I know what this feels like. Played all the way through that. Got fucking wrecked. All through 6th. All through 7th. All through fucking like 9th. Right? Fine. I know where we are with this. So I'm like, I'm like the Marine sat in the puddle being like, I like to suck. I love to suck. Right? So, yeah, so I've already accepted that Guard's in the shitter. So for me, I'm like, anything that makes the vibes better, hey, that's cool. But when you actually look at this from like a competitive meta point of view, this update is kind of fucked because not only did it not change anything in the current situation, it did nothing to prepare any faction for the incoming shitstorm, which is going to be Codex Orcs. And that shitstorm is going to be very quickly followed by a shitstorm, which is Codex Space Marines. So yeah, that's why at the meta level, people really aren't happy with this update. Because and people are just completely losing faith in Games Workshop. And that's not an exaggeration. You don't believe me? Go and check the Warhammer competitive subreddit. Go and check the comments. You'll see people just being like, what the hell is going on here? I mean, guys, they fucking nerfed the Centurions, and now that when they're sending them to Legends, what the hell? I mean, some people, I made this joke with the first balance update of 11 saying, I think AI wrote this. Do you know what's crazy? I'm now seeing more and more people saying that not as a joke. They're like, well, are they using AI for this? It's gone from being a mad Mordian tinfoil hat conspiracy theory to a not uncommonly held belief because these changes are so nonsensical that either Games Workshop doesn't know what the fuck they're doing or they've trained a balanced AI on 10th edition on data from the last 3 years. I mean, why would the Warhammer community... Guys, look at this, right? I'm not bullshitting you. Look at this. Why would the Warhammer community article say, as far as faction performance goes, the game is in a pretty balanced state? No, it isn't. It hasn't been in a balanced state for 2 months. But do you know what would say that? An AI that's been trained on 3 years with a Reddit thread saying 10th edition is the most balanced edition of Warhammer yet. They didn't touch the winning armies at all. Ah. Do you know what's funny? I'll show you something. You guys are going to find this hilarious. Take me a second to find it. I'm doing it live once again. Bear with me. Here you go. In the Discord, I said in the Discord, I said this whole I bet AI's done it as a bit of a joke thing, and Chansey got Claude AI to summarize what's the balance of Warhammer 40k. What do you think Claude AI came back with? It said, but the honest picture right now is reasonably balanced. So we got AI to say what's the balance of 40k right now, and it said reasonably balanced. What did the GW article say? So the game's a fairly balanced state right now. Maybe it means something. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe it was a 6-fingered Space Marine. Who fucking knows? Maybe. It's getting so bad that not even the competitive tournament players are saying the next update will fix the game. Like my piss take poster that I made 4 months ago. The next update will fix the game, competitive tournament player. That's not even true anymore. That's not even true anymore. Even the competitive players are saying it's not going to work. Even the GW shills aren't even saying wait and see anymore. Because people can see the fucking freight train of the Orc Codex and the Space Marine Codex coming down the line. Right? They can see it. So yeah, people aren't happy with the update. I'm happy because I've already accepted that I'm going to lose most of my games. So I might as well lose most of my games running a guard army, not an Astral Time army. I think a few other players are starting to accept the reality, accept their fate. Yeah. Now there's two other things I want to talk about quickly. One is, and it's to do with the Lehman Russ again. But it might seem like we've sort of forgotten about it, then come back to it. We've not. I wanted to mention this after we spoke about new codexes coming. There's a conspiracy theory. 1 minute. This is very quick. There's a conspiracy theory that the reason why Games Workshop is making the Rush cheaper is because they're going to send it to Legends. Now, I don't think there's a 0% chance of that happening. I mean, God damn it, they sent Vindicators to Legends, and Predators, and they were selling very well. And we've seen GW. I think everyone has seen. I think everyone's eyes are now wide open to Games Workshop's corpo bullshit. The mask has come off, and everyone can see the face underneath. Right? It's Red Skull, and so there's a lot of people who are also very on edge with how much is going to Legends, because we all thought that 10th edition was going to be the edition of Lost, and it seems like 11th edition is also going to be edition of Lost. So I don't know what the fuck's going to be left after another 2-3 years, but there you go. But there's a bit of a conspiracy theory that they're making the Russes really cheap so that they can sell loads of them, and then when the Codex comes out, I don't think. Now, I'm not saying it won't happen, and if it did happen, I would be really pissed off, but I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, but I don't think that's what's happening here. So tinfoil hat off, and I'll give you my reason. The reason why I think that the Russes are getting cheaper is because their relative durability is about to take a massive hit, and their relative damage output is about to take a massive hit. Basically, every Leman Russ is about to become easier to wound, and it's harder for them to do damage. A good example of this is look at Space Marines. Space Marines are about to go up a point of toughness. And we're seeing this with like orcs as well, right? This means that things like your Leman Russ Exterminator, which were wounding Marines on 2s, are now wounding them on 3s. Your Executioners are wounding them on from 2s, are now wounding them on 3s. All of your Plasma Cannon sponsons, all of your Multi-Melter sponsons were 2s, now 3s. All of your Heavy Bolters were 3s, now 4s. Against Terminators, now 5s. Right? So all of the Leman Russes, apart from basically the Battle Cannon, all of the Leman Russes are now, and the Martial Cannon, I suppose, as well. All of the Leman Russes are basically getting -1 to wound. Or the best they can wound on is 3s. Whether it's -1 to win the sponsors they were taking or -1 to win the main gun they were taking, right? So all the Russes are getting a lot less good at doing damage output. Two, I want to say Marines, I mean MEQ. I mean Marines and their equivalent. Chaos Space Marines, Death Guard, Thousand Suns, Grey Knights, probably Death Watch if they're still around, right? Emperor's Children, World Eaters, anyone else you can think of, right? Black Templars, Blood Angels, Space Wolves, all of it, right? Maybe even Sisters of Battle. They might be going up by a point of toughness. The point is, all the Russ's damage output is about to go down a bit. So they need a points cut to represent that loss of efficiency. They're also about to become way less durable as we enter a world where a basic Space Marine comes equipped with a Strength 6 bolter. Bolt rifle, focus shot, strength 6, AP -1, damage 2. It only takes 7 failed saves against bolters now to kill a Leman Russ. I think someone worked out, it takes like 30 intercessors can bolter a Leman Russ to death now. I don't even know if it's that many. It might be like 21 can do it. Because if you've got 20 shots from your, this is very rough math hammer, 20 shots from your intercessors, they're going to be probably hitting on 2s, because they've got like heavy and bolter discipline and all this kind of stuff. So you're going to hit with like 17 shots. You're going to wound with like 6 of them. The Russ is going to fail 2 or 3 saves. So yeah, it's going to take like 3 squads of intercessors could or their equivalents can bolter a Leman Russ to death. This is before you take into account any other external factors like stratagems and other weapon systems like the grenade launchers and stuff. Okay. So, and this is something and it's not just the bolt rifles. This glow up, GW has confirmed, is happening to all of these other Marine equivalents. And we've also seen how mental the damage output from things like Orcs is going to be with like flash kits and whatnot. Flash kits are going to be getting down, Snaz getting down, Leman Russes. So the point is that the Russ is going to, at toughness 11, is going to feel very fucking fragile for probably the next 18 months. And the reason why I say the next 18 months is because that's probably when the Guard Codex is coming out. 2 reasons, but 2 pieces of evidence for this. 1, Games Workshop said that we would be getting the new Steel Legion in about 2 years' time. And they said that about 3 or 4 months ago. Well, but getting the Steel Legion in a couple of years' time, it would make sense for those to come out with a codex, right? So why would they give us like a big points thing now if they were, if it was going to have something that wasn't going to pay off for like 2 years? Maybe they think that far ahead, but I think from what we've all seen from the way they've been stumbling around, I don't think they're thinking that far ahead at all, right? So maybe this is getting us ready for a legendary that's coming down the pipeline in 2 years, maybe. Or maybe it's just Games Workshop kind of accepting the fact that Codex Orcs is about to come down the fucking line. And Codex Space Marines and all the other Marines are about to get updated. And the Russ is going to be getting bolted to death and isn't going to be able to last 5 seconds in combat. Because think about this. A Rogal Dawn still gets wounds on 6s. That's why it doesn't get a points cut. A Leman Russ starts getting wound on 5s now. Okay, that needs a points cut. Right? So there you go. So, yeah. So that's why I think the Russ has got this points cut, because it's about to enter a world where it's wounding typically at -1 and it's getting wounded at +1. That's my theory. All right. But that just about covers the update. That covers everything. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. What do you think about the Guard update? And if you're not a Guard player, let me know what you think this update means for your faction. If you're a Chaos Space Marine player, what does this mean for you? If you're a Sisters player, what does this mean? Are the Miracle Dice slightly better now? Same for Knights. Same for Emperor Children, whatever it may be. Because obviously I focus on the Guard because that's what I know. But what does this mean for your faction? Share that information with me and I'll make sure I read it. And when it comes to like the next balance update and the next metadata, I'll make sure that I keep that information in mind for when we're doing future analysis. And I'll shout people out where I can remember to do so as well. All right. But yeah, I think that just about covers everything. There you go. See? Update done. Took about an hour, didn't it? Yeah. Took about an hour. So now you can talk about all of the K47 that you want, chat. There you go. All the K47, all the black powder, everything you want. You promised us 30. Yeah, but I say I'm only going to be I'm only going to be 1 minute when I go for a break and I'm like 10. Come on. I don't work on time as a construct. I work on Timmy time. All right. There you go. Reading the new book is blowing my mind. Invasion America's a great. It's so good. I actually prefer Invasion America over Festung Europa. I think it's I don't mind it's very narrow in scope. It only takes place over like a month or two. I don't care that it's very narrow in scope. I like how deep it goes, and as a result, how much it expands the universe. Yeah. War Dog spam is back. It is. And I hate it. Yeah. There you go. By the way, do you guys want some beef? I have a cheating scandal. Or do you want to wait maybe till well, I won't be streaming on Friday, but it's not going anywhere. Right? It's more 40k content, so do you want the beef or do you want to leave it? Do you want to leave it till next week? It would be another stream highlight, so you'd have to put it with that. But you might not care. All right. Is one related to the app? No, it's a different one. This one involves a salt bath. Again. Yeah. I've got two scandals, to be honest. 2 scandals. Yeah. Someone bring a load of dice again? They did indeed. All right. So, well, you guys can decide what you want to see, what you want to talk about. I'll do a few super chats, then we'll see. I mean, we've only got 2. So let's have a look. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Graves tank and Tangatera ride again. Huzzah! Yes, indeed. They really do, Cosmic. They really, really, really do. It's great. I've actually been, it sounds crazy. I've got a couple of Lehman Rust Punisher turrets that have been sat in my pile of shame for, well, I've got 2 built and I've got 2 that are just in the pile of shame, unbuilt. And then I've probably got another couple of Punisher barrels that I can put onto like third party. But I'm not going to take 6 Punisher. The point is, I might paint up a couple of Punisher turrets. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the Graves tank needs a Gatling cannon, is what I'm saying, Cosmic. Maybe. A Silent Warrior. Thank you for the super chat, man. I redid my 2v2 tournament list after this news. Combined arms, 1 Lemus tank commander with Grand Strategist, 1 Rogal Dawn tank commander, 1 of each battle tank, 1 of each battle tank, executioner, and exterminator, 1,000 points on the nose. They shall know fear, brothers. Yes. I mean, I love that Silent Warrior. I love it. I'm telling you guys, I'm really looking forward to running. I'm actually looking forward to running my guard as guard again. Let me have a look at some points costs here. So if we go Vank, Punisher, Executioner, Hellhound. That's 8 pieces of armor. Do you want to know how many points that comes to? 1,060. Well, I bet I can fit some infantry in that. Now, what I need now is a bunch of infantry that can order itself and order the tanks. That's what we need, right? Well, 3 of those tanks are going to need orders. Dreer. Done. Another 3 tanks are going to need orders. One minute. Hold the fucking phone, boys. Hold the fucking phone. Hang a sec. Hang on. It might never have been done. It might never have been fucking done. One minute. I'm not. 1 minute. Hang on. Hold the fucking phone. Hold on to your cocks. Drop your socks and grab your cocks. No, other way around. I'm going to blow your fucking nips off, boys. Yarrick. $120 points. You go decisive command and go, I'm going to order that 1 Leman Russ within 12 inches, and it's going to splash out to the other 2 Leman Russes. And every unit with also any infantry that are near that Russ as well. That's 120 points. That's cheaper than taking Creed and in Acadian blob with the command squad, Tubuku. Think about it. Yarrick's cheaper, and he's still got 1 order left over after that to order his own fucking blob around. It fucking works. Dreer and Yarrick, boom. Boom. Maybe. I feel like that. Maybe I might not. I don't know if the most. Is that better? Or should I just take some tank commanders? No, it's gonna be way too much. I'd need 3 tank commanders. Which, if I upgrade the executioner, that's 150 points. Is that cheaper than taking Yarrick and Dreer? It is, technically. Shit. Might just be better taking the Leman commanders. It might be. We'll keep going because we love Yarrick, right? We love him, but it might be that he's not the right call for this. In fact, he's definitely not. I think 130 plus 1 minute. 130 times 4 Plus 145, plus 145. Plus Hellhound. No, I'm being stupid. Bear with. $195 plus $195. Tank commanders with executioner plasma cannons. 15 points for grand strategist. Let's get some fucking lethals going on here. Punisher. Punisher. Vanquisher. Vanquisher. Hellhound. Hellhound. 8 pieces of armor. Nearly every single one of them with an order. To be fair, one of the tanks hasn't got an order. But that's all right. Because you don't always expose every tank every turn anyway, do you? Right? So, 1,175 points. Boys, it's going to get your dicks hard. 1 Krieg blob. 2 Krieg blob. 3 Krieg blob. 4 Krieg blob. 5 Krieg blob. 3 commissars and a Krieg command squad. Now you're 1 order short, but are you? No, you ain't. You got the servo scribes. Good enough, right? 2,000 points on the nose. We take the commissars. We go in combined arms. Abhuman auxiliaries. Commissars can do take aim. That's 100 guardsmen, gentlemen. 6 Demon Russes and 2 Hellhounds. That's the fucking guard army right there. That's the fucking guard army right there, gentlemen. Wait, Astra Millie what? Astra Millie what, son? That's the fucking guard army right there, boys. Individually, those units aren't very good. Together, I now outnumber my opponent's Marines with my tanks. That's the fucking guard army, boys. I'll lose with that army every day of the week and I'll have a big fucking smile on my face as I do it. And a bull grin in sight, motherfucker. And a goddamn dirty abhuman in my bloody list. There you are. Not racist, just don't like them. That sounds like a fucking list, boys. That sounds like a list right there. There you go. Mordian, would it be possible to do a list with Cotiers in it for line of sight from cover? He doesn't need line of sight, Cotiers. He doesn't need line of sight. Cotiers is great. I love him. If you ever can't fit the extra Hellhound in, you go for Cotiers. There you go. I think the guard winner may climb a little in the vibes spectrum leads. I mean, boys, we're turning up with Punishers and Vanquishers. We're turning it with Punishers, Vanquishers, and Deathcore Krieg blobs. Can we get more fucking vibes? I don't give a fuck if I lose every game with a list like that. Now chat will for him to play Tau. I know Tau got kind of nerfed today. It was a good day today. Although apparently Fire Warriors are now 60 points a pop. Our guys almost got as cheap as Fire Warriors, but then GW were like, can't have that. Yeah. So they made the Fire Warriors cheaper again. But I haven't checked that if that's true. I'm just going off what I heard. Starth size went up 10. Twin Lance, Tiger Shot went 10. Oh, I don't know if Pathfinders have gone down, actually. Not Pathfinders, Fire Warriors. What are they called? Strike squads, aren't they? Oh, no, they're still 70. They're still 70. Boys, it's finally happened. Guardsmen are equal points to Fire Warriors. We're closing in, boys. Next update will be cheaper. Next update, 65 points. You heard it here first. If I had my way, next update, 50 points for a squad of 10, boys. There you are. Then we're... 50 points for a squad of 10. 5 points from a plasma gun, per melter gun. But no extra point. Guys, think about this, right? Let me ask you this. Boys. If they made guard squads 60 points base for 10, but you had to pay 5 points per plasma gun, 5 points per melter gun, would you pay for the melter and plasma, or would you take your flamer and grenade launcher? I think I go flame and grenade launcher. I'm like, fuck it. The cheaper the better. The cheaper the better. Quantity is a quality of its own. I'm running around flame and grenade launcher blobs. First time in history. I'll fucking do it. I don't give a shit. I'd mix in flamer and melter. Well, actually, to be fair, Arrow, I don't agree whatsoever, but I don't agree with the combo you come with, but I agree with the sentiment. Plasma grenade launcher. Now, that's a combo right there. That's a combo with some hairs on its chest. Yeah. Yeah. What about the flamer? The flamers might get a bit of an update, boys. What about those fucking flat 3-shot flamers? You know? I love it. This is the beauty of getting granular points again. Actually makes decisions, actually introduces fucking questions and discussions and all that kind of shit. Yeah. Hey, if you made flamers cheaper, the catch ends have to come down again, wouldn't they? There you are. But the point is, I'm going to double check that list because it would be absolutely bonkers if that list actually does work. It's 195 plus 195 plus 15 plus 130, 130, 130, 130, 125, 125, 135, 135, 135, 135, 135, 90 for the commissars, 6. It works. 2,000 points on the nose. It's beautiful. Now, the question is, though, we've got a guard blob, which we technically don't have an order for. We've got the servo scribes, but you know what I mean. And we've got a tank, which we technically don't have an order for as well. Do we drop down? Now, if we drop a guard blob, 135 points. If we drop one of the tanks, another 130. 265 points in the bank. Now, we still have 80 infantry. We still have 7 armored vehicles. The question is, do we spend that on some artillery? I reckon we could fit it in. How many points are they? Let's have a look. You got to get the arty, right? Can't leave home without the arty, right? How much is this bloody shit these days? You know? Yeah. Always got to have the arty. Exactly, Castellan and Oldenock. Always got to have the arty. Now, how much is an artillery team? 95 points. Bit much. But the AP Mass 1 now means something. So don't forget that. What about a field ordnance battery? 120. Too much. One second. Mortar pit. 3 Cadian mortar teams, and a Castellan. 15 points left over. Hey, I might treat myself. I might give some good guns to one of my tank commanders. Or maybe I'll stick a couple of las cannons on those 2 vanquishers that we've taken. Gotta have a couple of lases on the vanks, right? That's an option. To be fair, no, that's not right though, because I had that wouldn't work. Scratch that. That wouldn't work. I thought the Castellan had 3 orders. He only has 2. So we'll look at artillery instead. But I got to rebuild the list. 130, 130, 130. 195, 195, and 15. Hellhound. 1 blob, 2 blobs, 3 blobs, 4 blobs, 1 commissar, 2 commissars, 3 commissars. Command squad. Artillery team. Castellan to order the artillery around. 1980. Great year. 20 points left over. I could stick a las cannon on the 2 vanquishers and the 2 tank commanders. That's pretty good. Or just on the vanquishers and then 10 points left over for Death Mask of Alonius on the Krieg blob with the command squad, so they become completely immune to battle shock, which is a nice little combo as well. Both are good. So we'd have two probably tank commanders with exterminator cannons or the Daka or heavy bolters. 2 vanquishers, las cannons, vanquisher cannons, heavy bolters, Punisher, all the heavy bolters. And then, or maybe we don't. The lone Punisher is probably a bit of a shit one, isn't it? Go for an execute. Yeah, you know what I'd do? I'd upgrade the lone Punisher. I'd spend 15 points, and I'd upgrade him to an executioner. There you go. That's the right call right there. Because the Punisher's cool, don't get me wrong. But the Punisher's one of those things like, hey, if we're taking 6 Lieben Russes, you're 2 of them kind of thing. But one on its own, yeah. Yeah. So it seems like there's a few. The point is, you can go 100 guardsmen, 6 Russes, and 2 Hellhounds, which is a hell of a list on its own right. Or you can drop 20 guardsmen out and drop 1 tank out and instead put artillery in, which is cool. Yeah, which is very cool. It's kind of crazy though when you think about it. Dropping a guard blob is dropping a tank only saves you 130 points. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty mental. But we've got options. The point is, we've got fucking options now. We've got fucking, hope, as it were. And there might be other ways of making this work, by the way. There might be other ways. Like, this is all through the lens of combined arms, right? But you might be able to make this work with armored infantry even better. I haven't quite figured it out yet. But you've got to imagine you could probably get even more Russes. I mean, what is an armored infantry list? What does an armored infantry list look like? That is just tanks and infantry with the infantry officers. I mean, the thing is, I don't know if it works that well. Because you're probably looking at Cady and Castellans. And then you're paying for Cady and Blob, so you're not feeling that 10-point decrease there. You know? But doesn't armored, let me just check something here. Armored infantry might still be a thing. It's looking good either way, right? It's looking really really nice. Armored infantry. Oh no. No. I was wondering if exemplary officer would help, but it doesn't. It only allows you to do 2 of the platoon units. Yeah. I can't remember what the combo was that we came up with the exemplary officer. Was it a commissar? Was it a commissar? And he could order himself and 2 of the units either side. But there's something about you could. I'm sure it was. The commissar doesn't have the platoon keyword or anything mental, does he? I can't remember now. But I swear there was something that we came up with that allowed him to order some ridiculous amount of units or something. I can't remember now. I'll have to go back and watch my own video. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. It's looking pretty tasty, one way or another, right? Lots and lots of things to play with. The fact that we're now discussing, is it 80 infantry? Is it 100 infantry? Which one do we go for? That's pretty nice. That is pretty nice, I have to say. I still think, by the way, we're going to fucking die. I cannot stress this enough. I still think if you want to run this kind of guard army, you are going to die. But at least it'll feel like a proper army before you pick it all up off the table. I still think that the more meta way of playing guard is absolutely 12 Bulgren. I think 12 Bulgren is the first thing that should still be in every guard army. But at least now it feels a little bit better to lose with the guard. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, 100%, but it's on our feet now. Yeah, we die on our feet now. Yeah, exactly. We die in the Emperor's name and atone for our shame. Exactly. We die standing. And that's all we've ever really wanted. Yeah. Just feeling like we're not being forced down fucking Bulgren, right? Yeah. That's the people who want to lose in style. This ain't winning. This is losing in style. Buzz, we missed the meta. We're not aiming for the meta. Oh, man. All right. All righty, ho ho. So, it seems. I mean, do you want to do some beef? I'll tell you what. I'll put it to a poll. I'll put it to a poll, and then I'll get a little snack. I didn't get one before, by the way, because my shit took so long. I didn't actually get one. What? I have loads to talk about, but I want to let the community decide. What do you want to talk about next? Cheating. Scandal. 1 minute. Or there you go. You guys can decide. Because I know some of you have an insatiable desire for the beef, and I respect it. But I also know that some people are going to be like, you know what? Maybe tonight is the night that we chill. Maybe we beef tomorrow, kind of thing. Yeah. I'll let you guys decide. Whilst you guys are picking, I'm going to go and grab I'm just going to grab a quick snack and then I'm going to eat it. And then by the time I finish eating it, I'll eat it on stream, but by the time I finish eating it, it'll be, I'll close the poll. There you are. All right. Back in a moment. Yeah. There we are. I'm back. I didn't bring too much. I probably should have got a bigger snack, but that's fine. I got a little sausage roll thingy. Mm. Mm. It's actually like a veggie thing, but it's quite tasty. Like red pepper and feta. It's quite nice. Mm. The fiddly tracks, damn Legion. It's because there's a top and a bottom, and there's a right way round. There's what it's so. If you're finding that they're like they're not going together, or they're like trying to like almost like come apart like that, if that makes sense, it probably means that they're either you've got the back at the front, the back the back of the track. You put it on the front wheel, or you're trying to put the top on the bottom. Same with the Sherman. Look, everyone's first Sherman, the tracks are always like, the tracks are meant to be like this connecting, and they're always like that. And it's because they've just got the front, you know, it's like, yeah, the top track basically facing the wrong way around in some ways. Yeah. Now when I build my Shermans, the tracks go together perfectly every time. No worries. I think that's the case with the Panzer IV. If in doubt, I've got one, so I can go and build the tracks, and I can let you know. Yeah, I just got a casual Panzer IV in the pilot shape. Of course, boys, I got at least one, probably more. Do you want to know the best? Do you want to know the best bolt action tank kit I've ever built? I can build this shit in like 20 minutes, full tank. The T-34-85. No fiddly bits, no little lamps or anything, none of that shit. Yeah. As in my P40, I'm only buying resin tanks for Warlord now, no plastic tanks. Warlord resin, if you get some of their older shit, it can be very gnarly. Like some of the like the xylophone fucking thing. I think that the Americans get or whatever. But any of the newer stuff they put out, so good. I got to the point where I was actually preferring building their resin stuff over the plastic. Just by Rubicon. I like Rubicon. Well, that's not true. I've only ever heard good things about Rubicon. But I've never built any of their kits. But I've only heard good things. I believe I thought Rubicon sold the little T92 tankette. That's where everyone gets them from. Or is that Trench Works? I can't remember. Shit me. That's the last of the fizzy pop we're having. Now we're on water. I actually prefer water these days. I shouldn't be drinking this. I've got down drinking 0 fizzy pop, and then I've relapsed slightly. So now I'm up to like having 2 a day. But I actually just don't like it. It's just like, you know, the brain is like, oh. But I actually just prefer drinking water. I proposed new beef. Have you ever had a bad experience with an LGS or Warhammer store? Oh boy, yeah. But many years ago. Many years ago. I'll show you the video. Wow, it's still going, this video. 160,000 views. Well, I suppose it's kind of evergreen, isn't it? Because it's not. Yeah. There you go. Check that out. Check that out. I think that works, won't it? Yeah, it does. Oh, you've seen it? Ah, well then. Nothing since then. Typically, my experiences with GW staff has been that they are a bit useless, but generally quite nice. Yeah. And then there was a local store that ended up closing down because of it was badly run, but generally the events there were pretty good. When is anything else in here? Yeah, that's everything. I think we got some more super chats. So, Macon, thanks for super chat. Lobbying for thorough black powder rundown. Ooh, that's. I mean, I can take lobbying over. I mean, it does look like the poll is settling on just chill tonight. Good vibes. It is nice to have a relatively beef-free night, and all the beef that I've got stocked up, guys. It ain't going anywhere. It's just like it's aging, like a nice 30-day aged steak kind of thing, you know. So it ain't going anywhere. If we don't cover it this week, it's all going to be covered next week. We've got two beef scandals in the queue for you. One with the a cheating scandal, which no one else has covered yet. Another golden ticket being rescinded, and another one with the GW app, which has been the GW app has been exporting lists which are illegal. Like they're not. It's not the players cheating, but then people are getting disqualified from events because it looks like they've been trying to cheat. Yeah. So yeah, but well, that one's quite funny. Yeah, it is, but it's definitely more of a beefy thing. But I'll save it for next. What do you call it? I'll save it for next week. I'll do both of those next week because tomorrow will be a hobbying stream and then I'm not streaming Friday. Because the reason I'm not streaming Friday is because I'm going to be getting things set up for Thanatos or Tantalus. It's not an app update thing, Aldeus. It's a GW can't code to save the lives. Yeah. So Macon. Thorough black powder rundown. So obviously I've only played one game of it and it was a demo game. So I don't know everything. But I can give you it won't necessarily be a thorough black powder rundown, but it will be my understanding of the general vibes and mechanics. Okay. So the first thing is you have to take an order test to do it every time you activate a unit. So it's not a. I don't think it's. I think it is. I go, you go. But it's you have to do an order test for every time you activate a unit. So depending on so you know how like in bolt action, if you've got a pin marker on you, you have to do an order test, or and if you fail it, your unit sort of goes down, kind of thing. Well, in like BFG, I mean maybe DMAC, yeah. So it's by battalion. So if you've got like let me pull something up on it so to show it a bit better. Now, I don't know if this is exactly right. People in chat might be able to help me out a bit here. But using this, for example, I think this is one of these strips here. So that's 80 men because there's 20 on each base, right? And there's 4 of them. So that you can see 1 base, 2 base, 3 base, 4 base, right? I think that's a battalion. And you would roll an order test for each one of those. Is that correct? War 58th? Or is the whole thing a battalion? I guess is my question. Anyway, per unit, whatever unit that may be, you have to do an order test. And depending on how, you have to roll low. So if you are a experienced unit, I think you tend to be leadership 9 or 10. And if you are less experienced, you tend to be about sort of leadership 8. And you roll 2d6. And if you pass, then your unit can act normally. Essentially, you've done a command roll. And you've got these commanders sort of nearby that can like help with that. If you pass really well, so let's say you roll like a double 1, for example, then your unit can maybe like double move, for example. So it can really get moving if you want it to. You can move and shoot, you can charge, all that kind of stuff. But it's like you do one, I think it's kind of like what action, you do one thing per battalion, right? If you roll really badly, if you fail, your unit just doesn't move. Or maybe it only moves like a little bit. So maybe instead of moving 6 inches, you'll move like 3. Basically, your guy's like stumbling around kind of thing. They've not quite managed to get everything organized and whatnot. If you roll really badly, if you're like a double 6, you basically roll like a foobar, and your guys might start backing off the board kind of thing. So you've got to do command rolls, but you've got loads of ways of influencing it. Like you've got various commanders and stuff that can improve the roll or avoid a fuck up and all this kind of stuff. So it's only really if you're taking basically you've got masses of men, but in order to get those men to do as they're told, you have to have command and control. That's a good way of describing it, right? So it sounds more fucky than it is. It's actually not. It's literally like 2d6. Any bonuses? Yeah, okay. They've passed. Off they go, kind of thing. Then you've got shooting. So you tend to roll. It's like I think it's 1 dice per each one of these bases. So if you've got like a strip of these guys, that's 4 shots. So you don't roll like 80 dice. You roll 1 shot per squad, essentially. And what I think it might not even be that much. It might be like 3 shots, but I'm pretty certain it's 1 shot per base, as it were. And if you what you're trying to do is you're trying to hit, and I think you hit on 4s unless you're experienced or inexperienced. Then you hit a little bit better, a little bit worse. And each hit that you get on the enemy, they have a chance to try and save it. Now, they're not really making an armor save. what they're making is kind of like a bravery save in many ways. Like, obviously you've shot at them, and there will have been some casualties, right? But it's really a case of, can they mentally shrug off the fact that they've just received a volley, kind of thing. It's for all intents and purposes, like, immersively, that's what it means. Obviously, no one's got any body armor. In game, it feels very much like passing an armor save. And armor saves, again, they tend to be basically like a 4. So you're rolling a 4 to hit, they're rolling a 4 to save, and if they fail their saves, then they get like a little wound marker. And once you receive a certain number of wound markers, I think the unit just, I don't know if it dies or it starts like falling back or becoming disrupted, but I think it's pretty certain. Like, I think like a squad like this would have like 4 wound markers, and if you reach all 4 wound markers, then I think it might like start breaking. It might start like breaking or retreating, or it might even, if it gets really fucked up, it might just die. It may be literally the unit might just break. So if you've got like a unit marching forward and it's just getting hammered by like volley after volley, it might just break in one go. But there's all sorts of factors, like, is the unit on its own, or are the units on either side? So if you're like in the middle of a big line of people, and you've also got another rank behind you, then you're probably not going to break. Like, yeah, you might get fucked up a bit, but you're probably not going to break. However, if you're an isolated unit on a flank with no support, no officers nearby, and you just start getting fucking leathered by cannon fire, there's a good chance that your guys just go, what the fuck are we even doing here? And they just leave. And the whole unit just kind of like breaks. A bit like in bolt action, right? When you lose a combat, the whole unit breaks, kind of thing. A bit like in that. So it's all about, having your formations together, working together, all that kind of stuff. And you're using these huge masses of troops, but you're only rolling like 3 dice for your shots, 3 dice for your saves. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy. And that is basically it. I mean, genuinely, that's kind of the broad strokes of the game. So you do your command rolls to see if your units activate, how well or how poorly they activate. Even though there's loads of models, there's relatively few dice involved, so the game plays really quickly. And if units are well supported, they will hold for longer. If units are not well supported, they are more likely to break. Veterancy is very important. Being inexperienced in a battlefield is not a good idea. And I think the only other thing to mention is there's the disruption thing. So disruption, if someone hits your unit on a 6, so when they roll their 3 dice, if they get a 6, it can disrupt your new unit. And I'm not sure, in the Zulu game that we played, the 6 just meant the Zulus just couldn't move that turn. Basically, they've been held back by the rifle fire. But I think in the main game, it's nowhere near as punishing as that. I think in the main game, like, disruption just starts making your guys more likely to fuck up their orders and stuff like that. Yeah. So I think there's other mechanics of that. There's closing fire. So if you charge someone, if you do a volley, if you do like everyone gets to do Overwatch, and if you do a really good volley, you might actually break someone on the charge. So if you've got like a really, let's say you've got like a unit of French conscripts, and they've been hammered by artillery, they've been hammered by musket fire, and you finally get them on the board, and they charge an elite unit of Highlanders, and the Highlanders just get a couple of 6s on the volley, on the closing fire. The conscripts, you might just basically just break the charge before it gets to you, right? Because guns are really good. Guns are OP. Yeah. So it's really cool. McCon sounds rather intuitive but logical. Also got to admit, I've become a more fan of smaller dice counts. That's actually refreshing. I've become a fan of smaller dice counts, and I never, ever thought I would say that. I used to be like, roll as many dice as possible. But the difference is that I used to run 360 conscripts in an army. But the reason why I've pulled back on that slightly is because it used to be you rolled loads of dice, but you didn't have that many rerolls in the game. Now you roll loads of dice and there's too many rerolls. So I think you've got to have one or the other. Either low dice counts with a few rerolls involved, or high dice counts with no rerolls involved. Yeah. Yeah. It's very, to give you an idea, it's very logical. It's very intuitive. I picked up the broad strokes of the game in like 10 minutes. Warlord Games has, and do you know what it is? It's people like Rick Priestley. They have mastered the art of games which are easy to pick up, but then you can spend years trying to master them. Yeah. Yeah. I very much used to be, they basically, I think Black Powder, along with things like Bolt Action and K-47, I think they've got an incredibly low, here it is, here's the best bit. They've got a low barrier for entry. You don't have to learn too many rules to get the broad strokes of the game. And you don't have to shell out shitloads of money to be able to start playing. The only barrier to entry that Epic has is your own mental fortitude. Because this box costs 300. This box costs £30 and it contains like 300 models, roughly speaking. I mean, there's 240 line infantry there, plus an additional, I think there's a 6 on each base here, so the 24 there. So that's 264, plus another 12 there, so 278, plus 3 horses, so 291. That's one box of models. And if you look at the starter armies, for example, this isn't even the start. Where is the actual starter army? They're all like the bundles and shit, but I think there's actually just straight up normal starter armies if you want. There you go. £116. £116. That's all the models you get. I mean, it's thousands. I think each starter army contains over 1,000 models. Did it give you much of a sense of how big a standard size game would be? Like someone buys a small box like that or starter box, how much would a complete force be? I mean, that's the starter army. So I'd guess that's the. I don't think that's the standard game size. I think that's what we would say is more than enough. Right? I think you need more than one of those big boxes. Well, yeah, I think you need more than one of those 30 quid boxes, but I don't know if you'd need all this. The problem I would have is me and my old man would both want to be British if we can play Brits v Brits. I mean, you can play whatever you want. Yeah, you've got the core rules, and then the book contains a bunch of like scenarios and stuff to take you through Waterloo, but you can play whatever you fucking want. Yeah. Like the rules are fairly like I mean, you don't have to play epic scale as well. You know, if you don't want to be British, French, or Prussian, you can go to normal, totally normal size Black Powder and play British, French, Spanish, Austrians, Russians, Prussians. I mean, you know, like the Russians, I think they're it's all plastic, boys. You know, here's a Napoleonic Russian starter army, and it contains 92 plastic line infantry, 32 plastic and metal grenadiers. I don't even think that's the full Maybe that's all the infantry, or maybe there's more. I'm not sure, but yeah. So if you don't have to play 28 mil. You don't have to play 50 mil. You can play 28 mil if you want to. Yeah. So once you've learnt, once you've learnt one of them, I think it's basically the same system. It's the same core rules if you go and play Pike and Shot, or the same core rules if you play Hail Caesar. They even do a kill team sized Hail Caesar. For those of you that just want to dip your toe. For those of you that got a bunch of fucking free sprues for Hail Caesar, I think they've got a kill team size game. I think it's called SQPR. I'm not sure if they still do it though, but I think they did. I'll just check. SQPR. There you go. PDF's a tenner. Is it on last chance? So it might not be getting I don't know anyone who plays it anymore. But you could probably still find the free PDF of it. But are you ready to forge your empire with the revised edition of SPQR? With a lightning fast and easy to play system, SPQR allows you to build a complete warband capable of scouting out enemy armies, clashing across borders, and conducting raids on farms and villages. Units at SPQR are divided into two broad categories: heroes and minions. Units of 5 or more minions form the bulk of your warband, faceless henchmen who have been sworn into your service. Heroes are powerful individuals that will grow in stature from battle to battle, gaining new talents and becoming true legends. Each warband features specialized scenarios to reflect its own tactics and methods of waging war. SPQR comes with a complete campaign system along with a detailed progression system for your heroes, allowing you to customize how they fight on the ancient battlefield. This is what sets SQPR apart. Forge your own destiny and join the battle. Yeah. So I've no idea how it plays, but it's basically like kill team. I mean, I think it's actually more like Necromunda. It's Roman Necromunda. So see if you can find a PDF online. It uses exactly the same miniatures as Hail Caesar, by the way. So I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any unique models for it. Yeah, it uses exactly the same. Roman Necromundo. Dragon Raptor. The issue with getting into epic scale historical games is that the scale is the most popular model railroad scale, and it's the exact same scale. That is a dangerous combination of autism and money. all roads lead to model trains, right? There you are. Yeah. I know you're not too worried about toughness 5 Marines, but I have a funny answer for them. The Storm Sword Heavy Flame with the Strength 6, lol. Are they? Did they get updated? I don't think they are, man. Unless they got updated. I'm pretty sure every Heavy Flame has Strength 5 8 for -1, damage 1, unless there's been a digital update to 40k that I've missed. I haven't seen anything, though. Yeah, they have been for a while. Just super heavy. Like the Baneblade chassis super heavy. Are you sure? I mean, if I missed that one, that's interesting, but Maybe it is, and I've just forgotten about it. But oh fuck, I'm in the wrong edition. I'm in 11th edition. Huh. It's true they are. I never even realised. It's on the Warhammer app and everything. Wow. The thing is, I've never, ever, ever, ever taken it with Heavy Flamers. That's mad. I've literally never. Why? Why are they special? What? I mean, I'm not complaining, but on the other hand, I am complaining because why aren't all the Heavy Flamers just the same? Is it just the Storm Sword? Wait. Is it just the Storm Sword? It's just the Storm Sword. It's so clearly a bug. Right. I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, technically, rules as written, you're right. But it's so obviously not meant to be. I mean, there's no way it's meant to be Strength 6. I mean, hey, it's technically right. Even new recruiters got it. But how long has that been like that? 3 years? No wonder I have never caught it. Literally 3 years, and they've never updated that. It's in the 10th edition codex. Yeah, man, but Strength 8 fucking frag rockets are in the 10th edition codex, so I don't put too much stock in that. Yeah. But 10th edition codex, so no, that's not. I thought you meant 9th, no, yeah. It must have been. Was it in the codex? Was it in the index as well? It's so obviously a bug, and they've never fixed it. That's hilarious. I mean, yeah, rules as written. Rules as written. So, I mean, it's definitely an exploit, but so was putting 8 bound in rhinos, and they still fucking did that, didn't they? So I'll take it. Yeah, well, they know about it now. Yeah, the GW spy knows now. But hey, you're correct. So yeah, there you go. What do we got next? I heard. Thank you for the super chat. I'll drop one for good vibes. Drop the discussion about my 2-year-old being indoctrinated into war games with necromolds. How do I wish this was my childhood? Hey, let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Fucking love necromolds, man. Indoctrination ongoing, specific Play-Doh wargaming with my little one. Necromolds. Nice. Let's have a look. I love hobbying, but damn, hobbying for my kid is way better. Seeing something you love through their eyes is a truly amazing experience. I've been hooked on necromolds and have backed the base game with a few extra pieces with the second Kickstarter. It's one of a kind and I couldn't miss it. There's a couple of years before even trying to get kids. My 2-year-old already loves them. He doesn't know the rules yet, of course, but he knows the monsters we play of marching them across the board, and he calls them up by name. Insectomite, Lythandria are his 2 absolute favourites. It's worth every second. It's such a good game, Necromolds. People who don't know about it, I think you can squash them, can't you? Although you've painted these ones, they don't look very squashable. Yeah. I thought the whole point of them was that you got the thing and you squashed them. You know? But I guess you don't have to. Oh, there are some squashy ones here as well. So I guess you can Play-Doh them and you can just commit to them as well if you. But I'm supposed to say, oh, fair enough. I decided to make a set. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Sorry, I should have read, shouldn't I? I decided to then make a set of the ones we have to play with that I painted. I tried to be as true to the deck mold cover art as possible. Overall, pretty happy with the results. I used air dry clay with some powder as demolder and cleaned the mold parts in soapy water after. Mod Podge to coat the clay after dry and just regular model paint afterwards. Hey, I should have just read it, man. Reading is hard. Nice. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, we came across Necromolds a couple of months ago on this channel. I think it was before 11th edition came out, and we were like, 40k killer, Necromolds. I even made a video about it. Yeah, so there you go. We were obviously taking the piss. We weren't saying it was a 40k killer. We said it was a really, really good. It was like the gateway drug to wargaming. Yeah. You just learn how to mold them? That's cute, man. I love that. What do we got next? John Henry Eden. Thank you for the 6 months, man. Lobbying for chill. We're chilling, boys. We're chilling. No beef tonight. No beef tonight. All the beef tomorrow. All the beef. Not tomorrow. Maybe some beef tomorrow. Definitely beef next week. All right. DMAC, thank you for the 25 months. Theory craft list. New mech list for you. Let's have a look. Wait, am I building a list or are you building a list, DMAC? Because I can't see a list from you in here. Or did you DM it to me? I can't see it. I'm double checking. But there's definitely nothing. There's definitely no list in stream discussion. He did say stream discussion, didn't he? Yeah, no, he didn't actually say where it was. Is it in email? We've not had an email list in a while. Maybe that's where it's gone. Nope. Okay. Well, D-Mac, I would love to look at the list or build you a list or some sort of list-related activity, but I can't see what it is. So you have to let me know in chat, mate. Skeleton Commissar! Thank you for super chat. Miniature discussion. I may do Epic Civil War at some point. Well, I mean, all the Epic Scale games. Once you've learned one, you've learned them all. So you can just pick your time period and have a great time with it. There you are. Stream progress, working on metals. This guy had a really bad mold line on the head, so I gave him cybernetics. He's going to be a Navy representative for my Rogue Trader Bridge crew, debating as to his rank. Probably I did it with the gloss of the boots, but I want to make him look really different with the dirty, beat-up mercenaries around him. No, very, very shiny boots. I love it. The old models, boys. That is the old Officer of the Fleet model. And he's very, very, very cool. Yeah. He's very, very cool, man. I've still got all my regimental advisors. Sorry, I'm trying not to be beefy, but I really liked those models. And yeah, GW took them away. So much lost, boys. So much lost. All right. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Tanks a lot of glorious tanks of the people in stream discussion. Yes. 1, 2, 3 IS-2s. And a mammoth. And a cute little gas truck. Yes. There you are. Very cute, man. Nice. Very cute. Why don't I just use them as command squads? I mean, I do, right? Obviously, but I mean, so newbie, did you ever experience the Master of Ordnance? Because if you did, you'd know why I'm sad that we no longer get to take the Master of Ordnance. If you didn't, allow me to explain. You did not. You see, I knew you hadn't experienced it. Because if you had, you wouldn't say, well, you could just use it as an officer, couldn't you? I'm angry! The Massive Ordnance was like a 20-point upgrade or something that you could add to a command squad. And he could call in every turn an off-map artillery bombardment. But because it was off-map, it was highly inaccurate. So you would pick an enemy unit that he could see. It had infinite range. So you could pick an enemy unit that he could see. It was just line of sight. And you would roll, and it was back in the day when we had pie plates. So it was a 5-inch blast. Big blast. And you could place it anywhere on the unit, right? Anywhere that you could, anywhere on the, to try and get as many models. As many enemy models on the pie plate as possible. And then you would roll to scatter. But this thing, even if you rolled a direct hit, always scattered. And I think it always scattered the full 2d6 as well. Not even, I mean, I think one edition it scattered like 3d6 or something crazy, but it always scattered. Which means that obviously if you were calling in against enemy units that were far away, then yeah, it was inaccurate, but it wasn't so much of a risk to your own guys. But if you were playing against some armies that were a little bit more friendly, shall we say, what they just wanted to get in your face, then there was nothing like calling in the off-map artillery. Danger close. And yeah, it could scatter onto your own guys. And yeah, it could kill your own guys. And let me tell you, I always called the artillery in. And I always went danger close. And then you had the master of the fleet who could do something similar but with an airstrike. But his was only once per game, but his didn't scatter and blow up and kill you. So the master officer of the fleet was a once per game thing, but more accurate. And the massive ordnance was a very inaccurate one, but was every turn. And then you had the astropath, which allowed you to more accurately bring in reinforcements, because you sometimes didn't know which side of the. Sometimes you didn't know where your reinforcements were going to come in. Sometimes it was on the left side of the board, sometimes on the right side of the board. You didn't know. Yeah. And the astropath allowed you to get the. You had lots of, and the astropath allowed you to get a reroll on it. Massive orders once per battle. Also looking at it on new recruit 8th edition. You're talking modern hammer. You're talking new hammer. But go further back. Go further back. Back to 5th edition, my friend. Back. Why would you go back to 8th edition? That's new hammer. Further back. Further back. Go on. I don't think it's in 4th. I mean, it might be. I remember it being in the 5th edition Guard Codex. It might have been like Forge World in 4th edition. I don't know. Yeah. It's when I got into the Guards. You sweet summer child. You never experienced the tender, buxom bosom of Midhammer. There you go. Back when you could upgrade vet guard squads with carapace or camo cloaks. Yeah. I actually preferred veterans in 4th edition because you could only take one squad of them unless you had a regimental doctrine. But I know a lot of people liked them in 5th because you could take them as troops. But I was always more of a, veterans should be unique kind of guy. But, some people wanted to collect like an elite army, and I guess it gave them that choice, I remember so many people online being like, you should only ever take veterans. Basic guard platoons aren't worth it. And the common sentiment to anyone who said that was, shut up, nerd! Yeah. There you go. 3 orders barrage 1. If a hit is rolled, the template scatters 2d6 the direction of the arrow on the hit. If the arrow is rolled, the template scatters 2d6. Yes! Yeah. 5th edition allows spam. It did. 5th edition did allow spam. A lot of people remember it very fondly, but it was the edition where you got Rust Squadrons. It was the edition where you got spam allowed. So it was 5th edition was good. It was still a very good edition, but you have to recognize that it was definitely when the size of the armies jumped up massively. Yeah. Yeah. Strength 9, AP minus 3. Good times, boys. Good times. Spam could be a theme. It can be. Yeah, exactly. I think with I think, as I've said before, I think at the time 5th edition suffered from spam because everyone had to play the same game, competitive and casuals. I think if you were to go back to 5th edition now and play it with like-minded people, you would find it, and it was a very good experience, but I think you'd find it a peak experience. Yeah. Yeah. What do we got here? Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat. Calm, beautiful serenity. Stream discussion. It's not had a Lower Decks update much this week, so it's good to get one. Sir, I floated a warm, comfortable sea of memory. A beach, the soft white sands gleam only second in beauty to Isabella. The ship's laundry, the 17th pair of pantaloons ruined at your infamous night of too many Chardonnays. Hey, I didn't name it that. There's no such thing as too many bloody Chardonnays, all right? If you get to the point where there's too many, you can't remember drinking that much, so you can't remember having too many. Flawless logic. The Dark Elder Boudoir. I mean, that's a you thing, right? I was all about the Sisters of Battle, nunnery. That's what I'm about. The cloister. My ball and chain, attaching to my balls to chains. I don't think we're talking about prison anymore, are we? Admiral Brick's private vaults, loading his potato skins and duffel bags in the dead of night. He's still happy with you about that. Sir, I feel fantastic. Which is why waking up to a pale, bald Delac face was rather disappointing. Indeed. Much rather wake up to those potato skins and balls and chains. Flashback to getting hired at the Dynasty.
面接ですよ。その格好で。
勝負服です。次の方。いい勝負服だ。ありがとうございます。収容だ。
That's brilliant.
面接ですよ。その格好で。
One minute. Let me do that so you guys can see it a bit better. But I know you get the gist, but there
面
you go.
接ですよ。その格好で。
勝負服です。次の方。いい勝負服だ。ありがとうございます。収容だ。
That was exactly how it went. That's not even a recreate. That's not even a reconstruction. That's just how it was. That's just the CCTV footage from the office of the dynasty. There you are. There you are. All right, what do we got here? What do we got next? Southern Bear, thank you for super chat. What will be your 1,000-point guard list for these changes? Well, I'd probably aim to try and build it in a modular way like last time, where I build 1,000 points and then I just double it for 2,000 points. So bearing that in mind, no, I know what I'd do. One minute. Infantry corps first. Hellhounds next. Hellhound next.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Two Hellhounds. Two Vanquishers. A tank commander with Grand Strategist. 40 infantry. The infantry don't have orders. But I don't think it matters. That's quite a lot at 1,000 points. Infantry and Hellhounds are just there to screen and shit whilst the three-limb Russers just start pounding. I mean, I could drop one of the Hellhounds and get orders for the infantry, but the Hellhound's kind of a key pivotal thing to, strip cover. I worry if I lost it, we wouldn't have that anymore, and that could be a problem. Do we need things with those two? Or is it possible to purge them off points? I mean, I was just going for a balanced army, but no, you don't technically need. You don't need them.
Backbone of the
You
guard,
don't need them.
ready to serve.
But you never want to forget you don't want to forget your screening too much. Because you can't, there's always going to be an army that's going to run across the board and just batter you. Even at 1,000, but especially at 1,000 points. So I figured having 4 speed bumps, 2 Hellhounds, 2 blobs, and 3 Lehman Russes would be good. Good, what do you call it? Good speed bumps, good screening, so that the tanks can then do their thing. Because 3 Lehman Russes has still got a lot of firepower coming out of it. Yeah. But, I mean, you could just go for 1,000 points of tanks. It's not that hard if you wanted to. You can get 4 Lehman Russes, 2 Tank Commanders, 2 normal, and 2 Hellhounds at 900 points. Still got 100 points left over for whatever you want. You could probably get some better than Vanquishers. Yeah. All right. Bismarck Wyatt, thank you for the super chat, man. Asymmetric mission balance, not terrible. Do you think they'll have asymmetric maps at some point? One, I miss most of old editions, ambushes, fortress battles. I don't. So, firstly, thank you for support. Secondly, the asymmetric mission balance is not great, but it's not terrible. It's not good. I'd probably say it's more bad than good. But hey, it's the main thing with the asymmetric missions is more the fact that if you keep playing it, you don't. It leads to quite a lot of repetition. But anyway, that's more the disposition system rather than the asymmetric mission system. So that's fine. Do I think they'll do asymmetric maps? No. No, people would lose their shit if that happened. The maps have to be fair. They have to be balanced. What if I lose the roll-off and I get a board side which is slightly less advantageous? What if I get a board side which doesn't have as much terrain? Oh, it's so unfair. So, no, it will never happen. People can't. It has to be fair. This game, whose balance is completely fucked and has been for 40 years, but we could not conscience having boards which weren't perfectly symmetrical. Yeah. Didn't they have more layouts? They did have more layouts. They were still symmetrical. So yeah. I think I don't think they'll not for match play. Not for match play. All right. Last super chat, and then I'm tired, boys. I'm crashing, so I'm gonna fuck off. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Night Bonundrum. Thank you for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for the support, man. I also want to say a big thank you to Ishmael. Thank you for super chat. Funny video in stream discussion. It's not there. Is it my Discord which is fucking up? Because it's the second thing which people have said in stream discussion. It's not there yet. Is it there, or have I jumped the gun? It's just not come down the pipes yet. Yeah. I can't see it, Ishmael. Maybe it's just not come down from America yet. Hey, 1 minute. There you go.
Now.
Oh, I love these guys.
Now remember, brothers, do not release me from these bonds, no matter what I say, no matter how much I beg.
This is the Odyssey if it's 40k.
It does seem a little excessive, brother.
The damage to my helmet prevents me from blocking out the sounds of the warp. So, well, what if we encounter a floating asteroid with a trio of Celesti demons trying to tempt me with their siren song?
That's rather specific, brother.
Yeah, besides, the Gallowfield will take care of anything like that. This ship's state of the art.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Of course I am. Let's get you out of that ceramite rope and we can... Demons of Slanesh. You were right, so what the fuck?
Are you all right, brother?
Release me!
Oh, he probably just needs some air.
What?
Here you go, brother.
Come play with us.
Sorry.
He's clearly hearing something that we aren't.
Brothers, please. If the Emperor protects, we can do it raw.
I could probably fix that helmet.
Brother, I don't think that's wise.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Press that button there. Ah, good as new. All right, kill him.
Now remember, brothers, do not release me from these bonds, no matter what I say, no matter how much I beg.
Why are we doing this again?
It's so good. That might be my new favorite one. There's some other ones which are very, very... This is...
He's gonna step into the crowd.
That's not it. Fucking YouTube. 1 minute.
What the hell?
This is my favourite one. I've done it before, but this is my favourite one.
What the hell is this?
Requisition form, sir.
Requisitions? What is this? The Navy?
Oh, I thought
The
you were arresting them,
Navy!
Let's have a bloody look then. Cadian 5th, you requested standard munition rounds, extra corpse starch rations, and personal clocks that last longer than 15 hours.
sir. We're feeling optimistic.
Feel good about it.
Yeah.
Oh, Mikey's dead.
Denied.
Oh, what?
Catachan 5th, you have ordered... What the fuck is this? A single machete. For your entire regiment.
That's all we need, mate.
No, it isn't. Are you stupid? That's ridiculous. You need weapons and guns, and obviously you're fighting aliens. Dumbass, you're gonna get your men killed.
Shut it, sir. Any word on our resupply?
88th Krieg Regiment, you get shovels.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Shovels, spades, dig.
There must be some kind of mistake.
No.
I ordered 8 miles of razor wire.
No.
And resupply for my artillery.
No, you get shovels. Get shovels, you fucking stupid little suicide charge. Make your little happy gas mask noises. Make your little happy gas mask. Go fuck yourself. Right, last one on the list, Sergeant Alan Farius.
Yes, hello. I was here to request the files. The files for the location of the forces.
You're Alfarius.
And no,
You're Alfarius.
no,
I'm so
not.
stupid.
I'm
I
not.
can't believe it's happening. No, I'm killing you. I'm killing you right
Okay,
now.
God.
No. What the hell?
I still think the Catachan's the best
Denied.
bit.
Oh. Catachan 5th, you have ordered... what the fuck is this? A single machete. For your entire regiment.
That's all we need, mate.
No, it isn't. Are you stupid? That's ridiculous. You need weapons and guns, and obviously you're fighting aliens. Dumbass, you're gonna get your men killed. Shut it.
And, I mean, that one bit right there. That's all we need, mate. That has sold me on wanting a Catachan army. Yeah, yeah. that sold me on wanting a Catachan army right there. That's all we need, mate. Sergeant Alan Farius. Yeah. When the Catachans get the range refresh, I'm in. Bro, I don't even know if I want to wait for the range refresh. I'm happy to go all in right now, you know, on the cheeky old models. But I know there's the Space Nam guys. The Space Nam, they do look good. They do look very good, the Space Nam guys, don't they? They do look very good. But are they too well armored? You know, don't get me wrong. Very high quality sculpts. But that armor, I don't know if I can put faith in that armor. You know, I don't know. I think to be a true Catachan, the only armor that you need is scrolling. Of course, they're at the bottom. How the fuck are they temporarily out of stock? Who the fuck is buying Catachans? The only armor you need is abs. Yeah, fucking abs. My abs are so hard, it gives me a 5-up armor save, baby. That's it. I mean, what the fuck is this? Where is your flak armor? Why have you just ordered a bunch of vests? That's all we need, mate. See, all you need is the casual fucking. All you need is the tank top, boys. There you are. That's it. I don't even know what the pictures are for these guys. Oh, yeah. Classic. Oh, yeah. There you go. Even GW couldn't get the fucking hand to line up to the lasgun properly. Yeah. However, having as much as I have poo-pooed these people, these catchants, look at those sprues. You do not need any instructions to build those motherfuckers, do you? I know, like, joking. I know we've been taking the piss, but I'm going to make a statement right now, which is going to be extremely unpopular. I'd rather build those than the new Cadians. I don't get the special weapons. I don't get all the fancy extra bits, but I would be much happier building a squad of them than a squad of Cadians. Because look at this sprue. And then look at that. The abs are all the special weapons they need. The abs, that's it. The abs are the special weapons. So, yeah. I know so many people will go, Mordian, you're just a grognard. I don't know the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. I know. But one day you will see what I was talking about. And by that time, it'll be too late. All right. Yeah. What do we got next? We've got the Wazian. Thank you for the 3 months, man. Terrain should be your second opponent. I mean, yeah, I kind of know what you're going for there. Like, you should be looking down at the battlefield, assessing. It's a fucking war game. In war, assessing the terrain is very important. You should get to a table. You should look at the board. You should assess the terrain, and you should think about, okay, what's going to happen when I need to start deploying on this terrain. It shouldn't be, oh, it's the same again every time, perfectly symmetrical, blah blah blah. It should be, oh look, there's a good side of the board here and a bad side. I really hope I win the roll off. Okay, I didn't. Now I've got another tactical challenge that I have to overcome. Yeah. Yeah. Totally agree, Wajian. Commander HHL, message stream discussion, sir. Thank you for the super chat, man. Let's have a look. I'm not going to ban you. Because that's what you want. And I don't want to give you the satisfaction. I'm going to be the bigger man. It is the mercy is the mark of a great man. Turns out I'm pretty average. All right. There we go. I saw that someone posted this in the Discord. I thought this is brilliant. 500 Lehman Russes. That's actually brilliant, man. That's actually brilliant. I love that. There you go. Alrighty, ho boys. I think we're gonna wrap that bad boy up there. Ugh. I can't believe it. It went from being like, oh fuck no. It went from being like 3 hours, 4 hours in the stream, suddenly boom, 6.5 hours. I've just cricked my neck. Fucking hell. If I was stiff necking tomorrow's stream, you know why it was. But yeah, yeah, it's the time. But time, you know what? Time flies when you're having fun. There you go. But it was a good stream tonight. It was nice. You know, it is nice having more positive streams. I really do fucking hate the fact that 40k seems so negative at the moment. And the thing is, it's not just me. Like, you can see it everywhere. It really is sad because I don't want to be negative about it, but I'm really, you know, it's been nice to have another stream. We seem to be getting back onto it, boys. It's been nice to have another stream where it's been like, hey, you know, we've not been sort of wallowing in the salt and the beef and all that kind of stuff. We've actually been able to just have a relatively positive stream, which is good, which is great. Tomorrow we might cover the cheating scandal, but it's going to be a painting stream tomorrow. So it's very likely that we're just going to have a chill painting stream tomorrow. And then on the no stream on Friday. And then on the Monday we'll be back and it'll be catch up and beef and all sorts of good stuff. There you are. But yeah, I think that just about covers everything. I haven't got anything else to say. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you to all of you who liked the stream, who subscribed during the stream. Thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, who came in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good shit. And thank you to every single one of you who just made it a very, very enjoyable stream. Very, very enjoyable indeed. Thank you, guys. But yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Normal time. It's not a daytime stream or anything. Normal time tomorrow. And then it'll be a hobby. Like I said, it'll be a hobby stream. I've got a bunch of Japanese battle. Tomorrow, I probably want to keep the good vibes going. So I'm probably going to paint the Japanese battle frame armor. But I might force myself to build the Votan. Might. But probably not. Probably not. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. But gentlemen, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. And thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.